Golden Age Radio is starting now. Subscribe to get future updates.
Saddle up and hang on to your 10-gallon hat. Get ready to ride off into the sunset with pistols for this exciting lineup. Starting with the Lone Ranger, Gunsmoke, Have Gun Will Travel, Wild Bill, and then the Texas Rangers, followed by Dragnet, Calling All Cars, Richard Diamond, Secrets of Scotland Yard, and Black Museum.
A fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty Hi-Yo Silver, the Lone Ranger. Faithful Indian companion Tonto, the masked rider of the plains fought crime and criminals throughout the early western United States. Neither the local sheriff nor the government troops could enforce law and order in the vast stretches of open country where outlaw bands roamed at will. The traveler, the stagecoach, or the wagon train which was attacked far from any settlement had only one hope, that in the distance the cry of Hi-Yo Silver might be heard, and that the mysterious rider would appear in time to save them from death. Return with us now to those thrilling days when the West was young and adventure lay at the end of every trail. The Lone Ranger rides again. Come on, Silver! We're heading for the mountains. Tom is on the trail of Reno Ryan. Hi-yo, Silver! Away! Hank Baxter and his three sons, Greg the eldest, Phil and Ray, were making their way through the mountains after a successful season of trapping. Their pack horses, burdened high with the pelts of beaver, slowed their progress, and they impatiently urged them forward with,
"Keep them horses moving, boys. Get along there, you critters. Keep a going.
Yeah, we can't get no more speed out of them than what we are, Pa.
Just don't let them lag behind, Greg. Phil, watch that old blackie don't go to straying again.
All right, Pa.
How long do you figure it's going to take us to reach town? Close to a week, won't it?
Well, about that. It'll take a couple more days anyhow before we get the pass. We'll be over the worst of it then. We'll still have quite a stretch ahead of us.
Ain't worried, are you, Pa?
Can't say as how I'm feeling any too easy in my mind.
On account of Chris?
Well, I'd just as soon he never found out about the luck we had. Oh, I don't know. Maybe his snooping around didn't mean nothing, though.
I wouldn't trust Chris as far as I could toss a saddle. Pa, I can't see why you let him stay partners with you as long as you did. You know, blame well last season wasn't the first he stole furs from you.
I suppose not. But it was the first I found out about it.
His being friends with Reno should have made you suspicion him a long time ago.
Shucks, Greg. There's many an honest man has acted friendly toward Reno.
Only because they had to.
Reno's got everybody so scared of him and that gang of his, they're afraid to cross him. Even the law don't go out of the way to meet up with him. But that's a heap different from the way Chris acted. He was always hunting Reno out. He acted as though he was proud to be friendly with that sidewinder.
Yeah?
And it looks blame funny to me that Chris is in the mountains just when it's known Reno's gang is somewhere around.
Say, Phil, do you really figure Chris would tell Reno about these pelts we got?
They're worth a heap of cash, ain't they, Ray?
Yeah,
And I never heard that Reno was particular about what he stole. If Reno's around and Chris knows where he is, then Reno knows we got these pelts.
Oh, golly.
That'll be enough, boys. There ain't no use going out of the way to avoid trouble. Just keep your minds on getting these furs over the trail and forget about Reno and Chris.
When will we make camp?
Not till we get to the flats. So hurry along if you hanker to get there before dark.
Sure. Hey, what was that? Whoa there.
Oh, sailing you. Whoa.
Whoa there, boy. What'd you pull up for, Greg? I thought I heard a horse whinny over to the left a ways. Well, maybe I didn't, though.
I never heard nothing.
Getting nervous, Greg? Thinking of Reno made you scary?
I was almost sure. Well, I guess I was imagining it, Pa. Come on, get up.
Get up there.
You was imagining things all right, Greg. What would a horse be doing atop that hill?
Nothing, I reckon. Forget about it. Come on, boy. Keep moving. Get along. Pa, you figure on taking us along next season?
Why not? Never had as much luck at trapping afore, did I? Only wish I'd have thought of it sooner.
But Pa, I saw something moving up on the hill this time. It looked like... Oh, my arm.
Ray, are you hurt bad, son? Did the bullet...
Just grazed me, Pa. Come on, let's get for cover.
There ain't no cover but them rocks over there.
Then head for the rocks. Heard the pack horses along. Get up there. Get up.
Come on. That sounds like Reno himself.
Don't pay no attention till we reach the rocks.
Hey, did you hear me?
It's Reno, sure enough.
I'll talk to him. Here we are. Pull up. Ray, take the horses back a ways. Get them out of gunshot. Go on, hurry.
Right.
The rest of you, Greg and Phil, down behind these rocks here.
It's mighty poor cover.
Well, we got to make the best of it.
Hey, let's just speak up.
Is that you, Reno?
Who do you think it was? Now listen to what I've got to say.
Go ahead. I'm listening.
I've got all my men with me on the hill here. There's 3 of us to your 1. Fight us, we'll wipe you out. But turn over them pelts peaceful, and we'll let you go.
You rotten polecat.
Them are my terms. Take your choice. It don't matter to us, because we'll get the furs whichever you do.
Pa, look who's standing beside him.
Chris.
Funny the sneak's got the nerve to show his face.
He's got a reason.
Yeah?
He figures we ain't going to get away alive to tell the law about it.
But that means they'll kill us even if we do hand over the furs.
Of course it does. You didn't think Reno would give us a real choice, did you? Reno!
Well, have you made up your mind?
We have.
Good. Just leave them pack horses where they are and ride them down the trail.
Yeah, right on down a trail where they can pick us off with their rifles.
You made the wrong guess, Reno.
You mean you're fighting?
You bet we are.
This doggone Egypt? You haven't got a chance.
Maybe we ain't. But we got the furs we walked all winter to get, and by heavens, we're keeping them. That's our answer, and it's final.
It was 24 hours later that the Lone Ranger and his faithful Indian companion Tonto, riding their great horses through the mountains, were attracted by the sound of distant firing.
You hear that, Tonto?
Me here.
Whoa, Silver. Whoa.
Scout.
Listen.
Them not fire now.
Wait. There it is again.
Them come from that way.
Those shots might have been fired by hunters. There shouldn't be any other reason for firing back here in the mountains.
You ride on?
No, we're going to investigate.
Not good.
It's likely nothing, but I don't want to ride on without making sure. Come.
Get him up, Scout.
Come on, Silver.
Tonto think them fire from hill.
We'll soon know. Head for that rise, Tonto.
Get him up, Scout.
We'll be able to see what's going on from there. Come on, old fellow.
Them not hunters.
I doubt that they are now. Those shots are being fired at something or someone who's staying in one spot. If game was a target, it would have been killed or frightened away long ago.
That's right.
Into these trees, Kimosabe. This is far enough. Oh, Silver.
Oh, Scout. Oh.
Steady, boy. Look, Tonto. There's a band of men on that hill. They're firing toward those rocks below. Do you see them?
Me see. And there, feller down there.
Crouching behind the rocks. One of the men looks as though he's been hit.
Them in bad place.
They are. Those on the hill can fire down on them, and they can't leave the rocks without being in a worse position.
That's right.
There's too much open ground for them to cover before they reach a place that had better protection. If they made a break for it, that gang on the hill could ride down on them and wipe them out.
Them trappers.
They are?
You see pack horse?
I didn't notice them at first. We got the horses back out of range. Tonto, they've got a fortune in furs there.
Beaver fur bring plenty cash.
That must explain the attack. Wonder if that gang on the hill isn't Reno Ryan's.
Him near here. Me find him track.
And the trappers can't expect mercy from Reno. He's the worst killer in this district.
Ah.
And if it is Reno, he'll have at least a dozen men with him. He never attacks unless the odds are on his side.
Him coward.
They've stopped firing. I can't see a place the trappers could get to where they could make a stand. And a arroyo beyond them.
No. That no good.
No. The arroyo circles around and comes right back to the hill where the gang is. The trappers would be worse off in the arroyo than behind those rocks. The gang could enter the gulch at this end and ride the trappers down as easily as if they'd taken to open country.
Outlaw get 'em, all right.
We could only ride for the law. That would take days before help could arrive.
Their fort, not far.
There is a fort between here and town.
We ride there?
Wait, I've got an idea. Tonto, how long would it take you to ride to the fort and back?
Me ride fast. Maybe 2, 3 days.
The trappers could never hold out that long. Unless my plan worked.
You not go to fort?
I'm staying here, Kimosabe. I'm going to join those trappers.
Oh, maybe you get killed.
I'd have to ride through that gang's lines, but I think I could make it if I took them by surprise.
No, you not do that.
I've got to, Tonto. It's the only way the lives of those men can be saved. You must start at once. Get to the fort as fast as you can. Tell Colonel Lowry the situation. Make him bring troopers.
Tonto do that.
Tell him if he can reach us within 3 days, I'll find a way for the trappers to hold out that long. But he must get here with all possible speed. Now go.
Get him up, Scout. Get him up.
Silver, old fellow, we've got to face real danger. Danger not only from Reno, but from the trappers. Those outlaws will try to kill us when we ride through their camp. The trappers won't be able to know we're riding to help them. They'll fire at us, too. But we'll make it, Silver. Get ready. As soon as the gang starts firing again to cover the sound of our approach, we're riding. In the meantime, on the hill where the outlaws were encamped, Reno Ryan and Hank Baxter's former partner, Chris Nugent, were well satisfied with the way things were going.
Well, Hank and them kids of his stay behind those rocks down there, Reno. We'll get 'em in time.
One of them's accounted for already.
It was Greg got hit, but I don't think he's dead.
If he ain't, he's hit bad enough to be out of the fight.
Can't be done for, though. But I seen Hank give him a drink from a canteen.
Well, it's just a matter of time till they'll all be done for. They can't run for it because we'd ride 'em down. That's one reason I always mount my men on the best horse flesh is to be had.
Yeah.
If they hang on where they are, they'll either get picked off one by one or run out of grub and water.
If we rushed 'em, we could clean 'em out right off.
What's the sense in it? We got plenty of time, ain't we?
Well, they might get help.
Yeah? Where from and how? Don't nobody come this way but a hunter or a trapper once in a while. The law of the soldiers wouldn't show up unless they was sent for. And how's Hank to get word to the fort or the town? Shucks, we'll keep on the way we're doing. Throw lead at them when they show themselves and take it easy when they don't. We can't get hit, so why go looking for trouble?
I reckon you're right. Say, take a look down there now.
Huh?
Hank and Phil, see 'em?
They're edging over to the right towards where Greg's laying.
Yeah. They'll have to cross that clear space to reach him. Pike!
Yeah?
Hank and Phil are moving over to the right again. Just as soon as they get all the way from behind them rocks, tell the boys to let loose.
Right. Watch them, fellas.
They'll move mighty fast when they do get in the open.
And bullets move faster. Maybe we'll get another this time, huh?
They're still crawling.
Hoping we don't see them. Well, in just about 2 seconds, they'll find out different.
All right, boys. Start throwing lead.
Give it to them, fellas. Give it to them.
Take them off! Drill the blasted edges! Drill them!
They've already reached cover again. Keep on firing. Don't stop now. Make it hot for them.
What the?
A horseman. Where'd that fella come from?
He's mad.
He's trying to break through our lines. He's trying to get to Hank. Shoot him down. Stop him.
This way! Over here! Head him off!
Come on, fellas. Blast him out of his saddle. Come on, fellas. Shoot. Come on. Go get him, boys. Go on, don't get away. Shoot him.
The curtain falls on the first act of our thrilling Lone Ranger drama. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue our story. The Lone Ranger was discovered in a daring attempt to break through the lines of the outlaws led by Reno Ryan and reach the trappers beyond. Reno himself gave the command to shoot the Lone Ranger down. But the mighty Silver thundered on while the outlaws, startled by the masked rider's sudden appearance, and given no time in which to steady their aim, fired wildly after him. Down the hill plunged Silver, urged on by his master. Toward the rocks that concealed the trappers, the great horse raced. And all the time as they swept forward, the Lone Ranger knew they were escaping one danger only to meet another.
Come on, Silver. Toward the rocks, boy. And those trappers firing us. But we can't let that stop us, Silver. Come on. Don't fire. I'm a friend. Put down those guns. I'm bringing you help.
He's alone, boys. Don't fire. Just keep him covered.
Don't go for your guns, stranger.
Oh, Silver. Oh, boy. Oh, there. Now get on with you, Silver. Join those horses. Get out of gunshot. Go on, boy.
What in blazes?
I said I came to help you, and I meant it.
But that mask...
If you're a crook, what are you doing on this side? Why ain't you with Reno?
I'm not a crook.
But what are you
Never
doing
mind
here?
questions now. There's more important things to do.
Stranger, it don't matter to me whether you're an outlaw or not.
No?
No, sirree, it don't. Even supposing you are one. It's a cinch you ain't for Reno and his gang of ornery low-down coyotes, so you wouldn't be here.
I hope someday to see Reno turned over to the law.
Well, crook or not, if you ain't with Reno, you must have had to ride through his camp to get here. And that'll take a heap of doing. That, mister, would take gumption.
It was the only way here.
Paul, I'll bet that's what all the shooting was for. I wondered why, if they were shooting at us, we never heard no bullets.
They tried their best to stop me, but Silver got me through safely.
Just a second. There was something more I had to say.
Yes?
What I mean is this. It took gumption to get here, and it took real riding to break through them crooks up on the hill. But that's just what makes it a blasted shame.
What's that?
Stranger, now that you're here, what good is it going to do? There's so many with Reno that one more on our side ain't going to help the odds any. They'll still get us sooner or later, and that means you'll have to die just the same as the rest of us.
How are your supplies?
Shucks, we got grub enough for a week.
But we ain't got water to last that long.
How long will it last?
Oh, I don't
Maybe
know.
another day or so.
I have a little with me, as much as a canteen will hold. That'll more than do for me.
Yeah, but...
What you have and what I brought will have to last at least 3 days.
Huh?
3 days.
Until help can arrive. I've sent Tonto to the fort for soldiers.
They may arrive in less than 3 days, but we can't plan on it.
Tonto? Who's Tonto?
An Indian friend of mine. You can depend on him.
But look here, stranger. Supposing we can make the water last 3 days. That won't do no good. The water might last, but we won't.
Phil's right, mister. Look at these rocks we've been hiding behind. What kind of cover do you call them? Why, in 3 days, Reno's sidewinders will have us shot to bits.
They will if we stay here.
And there being no choice, we will.
But we won't.
Oh, the stranger's thinking about the arroyo. Mister, that ain't no use to us at all. It just winds around to the hill. Well, we get in there, and Reno can come riding right after us.
I was thinking of the arroyo, but not in the way you mean.
No? Then what?
Listen to me. I have a plan that'll take courage, but I know it'll work.
I don't savvy what you're getting at, mister.
And I'll tell you what you will have to do, and you can decide for yourself. Day faded into dusk. Dusk became night, and with nightfall, the outlaws ceased firing. They posted sentinels to give warning in case the trappers tried to escape under cover of darkness, but were unaware that the masked man was even then directing the first steps in his dangerous plan. Now, do each one of you know what to do?
Trust us, mister. We got it straight. And the boys here. Well, even if I do say it myself, they ain't the kind that gets rattled.
Good.
It's just one thing.
Yes?
Greg there, he's pretty bad wounded. How are we going to handle him?
I'll put him on Silver. That'll be best for him. I've had a look at his wound. I don't think the ride will seriously harm him.
Oh, poor Greg. I'd give anything to see him where a doc could look after him the way he needs.
And even if we do get free later on, that ride clear to town's liable to...
He won't need to reach town before he'll get help. Tonto can do as much for him as almost any doctor.
I sure hope so.
There comes Ray with the horses now.
Quiet. We can't let Reno hear us till we're ready.
Yeah.
I'm just sort of praying that everything works out all right.
It will, Hank. Ray,
Here's the horses, friend.
you got all of them?
Every last one. Saddle horses, pack horses, and this here white horse are yours.
Then hurry. Help me put Greg over the saddle, and then we'll be ready to act. In contrast to the desperate tension of the trappers, the outlaws enjoyed a jovial evening. Before those not chosen to act as sentinels prepared to turn in. To them, secure in their position on the hill, the siege seemed less a grim contest for survival than a game until...
Hold on. I just now seen something going on where the trappers are at.
You seen what?
They must be planning on making a break for it.
Yeah?
I just seen them bring up the horses.
Well, what's funny about that, Reno? You want them to get away?
Of course it's funny. Don't you see it? They likely figure we ain't keeping close watch. They likely got a notion if they can get a good start, they'll have a chance. Well, that's just what I hoped they'd figure. Let 'em ride away. We'll get 'em out in the open and blast the daylights out of 'em.
Come on, I aim to have a look down there.
Sure. Come on, fellas.
They wouldn't be just moving back to the arroyo, would they?
It might be.
Hey, you loco, Pike.
But, boss,
They wasn't going any farther than the arroyo. Why would they bring the horses up? The horses are almost to the gulch. You think they'd get 'em just to ride a quarter of a mile or so? Draw extra attention doing it? By a blame sake.
I suppose not.
There they are.
Can't make 'em out very good. They appear to be mighty busy.
Boss, how about giving them a few shots?
No.
Shucks, we can...
I'll shoot the first man to pull a trigger without my giving the order first.
Why can't we shoot them, Reno? They're standing up. They ain't behind cover now.
But at the sound of the first shot, they would be.
Even so, we
This
might...
far away in this light, you can't even see good enough to aim.
If we only got one, that'd help.
Keep 'em where they are, which is just what we don't want. Let 'em ride off. Let 'em get in the open.
Yeah.
And then when they've got too far away to turn and get back to them rocks before we can reach 'em, why, then we'll start riding. And we'll finish up this job.
Look, they're getting in their saddles. They're about ready to go, boss.
Good. We'll wait till they get past the gulch before we take after 'em.
They're off.
Look at them travel. Why, they'll be out of sight before you know it.
But not out of reach, fellas. Come on, get back to the horses. We'll give 'em 5 minutes start so they can't come back. Then we clean them out and help ourselves to a fortune in furs.
With the Lone Ranger, who held the wounded Greg across the saddle, Hank Baxter and his sons rode as swiftly as they could, leading the pack horses away from the hill and toward the arroyo.
Come on, old fellow.
Ain't we almost to the gulch, mister?
Almost. I'll tell you when to rein up. Hurry, old fellow. We need as big a lead as we can get.
There she is, stranger, right ahead of you. Don't go breaking your neck.
I see it. Pull up now. Silver. Quick, lead the horses down into the arroyo. Hurry before Reno can see what we're doing.
Sure.
Careful, Silver. Easy, boy. Hey, all right, Greg?
Don't mind me, mister. I can stand it.
We're almost to the bottom.
Come on, old fellow. Here we are. Move.
Do you reckon Reno could have hurt us?
It doesn't matter if he did. We'd have to lead the horses across the gulch, even if we were really trying to run for it.
I don't hear their horses yet.
Listen. I hear them.
They just took after us now.
It's exactly what we wanted. They're too far away to tell whether our horses have riders or not.
You're right.
But they won't be in a minute.
Then send your saddle horses up the other side of the arroyo. Make them keep going. We'll keep Silver and the pack horses with us. And while they're following the saddle horses, we'll be following the arroyo. Now get going.
Yeah.
Get up there, fella. Come on. Climb that bank, boy. Get out on the level and make tracks.
When the outlaws arrived at the arroyo, they did not hesitate. Ahead of them on the arroyo's far side, they heard the sound of pounding hoofs, and they urged their own mounts across the gulch in pursuit.
Can you see him yet, Reno?
Nope, but I can hear him, and we're gaining fast. Get along there, boy. Come on, get along.
Seems funny, though.
What seems funny?
Well, it don't sound to me like there's as many horses ahead of us as there was before. What do you think?
It don't for a fact.
Maybe they split up. They might have gone different ways to make it harder to catch him.
If they'd done that, it won't take long to show them the mistake they made. Come on, get up there. Get up.
Get along there. Seems like we're gaining on them too blame fast.
Reno, I can see the horses now.
Yeah, and they're...
Hey,
see something?
those horses. The saddles are empty. Nobody's riding them.
What the...
Boss, Mike's right. That's why we was gaining on them so fast.
And the pack horses ain't along. That's why we didn't hear as many horses as we should have.
Pull up.
Where in blazes have they got to?
Where'd them shots come from?
Well, of all Reno, we was tricked. Those shots come from the hill. You savvy what's happened?
I see.
While we was chasing these blasted horses without any riders, they must have been sneaking back to the hill by way of the arroyo. And that's where they are right now.
They took over our camp.
And now they've got good cover and we're out in the open.
I'll show them fools what happens when they pull a stunt like that on me. We're going back there. We're going to drive them off that hill. It's the last thing we do. And when we're done with them, they'll wish they hadn't been half as smart. Come on, follow me. We're going clear to the top this time. Get up there.
Come on, get along there. Get up there. Come on.
Beside himself with rage, Reno, the outlaw leader, wheeled at the head of his gang to race back up the arroyo for the hill stronghold. But at that moment, as the desperate men on the hill made ready for a last stand, a distant bugle pierced the early morning air, a signal that help had arrived at last. But Reno Ryan rode on and up the hillside, holding his gunfire until the last moment. At the head of his outlaw gang, he heard nothing but the beat of the hoofs that carried him. Saw nothing but his goal just ahead at the summit until...
Reno! Boss, look! Troops! Troops are swarming around the hillside. We're trapped.
What? Where'd them soldiers come from? Who brought them?
I don't know, boss, but...
Reno, we gotta give up. Them troops are too close. They'll get every man of us.
From both sides, circling around the base of the hill, rode Colonel Lowry's mounted troops. Beside the colonel was Tonto, who had brought this help to the besieged trappers. When Reno and his men saw the troops, all bravado was gone, and a cry for mercy rose from the throat of the outlaw leader.
Don't shoot no more. Hold your fire. We give up. Don't shoot us down.
Man, you and your men keep your hands high and drop your guns. Men, cease firing. Captain Maxwell will take charge of the outlaws.
Colonel Lowry, we leave these men with you. Your troops have just saved lives and a valuable supply of furs. And there's a trapper up on the hilltop who needs medical attention. Come on, Tonto. You've just finished a splendid job, Kimosabe.
Colonel, this masked feller and his engine pard, they done more for us than you know.
I think I do know. But where's the wounded man? I'll have him taken care of at once.
Oh, it's my son. He's resting a mite easier now, I'll wager. He's up there with his brothers, but doggone it, there goes the masked man riding off with the engine. I wanted to thank him.
Mister, that man doesn't expect thanks. He's the Lone Ranger.
Hello, Silver! Away!
Thank you for visiting Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Please support our veterans by visiting veteransradioministry.com. Together we can honor their great sacrifice. Thank you.
Gunsmoke, brought to you by L&M Filters. This is it. L&M is best, stands out from all the rest. Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The transcribed story of the violence that moved west with young America. And the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful. And a little lonely.
Marshal Dillon, come in, Marshal, come in.
Hello, Teeters. You got time to give me a haircut?
You're the only customer I've had in an hour, Marshal.
Oh.
You hang your coat and your gun belt right over there. I'll get things ready for you.
Okay.
Say, haven't seen you around town lately, Marshal.
Well, I've been over in Abilene for a week. I just got back late last night.
Oh, must come in on the midnight Santa Fe, huh?
Yeah, that's right.
I wish I could get out of Dodge once in a while.
Well, not the way I have to do it, you wouldn't.
Maybe you're right, Marshal. Maybe you're right.
Hey, this is a new chair you got, isn't it?
Yes, sir. The finest barber's chair west of St. Louis.
That's pretty fancy.
Here, try it.
Ah.
Comfortable?
Well, I'll tell you after I find out if you've raised your prices to pay for it.
Here, let me get this cloth over here. Here you are. Haircut's still a quarter, Marshal.
What about shaves?
The price of a shave's gone up a dime, Marshal.
A dime?
Now, Marshal, you wouldn't stand in the way of progress for the sake of a dime, would you?
Yeah, but whose progress?
Anyway, you don't need a shave, not today.
That's a good thing.
See, Marshal, you know Mabel over at the Long Branch?
Yeah?
Well, last Wednesday night... Oh, take a chair, stranger. I'll be with you in a few minutes. Last Wednesday night...
A few minutes?
Yeah, that's right. You're next, right in line.
Barber?
What?
I ain't next.
Why, of course you are. Nobody's ahead of you.
I said I ain't next.
You mean you won't wait?
That's right.
Oh, sure you
wait.
will. I work fast. It won't be longer than 10 minutes at the most. Now, you just sit down.
I want
be...
to shave. I want to right now. You can cut his hair later.
What?
You heard me.
Now, look, mister, you don't know who you're...
Shut up, Teeters.
Get out of that chair, mister.
Take this sheet off of me, Teeters.
All right. There.
Okay, mister, I'm out.
And move. I want to sit down.
You don't understand.
I don't understand what.
I didn't get out of that chair so as you could have it.
You're going to be troublesome, ain't you?
I am. And there isn't much you can do about it.
Isn't there?
You don't see very well, mister.
What?
I'm not wearing a gun. It's hanging on the wall over there. You going to shoot an unarmed man in front of a witness?
Go get your gun. Put it on.
No.
Do it.
You licked, mister. How you going to make me do it? Shoot me?
Put your gun on.
I don't like killings, but if you don't turn around and walk out that door, I'm going to half-kill you with my fists. Now get moving.
All right. You got me this time, but next time you'll be wearing a gun.
It'll be some different then.
Oh, my goodness, Marshal, you took an awful chance.
Who was he, Teeters?
I never saw him before, but he might have killed you, Marshal.
No, that'd have been murder. You can get hung for murder. Now, quit shaking. Let's get this haircut over with. He won't be back.
Mr. Dillon?
Hello, Chester.
I was looking for you.
Well, I've been right here in the office the past half hour.
Yes, I know. I went past the barber shop. Teeters told me. And he told me how you handle that fella, too.
Oh, did he?
Teeters described him to me, Mr. Dillon. I know who he is.
You do?
He come here about a week ago, just after you went to Abilene.
Oh, what's his name?
Springer. Nate Springer.
What?
Yes, sir, that's right, Mr. Dillon.
You sure that was Nate Springer?
It couldn't have been nobody else. Why? You said you don't know him?
I've heard about him.
You have? Where?
All over. Nate Springer's got quite a reputation.
Was a gunman, you mean?
Yeah, he's a gunman. They say he's the most nerveless gunman that ever lived. He's all ice. Bat Masterson told me once that out in Arizona, a man got the drop on him and Springer started to laugh. The man asked him what he was laughing about, and Springer said he'd never had before, and he didn't want to die without seeing what it was like.
Oh, forevermore. What happened?
It's kind of hard to shoot a man who's enjoying his first laugh.
Yeah. My. Well, I'll be darned. What do you suppose he's doing in Dodge?
Springer's a killer. A paid killer. That's all he's ever done anywhere.
Then why don't you go arrest him?
Well, he's not wanted that I know of. There are no circulars out on him.
Well, but you can't wait till he kills somebody.
No. And I can't put him in jail till he does.
This is it, L&M Filters. It stands out from all the rest. Miracle tip, much more flavor. L&M's got everything. It's the best.
Yes, L&M is best. Stands out from all the rest. L&M stands out for flavor. 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 Flavor.
The Miracle Tip draws easy. You enjoy all the taste. And notice how mild it is.
L&M stands out for effective filtration. 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 Filtration.
No filter compares with L&M's pure white Miracle Tip.
L&M's got everything.
L&M, light and mild. America's best filter tip cigarette.
You got time for another cup of coffee, Matt?
Well, I'll take time, Doc.
That's good. Here you are, there.
Thank you.
Well, things pretty wild up in Abilene?
Well, it's still a camp with a hair on, Doc.
Worse than Dodge?
No, I wouldn't say that.
And I'll stay here.
Oh, why? You're usually complaining about Dodge.
I'm thinking about business, Matt. Business. What's there to do in a peaceful town? Oh, aside from delivering a baby now and then and setting a broken leg.
You know, sometimes you sound pretty bloodthirsty, Doc.
I don't do the shooting, Matt. It's men like that Nate Springer you were telling me about.
He's sitting over there in the corner, Doc.
He is? Well, where?
There. Alone with his back to the wall.
Oh. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Oh, my, he looks like a killer, all right.
He is.
Yeah. You see how he keeps turning around? I mean, oh, it's like he thinks everybody in this room's his enemy.
Man like that doesn't have friends.
Oh, well, he's getting up, man. Oh, well, he's coming this way.
Yeah.
He hasn't finished his dinner.
You better turn around, Doc.
Okay. But you keep your eye on him. I don't like that man.
Hey, you.
Me?
What was you staring at me for?
I wasn't staring at you.
No man stares at me without a reason. I don't like it. I want to know why you was doing it.
Oh, now look here, mister. You're getting yourself all upset over nothing. Well, you ruin your dinner working yourself up.
Tell me why you was staring at me. I'll put a hole in you. I'll do it.
Well, you're awful jumpy for a big gunman.
Tell me, I said.
Hold it, Springer.
You getting into this, mister?
I am.
Who are you, anyway?
Matt Dillon.
Dillon?
That's right.
I knew I'd run into you sooner or later.
Oh, why?
My line of work, there's always some lawman wanting to interfere.
Sure. And it'll happen here, Springer. You kill anybody.
Fair fight's fair fight, ain't it?
Not when you're paid to pick a fight with a man.
Like I said, Marshal, I knew I'd run into you.
Springer, when I find out who you're after, I can probably find out who's paying you. And I'll jail you and him both.
You're gonna lose a lot of sleep trying to find out, Marshal.
I can stand it. You're the one that needs sleep, Springer, a lot of it. Without any bad dreams.
Oh, well. Looks like the man of ice is starting to melt, man.
Yeah. You know, something's happening to him, Doc. And whatever it isn't good. Kitty.
Huh? Oh, I didn't see you, Matt.
Yeah, sit down, if you got time.
Well, I don't have to go to work till after sundown.
Good.
Guess I might as well sit here and watch Front Street with you as do anything else.
Little air's good for you.
Ah, and a lot of it'd be even better.
Well, you ought to buy a horse, Kitty. Take a ride up the river every day or so.
I'm too broke, Matt.
Well, I'll lend you one. I got a little bay that's pretty gentle.
Oh, imagine having more than one horse.
That's about all the government gives me, Kitty. A couple of cheap horses.
I seen you riding your own.
Well, I gotta keep him in shape in case I decide to quit.
The day you quit, that horse will be as old as a man.
I hope you're right, Kitty.
Hey, look, Matt.
What?
Walking down the middle of the street.
Yeah, Springer.
Now, who'd expect a man like Springer to have a little yellow dog?
I don't know the dog's his, Kitty. Maybe he's just following him.
He's right at his heel.
I don't think Springer knows it.
Oh, he's trying to sniff at him. Matt, he shot him. Poor little dog, he didn't do anything.
I'll be back, Kitty.
Well, what do you want, Marshal? It's just a dog.
Did you think he was going to bite you, Springer?
It might have. How do I know? I don't know what it was. Could have been anything.
Or anybody.
I knew it wasn't a man.
But you just said
Who
it.
cares what I said? That dog shouldn't have been sniffing around.
Not around you, that's for sure.
Well?
Why don't you go get a drink, Springer? I think you need one.
I don't drink, Marshal. Never.
Huh? You don't have any vices, do you?
Marshal. Nothing. Go ahead.
Matt, is he crazy or something?
I don't know, Kitty.
Well, he's the meanest man I ever saw.
He didn't shoot that dog out of meanness.
No? Why then?
He's jumpy.
Well, if he's that jumpy, nobody need worry about him.
He's more dangerous now than the way everybody tells me he used to be.
What do you mean?
Suppose instead of a dog sniffing at his heel, it had been a man who just happened to bump into him.
I'd hate to be the man. He'd probably get killed.
That's right.
Then Springer shouldn't be carrying a gun, Matt.
Yeah, I know.
Well, Why don't you take it off him or run him out of town?
If I did that, whoever's paying him would just hire another gunman, Kitty. The only way to stop this killing is to find out who that is.
Well, I hope you do, before it's too late.
That night, I had Chester follow Springer around, keep an eye on him. But all he did was to buck the faro bank for a few hours and then go to bed earlier than the most respectable citizens. The next day, Chester went back to trailing him while I sat in the office and tried to figure a way to trap him into telling me who'd hired him. By mid-afternoon, I was no further than when I'd started. The only idea I had was to choke it out of him.
Hey, Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, what is it, Chester?
That doggone Nate Springer, he almost shot a girl over there.
What?
A girl over at the Alphaganza.
What do you mean he almost shot her?
Well, sir, he stayed in his room all morning till just before noon.
Never mind that. What about the girl?
That's what I'm getting to. And then just after noon, he went over to the Alphaganza and started gambling. He was sitting at a table in the corner with his back against one of them wooden windows.
Uh-huh.
Well, one of the girls that works there, well, I guess she needed some air, so she slipped in behind Springer's chair and started pushing on that shutter.
It's a wonder she got that far.
He was raking in a pot. But when he heard her, I never seen a man move so fast, Mr. Dillon. Why, that poor girl near fainted the way he jumped around at her.
She's lucky she didn't get shot.
He had his 6-gun stuck right in her face. He was within a hair of letting go of that hammer. And then when he saw who it was, oh, he started cussing her something fierce.
Well, he's getting worse.
He's going to kill somebody, sure, acting that way.
Yeah.
And it won't even be the one he come here to kill. Oh, fancy him about to shoot a woman.
Well, I guess I can't wait any longer, Chester.
What you going to do?
I'm going to try to shame him first. If that doesn't make him talk, I'm going to have to run him out of town.
L&M is best. Stands out from all the rest. L&M's got everything.
Everything?
Everything.
Best flavor?
L&M stands out for flavor. The miracle tip draws easy. Lets you enjoy all the taste.
Best filter?
L&M stands out for effective filtration. No filter compares with L&M's pure white miracle tip for quality or effectiveness.
Best tobacco?
Highest quality tobaccos. Low nicotine tobaccos. L&M tobaccos. Light and mild. Every way, L&M is best. Stands out from all the rest.
How easy they draw. How mild they are. L&M's got everything.
King size or regular, L&M is America's best filter tip cigarette.
Mr. Dillon, I can't help thinking all your friends who told you about Nate Springer was mighty poor judges. He's about the uncoolest gunman I ever saw.
I agree about that, Chester.
Who told you about him last?
I don't remember. Been 2 or 3 years.
Well, maybe it was just a lot of rumor. You know how talk gets started sometimes.
Wyatt Earp was the first man who told me about him.
Oh?
Look, when we get inside here, you go to the bar and stay there, huh?
Yes, sir. There he is, Mr. Dillon.
I see him.
All right, sir.
Springer? Springer, come over here.
You're interrupting my game, Marshal.
Your game's over, Springer, for good.
What's that mean?
Get out of Dodge.
What?
If you've been paid in advance, you better give him his money back. You're not going to earn it.
You're saying I ain't?
It's an hour to sundown. You'll be out of town before dark.
It's a long time since a man's talked to me like that, Marshal.
How long's it been since a dog scared you into shooting him? Or since you drew on a woman, huh? You lost your nerve, Springer. You ain't gonna kill anybody.
Shut up.
Yeah, I'll shut up. If you tell me who hired you.
No.
Then who are you supposed to kill?
I won't tell you.
Okay, I didn't think you would. But you'll be out before dark, Springer. And don't ever come back. Ever.
Oh, hello, Matt.
Doc?
Yeah, what are you standing out here for? Why aren't you inside with your feet on your desk the way you usually are?
I'm waiting for somebody, Doc.
Oh? Oh, you sound serious.
It's Nate Springer. He's got about 20 minutes to leave town.
Oh, is that so? Well, finally had to come around here, then.
He's still in the Alafraganza over there. If he doesn't come out before dark, I'm going in after him.
Yeah. Oh, here comes somebody, then.
Huh? No, that's Chester.
Oh, yes. So it is. Is there going to be a shooting, man?
I doubt it, Doc. Springer's already back down.
Well, you never know. I'm going to get my things ready just in case.
Sure, Doc.
Hey, Mr. Dillon, I thought I'd better come tell you.
What, Chester?
Springer's been bellied up at that bar for the last half hour.
He has?
He's been taking on one glass after another.
Doc was right. You never know.
What?
He's getting ready to use his gun, Chester. And I'm going over and stop him.
Hey, look. You just come out.
Yeah.
He's headed this way.
You stay here.
Marshal,
I thought you didn't drink, Springer.
I never did before.
Well, you started too late. You haven't time to find your man. You're leaving town.
I've found him.
What?
You I'm going to kill.
Who hired you, Springer?
Let's draw, Marshal. I feel like it now. Let's draw.
Don't be a fool. You're drunk.
Not that drunk. I can kill you. And I'll be all right again. Now?
No! You shouldn't have tried it, Springer.
I had to.
Why?
Yuma prison. 2 years. I come out scared. Lost my nerve in that prison.
Then why did you take this job?
I had to.
Who hired you, Springer?
I did, Marshal. I hired me. I had to face somebody like you to get my nerve back. Don't you understand?
Yeah. Yeah, I understand.
It didn't work.
No.
And I paid everything I had for it. It cost me everything in the world.
Springer.
And now our star, William Conrad.
Thank you, George. If you're a filter tip smoker, you should be smoking L&M's. When you try L&M's, the first thing you'll notice is how mild they are, how easy they draw. With L&M's pure white miracle tip, you enjoy all the taste. Try L&M's today. You'll like them.
Gunsmoke, produced and directed by Norman McDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Our story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Sound patterns by Tom Hanley and Ray Kemper. Featured in the cast were John Daner and Harry Bartell. Harley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty.
Stop. Start smoking with a smile with Chesterfield. Smiling all the while with Chesterfield. Put a smile in your smoking, just give 'em a try. Light up a Chesterfield, they satisfy.
Put a smile in your smoking. Buy Chesterfield. So smooth, so satisfying. Chesterfield. You'll also enjoy Chesterfield's great radio shows. Perry Como sings all the top tunes on CBS Radio every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. Jack Webb stars in Dragnet on Tuesday nights. Check your local listings. Remember, listen again next week for another transcribed story of the Western frontier when Marshal Matt Dillon, Chester Proudfoot, Doc, and Kitty, together with all the other hard-living citizens of Dodge, will be with you once more. It's America growing west in the 1870s. It's drama. It's Gunsmoke. Brought to you by L&M Filters.
Lost in Brazil invites you on an unforgettable journey, where every moment is an adventure waiting to be discovered. Join us as we uncover the soul of Brazil, one incredible experience at a time. Click on the link and The Ultimate Brazilian Odyssey.
You came to me with a gun. You call it righteousness. Call it by its right name. Murder.
Have Gun. Will Travel. Starring Mr. John Daner as Paladin. San Francisco, 1875. The Carlton Hotel. Headquarters of the man called Paladin.
Oh, Miss Wong.
Oh, Mr. Paladin.
I'm sorry I frightened you, didn't I?
Yes, I was going to knock on your door, and all of a sudden you come out. Oh, you surprised Mr. Wong.
You're making the rounds a little early this morning, aren't you?
Yes, many extra rooms to be cleaned for new guests. Big convention for railroad men begins today.
Oh, that's right. I'd forgotten.
Right.
Looks like I'll miss all the excitement.
Where you going, Mr. Paladin?
To Greenwood.
Oh, is that a long way from San Francisco?
No, not far. It's about 30 miles.
Well, then maybe you come back before convention ends.
Miss Wong, if it's like that last convention we had at the Carlton, I'd just as soon stay away until it's over.
Oh, it's, Mr. Wong, remember, plenty noisy, huh?
I'll say it was.
I'll say it was. Oh, me. Mr. Wong, remember something else, too.
What's that?
They make plenty big mess in rooms.
Yeah, I'll bet.
I'll bet.
Well, that stage will be leaving in a few minutes. I better get downstairs. Now, don't work too hard, Miss Wong.
Yes, you have a nice trip, Mr. Paladin.
Thank you.
For some years now, we've been asking you to send your dollars to CARE to help the hungry and needy overseas. Here's what some of those dollars have done. They've bought milk and sterilization equipment so that 100,000 school children in Israel can have a glass of milk every day. Thanks to this equipment, Israel is now providing its own milk for these children, so the next CARE dollars can go to help another needy area. Your CARE dollars have sent medical instruments and laboratory equipment to a new small hospital being built in the Philippines. This hospital will bring the first medical care to this area in centuries. CARE dollars have furnished farm tools, building machinery, cotton cloth, and other needs, so that refugees in Vietnam could erect 27 villages. But there's much more to be done, and many more people to be helped in all parts of the world. Won't you continue to help? Won't you continue to send your dollars to CARE, New York 16, New York?
It had been 2 years since I'd seen Clem Brady, the sheriff of Greenwood. Now he was asking for my help. His letter seemed urgent. I welcomed the opportunity to renew his friendship and to get away from San Francisco for a few days. Clem wasn't in his office when I arrived, so I went over to the local dining room for a late midday meal and a cup of coffee. The place was empty, except for a young couple sitting on the other side of the room. A rather unusual couple. The girl, the most strikingly beautiful young lady I'd ever seen. My admiration must have been fairly obvious, for at one point she returned an embarrassed smile. This prompted her escort to step over to my table.
Hey, you.
Yes?
Keep your eyes off my girl.
I suppose I was staring, but no harm intended.
You're new here, ain't you?
That's right.
Well, let me warn you. Don't be flirting with her again.
I wasn't flirting.
Call it what you like. Just remember what I said.
Now, you look, mister. Hey, Clem Brady.
How are you? They told me you were by the office. What's going on here?
Oh, this young man and I were just having a friendly conversation.
It looked to me like he was about to tear at each other's throat. What's the matter, Sam?
Nothing, Sheriff. Nothing at all. I didn't know he was a friend of yours.
Just a misunderstanding, Clem. I was admiring the young lady over there, and he got the wrong impression.
Sam, I've told you time and again you're going to get yourself in a pack of trouble if you don't stop being so hard-nosed jealous. You got to be careful, boy. Yeah, I guess I was in the wrong again, Sheriff. Sorry.
Remember what I say, Sam. That boy protects her like a banty rooster. Maybe he's got a good reason. She's quite a beauty.
Ain't she, though?
Well, sit down, Clem. Have a cup of coffee with me.
Yeah, might as well.
We'll get you a cup if that waiter ever comes out of the kitchen.
Oh, he'll be out. Oh, it sure is good to see you, Paladin. I didn't know whether you'd be able to come or not.
Why not? About time we met up again.
Bye, Sheriff.
Hello, Sheriff Clem.
Hello, Martha Nell.
My, she is a charmer.
Yeah. It's pitiful, though.
Pitiful?
Well, she's part of the reason I asked you to come up here.
How's that?
It was her husband that was killed.
Oh?
Not more than 6 weeks ago. Just a boy, Paladin, barely turned 20. Sure set this town on its haunches. Oh, I got pressures all around me to clear this up.
How did it happen?
Well, the boy had been gambling at the saloon. He'd won a lot of money and left the table around midnight. Was ambushed in an alley about a block away.
Robbed?
Yeah. Poor kid was from back east. Him and Martha Nell had just been here a couple of months. So far, there hasn't been one lead I could nail down.
What about the men who lost money to him that night?
Well, every one of them has a good alibi.
Well, maybe it was a stranger passing through, saw the boy winning, and then waited for him to leave.
I don't think so. We don't have many visitors in this town, especially on a Monday night. And that's when it happened. Oh, I'm sure it was somebody right here in town.
Do you think he's still here?
Nobody's left town or acted suspicious or anything.
How'd the girl take it?
Pretty bad at first. But Sam's been a lot of help to her.
Yeah, how does he figure in this?
Well, he'd known her husband back east. He's the only one they knew when they came out to settle here. After the killing, he sort of took charge. He's done a good job of it, too. From the looks of things, they'll probably end up getting married. Sam's a nice boy, except he's a little hot-headed.
Where do I start, Clem?
The main thing is to get to know the people that was in the saloon that night. Maybe with a fresh mind on it, you might discover something I've overlooked.
Was the boy in the habit of gambling?
No, that's just it. It was the first time anyone ever knew of him visiting the saloon. Martha Nell can tell you about that.
Well, then I should go have a talk with her first.
That's a good idea. She works over at the general store.
Right.
Well, if I'm going to have a cup of coffee with you, I'd better go in the kitchen and get it myself.
Your change, Mrs. Butler.
Well, thank you, Martha Nell. Bye.
Bye. I'm sorry she took so long, Mr. Paladin.
That's all right.
Now, I've forgotten the last question you asked.
Yes, you were going to tell me why your husband went to the saloon that night.
Yes, well, it was kind of a celebration for Roy. He'd gotten his first paycheck from the freight office, and I'd just gotten my job here at the store. Seemed that everything was beginning to come our way. He and Sam came by for me when the store closed, and the three of us went over to the dining room. Roy bought us the biggest steak suppers on the menu.
Your husband worked with Sam at the freight office?
Yes, Sam got him the job there.
What happened after supper?
Well, Roy wanted to buy Sam a celebration drink, so they took me back to the rooming house and left to go to the saloon. That's the last time I saw Roy alive.
Why didn't Sam come home with them?
Roy was having such good luck at the gaming tables, he didn't want to leave. So Sam came on back to the rooming house.
Well, does he live at the same place you do?
He did then. He had the room across the hall from ours.
Uh-huh.
When he came back, he knocked on my door and told me Roy'd be home later. It wasn't more than an hour after that when Sheriff Clem came and told me what had happened. Oh, Sam.
Hi.
You got off early?
Yeah. Thought maybe we could take a ride out to Willow Grove.
All right, but you'll have to wait till we close. I have to lock up tonight.
You, buying up the store, Mr. Paladin?
Sam.
Well, he's been in here long enough.
Do you keep tabs on everybody who comes into this store, Sam?
There ain't much going on in Greenwood that I don't know about.
especially when it concerns Martha Nell.
Sam, Mr. Paladin was just asking me some questions about Roy's murder. He's helping Sheriff Clem.
Look, Paladin, Sheriff knows as much about this as Martha Nell does. Now, you let him give you all the answers. There's no need for you to get her all upset. It's better she forget about this whole thing.
I don't mind answering questions, Sam, if it'll help them find the killer.
I know what's best for you. Just let me handle it.
Oh, Sam.
You may be right, Martha Nell. I guess I did take up quite a bit of your time.
I didn't mind, really, Mr. Paladin.
Well, thanks anyway. Perhaps I'll be seeing you again before I leave town. Good day.
Goodbye.
Have a commander. Welcome aboard.
Try new king-size Philip Morris Commanders. New because the tobacco in them is vacuum cleaned. And the cleaner the tobacco, the better it tastes. Yes, the cleaner the tobacco, the better it tastes. Philip Morris Commanders are made by a new kind of machine, the Mark 8, that takes rich, full-flavored tobacco and first gently vacuum cleans it, then rolls the cigarette fully, evenly, cuts the ends clean and firm. The result is new Philip Morris Commanders with the cleanest tobacco ever rolled in a cigarette. Try a pack. You'll get a full, round, king size of solid smoking pleasure because the cleaner the tobacco, the better it tastes. Noticeably better.
Have a commander. Welcome aboard.
I spent the first 2 days in Greenwood getting acquainted with the men who had been at the poker table with Martha Nell's husband the night he was killed. As far as I could determine, Sheriff Brady was right. They all had good alibis. And they were all anxious to help us find the man who did it. I also spent a couple of hours each night in the saloon, talking to the regulars and to the barkeep.
No, sir, Mr. Paladin. If there'd been a stranger in here that night, I'd have remembered. Strangers stick out like sore thumbs in this town. Care for another drink?
No, thank you. Has there been any suspicious rumors about who could have done it?
Not that I've heard.
Oh, Paladin.
Hi. Hello, Clem.
Where you been all day?
Out in the countryside, talking to some of the men who were in here that night.
Care for a drink, Sheriff?
Yeah. Make it rye, Barney.
Yes, sir.
What'd you find out?
Same thing you did. Nothing new.
Yeah, it's a tough one, all right.
Sheriff?
Oh, thanks. Yep.
Clem, let me ask you something. We've been going on the basis that he was killed for the money, a robbery. Now, could there have been any other reason?
Well, he was robbed.
Yeah, I know. But did he have a run-in with anybody?
No,
or
He was just a newcomer. Like I told you, him and his wife had only been here a couple of months. Just happy little lovebirds trying to get a start in life. It was robbery, pure and simple.
Tell me more about this boy, Sam. Would he have any reason?
Not likely. He was Roy's best friend.
I know, but he's also pretty cozy with Roy's wife now that he's dead.
Well, I suppose you could make something out of that if you wanted to. But it's a natural thing to happen. I'll admit it crossed my mind at one time, but don't forget he was in bed when it happened.
How can you be sure?
When I went over to give Martha Nell the bad news, he came out of his room across the hall.
Yeah?
Said he heard the commotion. He'd been in bed all right.
Did she also tell you that he stopped by earlier to tell her that Roy was still at the saloon?
She did. And that was proof enough to eliminate him when it did cross my mind.
It's been a long day, Clem. I think I'll go back to the hotel and get some sleep.
All right, Paladin. I'm going to stay here for one more drink, and I'll be doing the same.
I'll see you in the morning. Good night.
Good night.
Are you...
What happened?
Somebody took a shot at me. They ran down that alleyway.
A couple of you men look down there, see if you can find anybody. You hurt bad?
No, I don't think so.
Can you walk up to your room?
Yeah, sure.
Somebody go get the doctor. Tell him to meet us at the hotel.
Okay, sure.
Let me give you a hand, Paladin.
Right.
Oh, there you are, mister. That ought to do it.
Thanks, Doctor.
Now, you keep your arm not sling for a few days. You'll be all right.
Good. Clem, did your men find anybody?
No. Not a soul.
That's too bad.
Well, good night, gentlemen.
Night, Doctor.
Night, Doctor.
You come by the office tomorrow, Mr. Paladin. I'd like to take another look at your arm.
I'll do that, Doctor. Thank you. Well, Clem, whoever shot me could very well be the same man we're looking for.
Yeah, but I can't figure out what they'd have against you.
Well, maybe I've asked a few too many questions the last couple of days.
But you don't have any ideas?
Nope.
Well, I'll let you get some rest. Maybe we'll come up with something in the morning.
I'll give it a lot of thought.
Good night.
Good night, Clem. Who is it?
It's me, Martha Nell. May I come in?
Sure. Here, let me turn up the light.
No, leave it low. Someone may see us.
It's kind of late for you to be out alone, isn't it?
Well, I heard what happened. I wanted to see if you were all right.
I was very thoughtful, but that isn't the only reason you came, is it?
What do you mean?
You want to tell me about Sam, don't you?
Well, yes, I guess I should.
You've been covering for him. He's the one that killed your husband.
How did you know?
Why haven't you told the sheriff, Martha, now?
I've been too afraid.
Wait a minute. Did someone follow you here?
Not that I know of. Why?
There's somebody outside my door.
Sam.
Get over behind that chest.
Don't open the door, Mr. Paladin.
Huh?
Keep quiet. Don't open the door.
You give me that gun.
Don't move or I'll shoot.
Come in.
Sheriff!
Watch it, Clem. Get down. You all right, Clem?
Yeah. Yeah, what's going on in here?
Well, Martha Nell pulled a gun on me. Martha Nell.
I'm not a very good shot.
If you were, you would have killed me tonight in the alley. That was you, wasn't it?
Yes.
Martha Nell.
Yes, it was me, Sheriff. I killed Roy, too.
What?
Yes, I killed Roy. Then I took his money to make it look like he was robbed.
But why?
Roy would never let me leave him. It was the only way I could have Sam.
Does Sam know?
No. When he came back that night and went to his room, I slipped out and waited till Roy left the saloon. Everything worked out just as I hoped it would until you came into town. Started stirring things up again. I wish you hadn't done that, Mr. Paladin.
I'll go get the doctor.
It's too late, Clem. She's dead.
Oh, no. What a pity.
Yeah.
I can't believe a pretty little thing like that would shoot her own husband. Why would she do it?
Like she said, She was in love with Sam.
Just doesn't make sense.
Love can do strange things, Clem. Especially to a young girl like her.
Here we are, Mr. Paladin.
Thank you, driver.
Yes, sir. My pleasure. Good day.
Oh, Mr. Paladin.
Well, hello, hey boy.
Hey, boy, I wonder when you come back. Here, I take your suitcase.
Thank you.
Oh, why you got sling on your arm?
Oh, just a little accident, nothing serious.
Oh, that's good. You come home just in time.
Oh, in time for what?
To miss our big railroad convention. Everybody left last night.
Hey, boy, that's the best news I've had all week.
Yes, sir. I thought you'd be happy to know.
How's Miss Wong holding up?
Oh, not so good. She not come to work today. All tired out. But she'll be back tomorrow.
I warned her not to work too hard. Hey, boy, take my suitcase up to the room, will you please? I'm going to stop in the bar and get a drink. My throat's a little dusty.
Yes, sir. Mr. Paladin.
What?
There's a very pretty young lady in there. She told her boy she'd like to meet you sometime. Maybe you have a drink with her?
Oh? How pretty?
Oh, very pretty and very young. You'll see her.
Well, hey, boy, this may come as a surprise to you. But today, I'm not interested in the very pretty and the very young.
If you're having Thanksgiving at your house this year, with loads of relatives expected, then make double certain you pick up a pack or two of Sylvania Blue Dot flashbulbs when you're out doing your big Thanksgiving grocery shopping. Pictures taken with Sylvania Blue Dots will help make this Thanksgiving a day to remember forever. And don't forget, only with Flash do you get all the sharp, clear details, day or night, anytime, anywhere, with any camera. And incidentally, right now, your dealer is making this special offer. With the purchase of just a pack of Sylvania Blue Dot flashbulbs, the world's largest selling brand, you'll get a lavishly illustrated 32-page flash guidebook called It's Easy to Take Better Flash Pictures, loaded with helpful hints and tips, suggestions and secrets of expert photographers. This book shows you the right flashbulb for every kind of film. Yes, this book will help you take the best Thanksgiving pictures you've ever taken. So hurry. Thanksgiving is this Thursday. Get your Sylvania Blue Dot flashbulbs now. Have Gun, Will Travel. Created by Herb Meadow and Sam Rolfe, is produced and directed in Hollywood by Frank Paris and stars John Daner as Paladin, with Ben Wright as Hey Boy and Virginia Gregg as Miss Wong. Tonight's story was specially written for Have Gun, Will Travel by Mr. Paris. Featured in the cast were Jack Moyles, Sam Edwards, Charlie Lung, Bartlett Robinson, and Ann Whitfield. This is Hugh Douglas inviting you to join us again next week when CBS Radio presents Have Gun, Will Travel.
Thank you for visiting Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Please support our veterans by visiting Veterans Radio Ministry. Together we can honor their great sacrifice. Thank you.
Kellogg's, the greatest name in cereal. Cereals presents
Wild Bill Hickok! Hiya, folks. Hold on to your hats and pass those Kellogg's Sugar Pops. Because here comes Guy Madison as Wild Bill Hickok and his pal Jingles, which is me, Andy Devine. We've got another rootin' tootin' Wild Bill Hickok adventure story for you. From the cereal you can eat out of the bowl or out of the box, there's cereal with the sweetening already on it, Kellogg's Sugar Pops!
Today, Kellogg's Sugar Pops, the cereal with the sweetening already on it, brings you Wild Bill Hickok, transcribed in Hollywood and starring Guy Madison as Wild Bill and Andy Devine as his pal Jingles. In just 30 seconds, you'll hear the exciting story, The Secret of the Iron Door. Before we do another thing, kids, what do you say we all get some Kellogg's Sugar Corn Pops handy where we can reach out and grab a handful to munch on? I've got my Kellogg's Sugar Pops right here. How about you? Believe me, Wranglers, they sure are powerful tasty. So sweet and crisp and crunchy. Now hurry and get some, because the show's just about to start. Here we go. Adventure dogged the footsteps of United States Marshal Wild Bill Hickok and his faithful saddle partner Jingles. Even a casual invitation to visit an old friend might send them thundering along a Gunsmoke trail in a fight to the finish with desperate outlaws, as happened to be the case in The Secret of the Iron Door.
Had enough to eat, Jingles?
Yeah, Bill. I got my belt let out to the last notch, huh? Sure appreciate you paying the check, Bill.
That's all right. Let's go.
Ooh, Bill. Man sure does have a different outlook on life when he's had a good meal, don't he?
Sure makes things look rosy, all right.
All right, Bill. Hey, Bill. Ain't that old Colonel Chandler getting on his horse down the street?
Chandler? Yeah, Jingles, it is.
Doggone, I ain't seen him since the war. He used to sell horses to our outfit.
Well, let's catch him before he gets away.
Catch him? No, I'll fetch him. Stand where you are. I wasn't champion hog collar in East Sidelia for nothing. Hey, Colonel Chandler! Here, Colonel Suey!
Jingles, what are you doing?
Oh, excuse me. Forgot myself. Oh, Colonel Chandler!
That's enough. He's headed this way.
Sure, I could have brought him in from the other side of that mountain range without half trying.
Well, I'll be dogged if it isn't Wild Bill and old Shoefly Jingles. Howdy, Colonel Chandler.
Shoefly?
Sure, Jingles. Remember how you used to sing Shoefly Don't Bother Me when you were in the cavalry?
Yeah, almost forgot. Pretty good, too, huh?
Yeah, it's been a long time since I saw you boys.
That's right, Colonel. Still got your horse range?
Sure. You'll both have to come out and see me. We'll do that, Colonel.
Yeah, we better get moving, Colonel. We want to get to Two Springs before sundown.
All right, Curly, but first meet two old friends of mine. Gents, this is Curly Dodge, my foreman. The big one's Jingles, Curly, and, well, you've heard plenty about the other one, Wild Bill Hickok.
Howdy.
Yeah, I heard what a big blowhard Hickok is. Too bad I had the misfortune to drift along, sir.
Curly!
Why, you sawed-off excuse for...
Hold it, Jingles, hold it. Colonel Chandler, it seems to me your foreman has taken a mighty lot for granted. Curly, you got no call to talk that way to Wild Bill.
I says he's a blowhard. I reckon I can prove it.
You're making a mistake, Curly. I don't look for trouble, mister, but if you've got anything to prove, fill your hand.
Maybe I'll just do that, Hickok.
Well, I reckon he proved something all right, Colonel. Proved just what long ears he's got.
All right, Curly. You got the gun shot right out of your hand. Now head on up the road. I'll catch up to you.
You got a lucky shot, Hickok. You better not cut my trail again. It won't be healthy for you.
Well, now, ain't he a rough gent?
Sorry, Bill. Had no idea he'd get off the reservation like that. Think nothing of it, Colonel. We'll ride out to see you tomorrow. I'll take another look at him. Something tells me that Trouble is that gent's middle name.
Well, I'll be a lop-eared, bow-legged maverick. Some low-down, two-legged critter stole my Kellogg's sugar corn pops.
Saddle your horses and unlimber your shooting irons, men. Let's go after the... Uh-oh. Wait a minute. I just remembered something. Wasn't any two-legged critter who stole my Kellogg's Sugar Pops. It was me. I ate 'em up last night before I rolled into my bunk bed. Mighty good thing I got me another couple of boxes of 'em down in the chuck wagon. Now let that be a lesson to you, saddle waddies. Always keep an extra box or two of these good golden corn nuggets stowed away, just so you're never out of 'em when you want 'em most. Come on now, join in singing our little Sugar Pop song.
Yippee! Sugar Pops.
They're sugar-coated, taste so sweet. Just pour on some milk.
Boy, they're neat.
Kellogg's Sugar Corn Pops. Sugar Pops are tops. Now Sugar Pops, you know are sweet.
But cowboys know there's an extra treat.
Right out of the box, take a handful out. Pop 'em into your mouth as you run about. Kellogg's Sugar Corn Pops. Sugar Pops are tops.
Say, listen, men. Don't break up camp now, because a little later I'm going to give you the lowdown on how to get Wild Bill Hickok's treasure map and secret guide.
A chance meeting with an old friend, Colonel Chandler, brings Wild Bill Hickok and Jingles an invitation to visit the Colonel's horse ranch and a sudden gunfight with Curly Dodge, the Colonel's foreman. With trouble hanging in the air like a black cloud, Bill and Jingles ride toward the Chandler ranch the next afternoon.
Oh, shoot fly, don't bother me. Shoot fly, don't bother me. Oh, shoot fly, don't bother me. I belong to Company B. Oh, shoot fly, don't...
Now, who's that?
Bill, look! The redcoats are coming!
I say, you chaps, out of my way. Stay here!
Oh, watch out. Hey, Jingles, pull Joker down or he's going to throw you.
I can't. He's got his head. Whoa, Joker. Whoa!
Oh, watch out. Whoa. Hey, partner, you hurt?
Oh, sure I'm hurt. I'm busted in 1,000 places. Doggone that hoorah galoot in that red coat. What was he yelling about anyway?
Take it easy, Jingles. Here he comes back.
I say that now. Whoa! Yeah, I'm justly sorry to have caused you to come a cropper, old turnip.
Well, what were you riding and yelling through here like a Comanche on the warpath for anyhow?
Fox hunting. Great sport, you know. These coyotes are not like the foxes we have in merry old England, but they do keep me fit.
My name's Hickok, mister. This is my partner, Jingles.
Oh, how'd you do?
Achoo, you're so huge.
Wait, old bean. Hickok? Well, you're not the famous Wild Bill Hickok.
Why not?
Some folks call me that.
Oh, I'm Sir Reginald Hardwick, His Majesty's horse. Colonel Chandler told me about you. I say, Hickok, you're famous, you know. Deuced hero, quite. Pictures in the London Times and all that sort of thing.
Sure, he's my partner.
Yeah, and who are you?
Me, I'm his partner. Ain't I, Bill?
That's right.
You see?
And by the way, Sir Reginald, did the colonel get back yet?
Back? Then you haven't heard?
Heard what?
Chandler's manager. Foreman, I believe you called it over here. Found the colonel's horse, empty saddle. Bloomin' tragedy it was. Very mysterious. Happened this morning. Colonel's dead, Hickok.
Well, yonder's the colonel's ranch house, Bill.
Yeah. Sir Reginald, you said it was Curly found the colonel's horse.
Quite so. The animal cantered into the corral, you know, his horse was with.
Had you closed your deal with the colonel for his horses?
No, bloomin' nuisance, too. Now, this Curly person has increased the price to 2,000 pounds.
Pound? 2,000 pounds of what?
That means Curly's asking almost $10,000, partner.
Quite so.
Curly's only the foreman. If the colonel's dead, how can Curly make a deal?
Oh, the beggar's got a letter signed by the colonel. Says Curly's empowered to operate the ranch and make any sale. Oh, there's Curly and his assistant cow laddie, Buck.
Watch that sidewinder, Bill.
Right. Who, Buck?
Whoa, Joker.
Hey, what is this? What are you doing here, Hickok?
Hickok? Curly, how come
Shut up, Buck. I'll handle this.
Colonel Chandler gave us an invitation to ride out today.
Well, the colonel ain't here, so you ain't welcome.
You are presuming, sir, Mr. Hickok and his associate are quite welcome as my guests.
You ain't gonna be here long either. I want that deal closed tonight in cash.
I will pay you my bank draft or nothing.
You ain't putting nothing like that over on me.
Seems to me you're mighty anxious to make that deal, Curly.
It ain't none of your business, Hickok. Now get off this ranch, or I'll fill you so full of lead it'll take 3 horses to drag you off.
Bill is gun.
Yeah, I see it, Jingles.
You heard me, Hickok. Get on them cayuses and make tracks.
Not till after you've answered a few questions, Curly.
Why, you...
Bill!
I say, Hickok, what a rapid draw. Shot the bloomin' pistol right out of his hand. Extraordinary.
Yes, sir, ain't it? No, you don't, Buck. Just stand hitched.
I ain't doing nothing.
Well, don't even think about doing it.
All right, Curly, you ready to talk?
Yeah. Yeah, I'll talk.
Then let's see that letter giving you the right to make deals.
Yeah. Here it is.
Says, to whom it may concern. If anything happens to me, my foreman, Curly Dodge, is authorized to run my horse ranch and make any deals he wants to.
Did the colonel sign it?
Yes, I know his handwriting.
And I guess it's legal.
Sure it is. Now you found out what you want to know, Hickok. You can be in your way.
Not so fast. What happened to the colonel?
An accident. Fell off his horse and hit his head. We found his horse right near him. Buried the old man where he fell.
Can you show us the grave?
I ain't going to... It's on the other side of the ranch, miles from here. That's all there is to it.
I see. So, Reginald, I think we'll accept your invitation to stick around, at least till I've satisfied my curiosity.
You sure picked on a bearcat when you tangled with Hickok.
Shut up. I'm trying to think.
Well, whatever you're thinking, you can count me out. I'm leaving. Hickok's wise to something.
You ain't going nowhere, Buck. You're staying here.
Cut that out. No, put that gun away.
Now, you listen to me, Buck. You're sticking through this with me.
But I ain't gonna...
Listen. Don't talk. We're gonna take the fancy talking dude's bank draft, get to the bank first thing tomorrow, and cash it. Then clear out.
What about Hickok and his deputy?
Yeah, we gotta find a way to get rid of him.
Oh, no, not me. I ain't tangling horns with Hickok.
All we gotta do is wait a chance. Now get out there and shadow him closer than a burr in a saddle blanket. First suspicious move he makes, come for me. Go on, get moving.
Bill Hickok, you ain't been doing nothing but sitting there all afternoon. What you thinking about?
That letter, Jingles.
Oh.
I could understand the colonel making a will and leaving the ranch to Curly or anybody else, but I don't believe he wrote that letter.
Yeah, but that ain't no will. It just says he can run the ranch and make deals.
But how do you explain the colonel's signature, Hickok?
That's the part that doesn't make horse sense.
Yeah, even a horse would have better sense than that.
Jingles, you're right.
Huh? What'd they say, Bill?
A horse would have better sense. That's it. Come on, partner. We'll ask a horse.
Now, Bill, makes sense. I ain't going out in the night to talk to no horse. Just ain't reasonable.
Horses are smarter than we are sometimes, Jingles. Did you tie Buckshot and Joker up by the corral?
Yeah, right by the gate. I was going to unsaddle them later.
Oh, good.
You going to ask Buckshot about that? Oh, now what am I saying? See, now you got me believing it.
No, I figured to ask the colonel's horse.
Oh, well, now I hadn't thought of that.
He's that big black with a white blaze near the far fence.
Yeah, sure shines in the moonlight, don't he? Kind of nervous, too.
It's that way, Jingles. Well, come on.
You ain't going to let him out, are you, Bill?
Sure. Wait till I get these bars down. There. All right, boy, you're free. Now, where do you want to go?
Bill, he's jumping out. There he goes, headed for the hill.
After him, Jingles. Steady there, Buckshot. All right. Get him, Buckshot. Go, boy. Ha!
Jump, Joker. You heard what Bill said. Ha, ha, ha!
Hey, Curly, where are you?
Yeah, Buck? Hey. What is it? You look like you just seen a stampede.
I did. Hickok let the colonel's horse out of the corral. He's headed out for the iron door.
Colonel's horse?
Yeah, and Hickok and Jingles hightailed it after him. We got to get out of here.
We sure have, Buck. This is a chance we've been waiting for.
You crazy? What are you talking about?
That horse is doing us a favor. With that keg of blasting powder set by the iron drawer, it'll be a cinch to get rid of Hickok and the rest of our troubles all at once. Oh, come on.
Well, here it is. Time for Panhandle Jim to give you the straight facts about Wild Bill Hickok's treasure map and secret treasure guide. Like I've been telling you, Wild Bill's treasure map shows, for instance, where Captain Kidd's pirate treasure is reported buried on Bailey Island off the coast of Maine, where the Jesse James gang is believed to have buried their holdup loot in Oklahoma. It also shows the probable location of lost Indian silver mines in Michigan, a lost diamond mine in Nevada, buried gold and silver bars in Georgia, an immense treasure of old gold coins in Kentucky, Spanish gold doubloons in Missouri, buried treasure of all kinds right in your own state, maybe even right in your own hometown or city. And along with the treasure map, you get Wild Bill Hickok's secret treasure guide, listing and describing where these and almost 300 other treasures are supposed to be hidden. Think of the fun and excitement of having a Wild Bill Hickok treasure map and secret guide to lost treasure. But if you want yours, Wranglers, you'll have to hurry. Time's a-wasting. Act pronto and send 25 cents in coin, along with your name and address, and one Kellogg's Sugar Pops box top to Kellogg's, Box 320, Battle Creek, Michigan. This offer is good only in areas permitting such offers.
Keeping close on the heels of Colonel Chandler's big black horse, Wild Bill Hickok and Jingles raced through the night. It was nearly an hour later that the big black headed for high ground.
Hey, Bill. He's climbing that hill ahead of us.
Yeah. Hi, Buckshot. We can't lose him now, boy.
Hey, Billy, stop.
Yeah. Well, maybe he's going to tell us what we want to know.
Oh, now, Bill, horses can't talk. You know that.
The Colonel's horse may be talking plainer than you think, partner. Whoa, Buckshot.
Whoa, Joker, whoa.
Hey, look at them pull that big iron door.
What's in there, in the side of the hill?
We're soon going to find out. All right, boy, you've done your work. Now it's our turn to take over.
Want a match, Bill?
Yeah. Hey, this looks like a lock.
Here you are. Hey, it is a lock.
Right. Stand back. I'll shoot it off.
That's it.
Now lift that bar and help me swing open this door.
Sure is a heavy one.
Hey, wait a minute. It opens in, not out.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's easier, huh, Bill? Hey, look, it's a cave.
You better strike another match, Jingles.
Yeah. Sure wish I had a candle or a lantern.
Who's there? Oh, I got a big rock.
Bill, did you hear that?
Colonel Chandler, is that you?
Yeah. Who are you?
Bill Hickok and Jingles. Are you all right?
Well, thank my lucky stars. How'd you find me?
Oh, that was easy, Colonel. We just asked your horse. Glad to see you're fit. Bill, how'd you know it was him?
Curly responsible for this, Colonel?
Yes, Bill. I never thought for a minute he was a low-down crook. I trusted him.
Bill, you mean Curly locked him in here?
That's right, Jingles. And he made me sign a paper so he could get the money from the sale of horses to Sir Reginald.
Why, that ornery thieving coyote. Wait till I get my hands on him. I'll tie his...
You'll never get your hands on nobody else, you big windbag. Huh? Bill, that's Curly.
He's closed the door. Come on. You low-life sidewinder, let us out of here.
You'll never get out of there alive, none of you.
Blasting powder set, Curly.
Good. Hickok, you're all going to be sealed up in there forever. This blasting powder will bring the whole mountainside down to cover this door for good.
Oh, doggone that Gila monster anyway.
It's got a long fuse, Hickok. So you got a lot of time to think about it. So long. Come on, Buck. Up, boy. Come on, sucker.
Well, now we ain't got a chance.
Oh, yes, we have, Jingles, if we hurry. Curly forgot something. Remember I said the door opened into this cave, not out?
Yeah, but I don't see...
I do. Hickok, you're smarter than a fox. The hinges.
Sure, the hinges are on the inside. And if that fuse is long enough to give us time, we can pound the pins out of the hinges.
And take the door off.
Well, then let's do it.
Get a rock and start on the bottom one, partner. I'll take the top one. Here, give us a little light over here, Colonel.
Here's a good rock. Bill, I sure hope that's a long fuse.
How you coming, Jingles?
Just a little more. How about you?
Same here. Look out below. Well, there's mine.
Just one or two more and...
That's it. Now, quick, let's pry it off.
Here, now, let me get in there, Bill. I'll get that dad-burned door off or bend it trying.
It's given, partner.
It's gotta give.
That's it. Good work, Jingles. Now let's crawl out of here. Well, come on, Colonel, run for it.
Look, Bill, that fuse is about to go.
All right, get down on the ground, flat.
I don't spread out very flat, Bill.
Cover your heads, quick.
Ooh, just think what we missed.
Yeah, and by not very much.
You boys saved my life. I'll never forget that.
We still got a couple of coyotes to corral, Colonel.
Yeah, ain't Curly and Buck gonna be surprised to see us.
All right, you old fossil. Stop stalling and ride out that bank draft.
I say, you can't force me to make this deal, you know. Your methods are too high-handed enough to make me change my mind.
What's he talking about, Curly?
He's just talking. Now, I'll give you 2 minutes to fill out that draft, Hardwick. Then I'll go...
Drop that gun, Curly.
Curly, it's Hickok. Don't shoot again, Hickok.
All right, Buck, stay where you are. Okay, Jingles, go in the door.
Now, you sidewinder, don't move. Come on in, Bill. I got him covered. Well, Sir Reggie, old radish, how's tricks?
You're almost too late to be impudent, Jingles, old thing. What kept you?
What kept us? Why, you white-haired old Billy Goat, we was doggone near buried alive.
Never mind, Jingles. We found Colonel Chandler, Sir Reggie.
We sure did, Reggie.
Chandler, old boy, you gave me quite a start returning from the grave and all that. Extraordinary. How did you do it?
Bill and Jingles dug me up.
Yeah, we sure did.
Well, let's say so long, Jingles, and take these two wranglers to jail. Guess our visit's over for this time.
Oh, I say now, Hickok, you can't just be a hero and push off like that. We should fire a salute and have a cup of tea or something. Something appropriate, you know.
Oh, now, it don't call for nothing like that, Sir Reggie, old squash. We do it every day, you know, quite. Things like this ain't so extraordinary when you ride with Wild Bill Hickok. Really, old bean.
And now, here are the stars of Wild Bill Hickok, Guy Madison and Andy Devine.
We'll be with you again on Friday, folks, with another Wild Bill Hickok story.
Yes, sir. Guy and all about a fight that went on for a copper mine in the Old West and a fellow we call the Terrible Cook. Be with us, will you?
And meanwhile, Andy and I hope you remember to ask Mom to get a big package of the cereal with the sweetening already on it, Kellogg's Sugar Pops.
In the bright yellow packages with the picture of Guy and me right on the front. Eat 'em out of the bowl for breakfast or right out of the box as a snack. Either way, you don't need sugar.
Andy and I think Sugar Pops are great, huh, Andy?
You bet we do.
So long, kids.
See you Friday.
Kellogg's, the greatest name in cereals, has brought you another exciting story of Wild Bill Hickok, starring Guy Madison and Andy Devine in person. Today's cast included Dick Ryan, Ken Christie, Tom Holland, Ted Von Eltz, and Jack Moyles. Our director is Paul Pierce, story by Larry Hayes, music by Dick Orant. This is a David Heyer production transcribed in Hollywood. Now, this is Charlie Lyon speaking for Kellogg's, the greatest name in cereals, reminding you to listen again on Friday, same time, same station, when Kellogg's Rice Krispies presents Wild Bill Hickok in The Terrible Cook.
Lost in Brazil invites you on an unforgettable journey where every moment is an adventure waiting to be discovered. Join us as we uncover the soul of Brazil, one incredible experience at a time. Click on the link in the description and embark on the ultimate Brazilian odyssey.
The National Broadcasting Company presents Joel McCrea in Tales of the Texas Rangers. Tonight, transcribed from Hollywood, another authentic reenactment of a case from the files of the Texas Rangers. Tales of the Texas Rangers, starring Joel McCrea as Ranger Jace Pearson. Texas, more than 260,000 square miles, and 50 men who make up the most famous and oldest law enforcement body in North America. Now, from the files of the Texas Rangers come these stories based on fact. Only names, dates, and places are fictitious for obvious reasons. The events themselves are a matter of record. Case for tonight, Joyride.
It is 9:40 p.m., December 3rd, 1946. The small town of Purdy, Texas is quiet and ready for sleep as a car turns off the state highway and into the main street. At the wheel of the car is a pimply-faced youth. Beside him, a young girl.
That car still behind us?
No, it kept right on the highway. What are you so jumpy about?
The way he was tagging us, I thought it might be the highway patrol.
You are getting chicken, ain't you, Chuck?
I ain't fixing to go back to no reform school, that's all.
Oh, stop worrying. This car ain't even reported stolen yet. You saw the owner go into the movie, didn't you?
Okay, Ruby, okay.
Fine joyride. Thought we was going to have fun. Ain't even got anything to drink.
I ain't got any money.
Didn't have no car either when we started. Ain't like you used to be, Chuck. We used to have lots of fun. Till you turn yellow.
Don't you go calling me that. I ain't got a gun, that's all.
I got one, Chuck, right here in my purse.
Where'd you get it?
Lifted it from my old man. What difference does it make where I got it, long as I got it? It's a liquor store up ahead, Chuck. See the sign?
I see it.
Can't hardly have a joyride without something to drink.
It's late. They roll up the sidewalks in a town like this. The place must be closed.
If it was closed, sign wouldn't be lit. Gonna stop or ain't you?
Sure, I'm gonna stop.
See? Storekeeper's still there. Can see him through the window.
Counting up money from his cash register.
Could have a real party with something to drink and some money.
Stay here. Keep the motor running. Give me the gun.
No, I'm gonna come in with you. I can handle the gun.
You crazy? Suppose he's got a gun, too.
Look, he's an old man. He wouldn't dare do nothing. Come on, Chuck. We can't just sit here.
You better not get rattled.
Look who's talking. You're coming, or ain't you?
All right, I'm coming. But be careful.
I always wanted to do something like this.
Shut up.
Oh, howdy.
Howdy.
Well, we're just fixing to close. Heard your car pull up outside. I thought it was my old lady coming to get me. What can I do for you?
I'd like a fifth of that bonded bourbon.
Oh, you would, huh? How old are you, son?
21.
19 would be closer, wouldn't it? Maybe a year less than that for your lady friend here.
I said I was 21.
All right, boy. We'll say you're 21. And we'll also say that I'm closed for the night. Now you can just run along. 40, 19, 20...
We ain't running any place, mister.
Now you just get... What? Where'd you get that gun?
I made it out of old bottle top, stupid. He told you what we want. It's on the top shelf. Get up on the stool and get it.
All right. Just don't go getting nervous with that thing.
Get the money out of the register, Chuck.
You got the money.
You ain't going to be happy about this when you see the inside of a jail.
Thanks for telling us. Because here's something you ain't going to be happy about.
No! Ruby! Ruby, you killed him!
I know, Chuck, I know.
Come on, we gotta get out of here.
No, that's what we come for. Grab a couple of bottles.
Ruby, are you crazy?
You're afraid, ain't you, Chuck? Get the bottles.
All right. Now, let's go.
wonder what it feels like, Chuck. I always wondered.
The body of Malcolm Barnes, proprietor of the liquor store, was discovered by his wife less than 5 minutes after the killing. Sheriff Frank Corcoran was summoned. He immediately phoned for the help of a Texas Ranger. Ranger Jace Pearson was assigned, arriving at the scene of the crime at 1 a.m. There's the Ranger.
Coming through, folks. Howdy, Frank.
Oh, howdy, Jace. Was hoping they'd send you. Here's a body.
He the owner of the store?
Yeah, Malcolm Barnes. Wife found him just like he is at about 10 to 10. Usually closed just before 10. She'd always come pick him up in their car. Doc figured it couldn't have happened more than just a few minutes before she got here.
Where's the doc?
Drove over to see about the funeral parlor. Body will be taken there for autopsy when we finish. I've had everything photographed. Cash register's been rifled.
Uh-huh. Shot through the back 3 times.
So watch out for that broken glass.
Yeah, I'm watching.
Place sure smells with all the bottles smashed. Alcohol dries up fast.
Yeah, left big stain rings, though. Puddled right out to here before it dried out. Any of your deputies or anybody pick up any of those bottles that are cracked or broken?
No, I got here right after Mrs. Barnes. Nobody's touched a thing. Why?
Well, floor is spotted past those stain marks. Look toward the door, a string of small spots, like something been carried that way, dripping.
Jace, I was careful to see that nothing was touched, that nobody stepped in where the liquor had been spilled.
Those spots might be a break for us then, because somebody carried a bottle out of here. It must have been cracked and leaking.
Mean the killer might have grabbed it up?
That's right. If it marked this floor, it'd mark the walk outside, too. Come on, let's take a look.
Spots run right to the door, all right. Lucky I told the deputies to keep everybody off the side of the place.
Yeah, careful where you step. I want to run a flashlight along the sidewalk here.
It's been mighty dry around here, Jace. Dust surface on the ground.
That'll help us. Yeah, it's here, all right. Look, little craters in the dust, dried out hollow.
Yeah, they only go a few feet. Marks end right here at the curb.
That tells us something. Whoever was carrying that bottle got into a car. They weren't on foot.
Tire tracks aren't going to help us. Mess of them all around from cars driving in and out.
I wish our killer had been on foot, Frank.
Why?
That'd point to somebody who came from close by. Somebody in the town.
Car doesn't rule that out.
No, but it sure broadens the field. I'm going to call Austin and have a lab crew sent in. If we're lucky, they might lift a fingerprint or something for us to work on.
That's a good idea. Phone in the store. Over there.
Uh-huh.
You got anything in mind for us while we're waiting?
Yeah, after I call Austin, I want to check with local officers in every town around here. I'm pretty sure the killer took liquor, and if he took it, he's going to drink it. We'll check on every case of drunk driving that turns up tonight in this county. Lights burned in the liquor store all through the night as the lab crew checked. Meanwhile, the sheriff and I covered more than 200 miles by car, investigating drunk driving cases reported by local constables and highway patrolmen.
Sun's coming up, Jace. We sure spent the night running into blind alleys. None of those drivers we saw could have been anywhere near Purdy at the time of the killing.
Well, our alibi's all checked out. Maybe the lab crew will have a lead for us when we get back to the liquor store.
Didn't you get some kind of report on the shortwave before while I was dozing? I kind of remember you talking.
Yeah. An order to phone headquarters for a ballistic report. Barnes was killed by a 38 police special.
Well, that's our first lead.
We need more than that before we can...
KTXA to Unit 10.
Yeah, that's us.
KTXA to Unit 10.
Unit 10 to KTXA. Go ahead.
Highway Patrol Unit 109 requests Unit 10 to proceed to junction of Ranch Road 23 and State Highway 19 west of Bartonville to examine stolen car recovered at that point.
10-4. Does Unit 109 think stolen vehicle may have connection with this unit's current investigation of murder?
Unit 109 reports liquor bottles found in abandoned vehicle.
10-4. Unit 10 heading for rendezvous with 109 immediately. We'll keep you informed.
10-4.
Unit 10, clear.
KTXA Austin.
Hold tight, Frank. Got to swing around.
Let's hope this is a break.
Better be. We need one. Highway Patrol Unit 109 was Tommy Manuelo's unit. We spotted his car, and he flagged us down near the junction of the ranch road. The stolen car he'd located was parked off the road in a small grove of trees.
I found it just before sunup, Chase. I was making the turnoff. My headlights reflected on the chrome. Just barely saw it. Then when I checked the license number, it was on my hot car sheet. Number came over by shortwave last night.
Now, what time last night this car was reported stolen?
I got the flash a little after 11 o'clock.
Barnes was killed before 10.
I know, but this car could have been missing from 8 o'clock on. Owner went to a picture show about that, and car was gone when it came out.
Where was the car taken from, Tommy?
Bartonville. Only 4 miles from here on the state.
About 60 miles from here to Purdy, Jace.
Yeah, but if the car was taken at 8 o'clock or a little after, the thief had plenty of time to drive to Purdy before 10 o'clock. KTXA said you found some liquor bottles in the car, Tommy.
Yeah, that's right. I'll show you. There you are. Empty fifth on the floor in the front seat, and there's one half empty there in the back.
I'll open the back door.
Government tax seal on that bottle isn't even broken.
No, I didn't notice that. Oh, how could they empty half of it without breaking the seal and pulling the cork?
The bottle must be cracked. Stain around it on the floor mat where it's been leaking. This is what we've been looking for, Jason.
Yeah. Pick the bottle up, Frank. Don't touch the glass. Lift it with your fingers pinched around the tax stamp.
Right. Grip's all right. Chip out of the bottom. Wonder why it didn't all empty out.
Well, would have the bottle been standing up instead of lying flat. It emptied down until the liquor was even with the place the bottle was cracked. Then it couldn't run anymore until you picked it up.
Might get some prints off it, or maybe the empty bottle in the front seat.
We can try. It's a cinch we're not going to get any from the steering wheel.
No, I noticed that right away. Not with the cloth cover around the wheel. Might get something from the dashboard or the inner door handles, but well, I don't know. Not often you pick up good prints on a car.
There's a piece of cleansing tissue on the floor there. Here.
Looks like lipstick stain on it.
That's what it is. Another little thing on the floor mat here.
Ah, gold bobby pin.
Yeah. Lipstick is kind of a light shade.
Could have been a woman in this, too, Jace.
Probably a blonde.
Of course, that bobby pin in the tissue might have come from the owner's wife or his girl.
Oh, I doubt that, Sheriff.
How come, Tommy?
Owner of the car's a colored man, Jace.
In just a moment, we will continue with Tales of the Texas Rangers, starring Joel McCrea as Ranger Jace Pearson.
3 chimes mean good times on NBC. In a short while, Theater Guild on the Air brings to radio listeners a delightful adaptation of Ring Lardner's famous comedy of the baseball world, Elmer the Great. Starring in the title role will be Hollywood favorite Paul Douglas, as a pitcher whose skill on the baseball diamond is exceeded only by his good nature and ability to attract trouble. That's later today for Elmer the Great, starring Paul Douglas, presented by Theater Guild on the Air.
We continue now with Tales of the Texas Rangers, and tonight's case, Joyride, an authentic story from the files of the Texas Rangers.
I put out a call for the lab crew to meet us at the stolen car when they finished checking the liquor store at Purdy. They joined us within 2 hours. Nothing had been found at the store that would help us, and it didn't take long to realize that we weren't going to get any evidence from the car or the bottles either.
Doesn't look like they're going to find anything, Jace.
If they don't, won't be their fault. No point in our hanging around here.
Want to drive back to Purdy now?
I think we'd do better if we drove into Bartonville.
Because the car?
It was stolen from Bartonville, then brought back here to a spot only 4 miles away from where it was taken. Figures that whoever stole it must live nearby, or the car would have been left someplace else.
Yeah, I'll go along with that. Let's try Bartonville.
Good. We're going to leave you, fellas. If you find anything, let us know by short wave.
Right.
Go long. Go long.
You going to try to run down that lipstick and bobby pin?
Gave Tommy Manuelo the tissue with the lipstick smear. It's been sent through to Austin. They'll establish the lipstick brand by chemical analysis. They'll also check on the manufacturer of the bobby pin.
Think it'll take long to get a report?
No, not long. Tommy may have it by the time we get into town. He'll be at the courthouse.
You got a plan mapped out?
Yeah, won't be too many places handling lipstick and bobby pins. We get the brand names, Tommy and I can check the stores and see if salesgirls remember any women who use that shade of lipstick or the pins.
What'd I do? Check into the hotel and get some sleep?
No. We got one more thing to look for. The gun that killed Barnes. Check with a constable and get a list of anybody he knows who might own a .38 police special.
Yeah, that might uncover something. May have some records of people who've had guns like that being picked up on minor charges in the past.
It's worth checking. We match the bullet that killed Barnes, and we can make some work for a 12-man jury. Tommy Manuelo had the information on the lipstick and bobby pin examined by the Austin lab. We started a check of drugstores and general merchandise outlets that carried the items. We couldn't get any concrete information from salesgirls or clerks.
Well, another drugstore on the next corner, Jace. Oh. You know, some of these sales clerks don't seem to have very long memories.
You can't blame them. Things we're tracing are both cheap items. Girl on her feet all day gets so she can't remember much except bunions.
I guess you're right. Well, I sure hope the sheriff is doing better than we are.
I hope so, too.
Hey, Jace, Tommy, wait up.
Hold it, Tommy. Here comes Frank now.
I've been tracking you for 20 minutes.
You finished checking already?
Yeah. And I come across something I think we ought to look into right away, Jace. There's a fella named Jim Hammer filed a report with a constable last night, just before midnight. Said a gun been stolen from his house, 38 police special.
Hey, isn't that what Barnes was killed with, Jace?
Yeah. Get any information on this Jim Hammer?
Yeah, sure did. He's night watchman around the cattle pens over to the auction barn. Told the constable he'd missed a gun when he was getting ready to go to work last night. Couldn't find it in the drawer he keeps it in.
You get Hammer's address?
Yep, 214 North Spruce.
Tommy, you keep checking the stores. We'll meet you at the courthouse later.
Right, Jace.
All right, Frank. I left my car on Main Street. Let's go.
Yeah?
I'd like to talk to Jim Hammer.
He ain't home.
You know where we can find him?
Over to the auction barn, maybe.
I thought he was the night watchman over there.
Yeah, he goes there during the day sometimes when there's a sale. There was auctioning this afternoon.
You look kind of young. You're not his wife, are you?
No, I'm his daughter, Ruby Hammer.
It's after 5 o'clock, Jace. Auction probably be over by now.
Yeah. You expect your father to come home to eat?
No, he'll probably spend some time chinning around the barn. And maybe get himself some grub in town and go right to work.
I see. I guess we might as well go over to the auction barn, Frank.
What'd you want to see my father about? Is it something about some stolen cattle or something like that?
Yeah, something like that. Thanks, miss. Bye.
Bye, Ruby.
Bye. If you miss my father, I'll tell him you was here.
Thanks. Where's the auction barn?
West end of town.
Jim Hammer wasn't hard to find. He was pointed out to us talking to cattlemen who'd bought stock at the auction and were waiting for a chance to load their purchases on their trucks at the end of a chute. We called him off to the side.
Well, Sheriff, Ranger, what can I do for you?
Constable says you had a gun stolen from your home last night.
Oh, that gun wasn't stolen at all.
Huh?
Reckon I just didn't look sharp enough last night. Found it this afternoon, but in a different drawer from where I usually keep it.
Is that the gun you're carrying right there in your holster?
Yeah.
You mean to say you just took a look in one drawer last night before coming to work and reported that gun stolen without being sure?
Well, I was sure last night. I reckon I just overlooked it, that's all.
It's pretty hard to overlook a 38 police special. You couldn't have looked very hard.
Well, I all but emptied the bureau out. I was in a hurry to get to work. I guess I just plain missed it, that's all. Ain't no reason for you to jump on a man.
You reported to the constable when you thought the gun was missing. Now, how come you didn't let him know you'd found it?
Well, I suppose I should have. I didn't think it was no rush. Besides, what's the harm? It's my gun, ain't it?
Let's have it.
Well, sure,
Don't you pull it. Just turn around. I'll take it myself.
Hey, what?
You said turn around.
Okay.
When'd you fire this gun last, Hammer?
I can't even remember the last time. Ain't had no call to fire it.
Haven't, huh? Smell this, Frank.
Yeah, it's been used all right not long ago.
You're crazy, I tell you. I ain't fired that gun in months.
Somebody has. You better come with us.
Come where with you?
To the courthouse, Hammer, until we check on a few things.
Check on what?
A liquor store owner named Barnes was killed last night in Purdy. Shot 3 times through the back by a 38 police special.
Are you trying to frame me for something? I was nowhere near Purdy last night.
We know you filed a report with the constable around midnight, Hammer. But where were you between 9 and 11 o'clock last night?
I was home, sleeping. My daughter can tell you that.
Well, go ahead, Hammer. What are you stopping for?
My daughter wasn't home. I just remembered she went out about 7 o'clock.
And nobody saw you during those hours, huh?
No, nobody. But I was home, I tell you. You gotta believe me. That gun ain't been fired.
If we're wrong, you got nothing to worry about. Come on.
Yeah, have to get that gun to your lab, Jace. Regular flight to Austin goes out in about 45 minutes.
Good. Boys in ballistics can test fire it and check the slug with the ones taken out of Barnes. If this is the murder weapon, they'll tell us.
I tell you, it can't be.
Our lab doesn't make any mistakes, Hammer. If you're telling the truth, there's a little test you can volunteer to take. We have a lab crew working nearby right now. I'll give you a diphenylman test.
What's that?
Just a matter of pouring a chemically treated wax on your hand. When they peel it off, it'll show traces of nitrate if you fired a gun recently.
I haven't, I tell you.
I heard you. Now I'd like to hear it from a lab man, just to be sure. We got the gun on the night plane to Austin. The stolen car had been brought into a garage in town. We waited for the lab crew to finish with it and then had one of the men go to work on Hammer's hands. By 10 p.m., we had the answers. 2 answers that didn't fit each other.
What are you keeping me here for, Ranger? You heard what the lab man said. My hands are clean. Wasn't no nitrate on them.
That doesn't settle everything, Hammer. While he had you in the next room going over your hands, I had a phone report from Austin on your gun.
You'd better talk up, Hammer. Your gun's been identified as a murder weapon.
That's a lie.
You weren't in bed at 10 o'clock last night. You and Purdy driving a stolen car, and there was a woman with you.
That ain't so, I tell you.
You run around with any blonde women?
The only blonde woman I ever run around with was my wife. She died 6 years ago. That gun was missing from my house last night. Somebody must have taken it, then put it back again.
Oh, sure.
My hands was clean, wasn't they?
Howdy, Jace. Sheriff?
Oh, Tommy, I almost forgot about you.
Find anything, Tommy?
I think so. There's a 5 and dime store. It was closed when I got to it, but I got the address of the woman who works the cosmetic counter. Went out to see her. They handle the lipstick and pins we've been checking on. Yeah, she gave me the names of a few women that she remembers who buy both. Here's a list.
We'll read off the names, Jace. Maybe if Hammer's girlfriend is listed, he'll admit he knows her.
There's one name on here you'll admit to knowing, all right?
That's what you think.
That's what I know. It's your daughter, Ruby Hammer. The sheriff and I drove Hammer back to his house, but Ruby wasn't there. We waited around, looking through the house.
First you tried to pin it on to me, and now it's my daughter. Are you crazy? She's only 18 years old.
Was she with you last night?
No, she was out on a date.
With who?
Well, how should I know? All I know is she wouldn't get into no trouble like this.
I've heard that same speech in 100 courtrooms, Hammer.
Jace, come here a minute.
Yeah? What is it?
Girl's coat in this closet. Smell.
You keep any liquor in the house, Hammer?
No, never.
There's something else, Jace. Photograph.
Yeah. Hammer's daughter and some boy.
Let me see that again. I know this kid, the boy. I sent him to reform school 3 years ago. His name's Chuck Allenby.
What was the charge against him?
Something that fits this case like a glove. Automobile theft.
And my daughter wouldn't go out with nobody like that.
Of course not, Hammer. She just got a habit of posing for pictures with people she wouldn't go out with. I'm going to get my car out of sight, Frank, and we'll sit down and wait for Ruby's date to bring her home.
Somebody's coming down the street, Jace.
Yeah, I hear him. It's after midnight. I think you're at work, Hammer. They may come in, so keep quiet. Hear me? You hear me?
Yeah, I hear you. They're coming.
Yeah, quiet. They have to come into the hall. They won't see us in the living room with the lights off.
I can't see nothing, Ruby. Switch on the light.
I ain't staying long enough to need the light. Get all you are can stand.
What's the matter with you?
What's the good of having money if you ain't gonna spend any of it?
Spend it? But wait a while. I ain't got a job. I start spending money and people are gonna wonder where I got it.
All right. While you're waiting, don't expect me to wait. I can go out with somebody else, you know, somebody who's got a car every night, or who ain't afraid to get...
Ruby, shut up.
Don't move anybody.
That means you, Chuck. Let go of that door.
What are they doing here, Pop?
They're after him. The thief.
You stay out of this, Hammer.
Couldn't stay out of trouble, could you, Chuck?
I didn't do nothing, Sheriff. Let me go.
Hold still. That's quite a roll of bills you had in your pocket, boy.
I found that money.
Where? In the cash register over in Purdy, after you killed an old man?
So that's why you wanted my father's gun. What are you...
Tell him, Ruby. If he had my gun, you tell him.
Last night, he wanted to borrow it just for fun, he said. And then he stole a car and made me go with him over to Purdy. He left me parked someplace and walked away. Then after a while, he come back with some whiskey. I didn't drink none of it, but he did.
She's lying. You keep quiet. You say he didn't park near the store?
No, he walked from where he left me. I don't even know what he done.
You're lying, Ruby. When the old man was killed, whoever gunned him ran out of the store with a dripping bottle and got into a car not more than 10 feet from the entrance.
I didn't shoot him. She did. He's lying. Ruby's only a little girl. You can prove he's lying. Give him the same test you give me on his hands.
What kind of test?
With that poor wax on your hands, you can tell if you fired a gun.
Ruby, come back here. Hold still, Chuck. Get away from that stove, Ruby.
No, Ruby, don't.
Come away from there.
Oh, Ruby, why'd you do it, Ruby? What'd you do it
Better
for?
save that hammer. If you got any butter, get it fast.
Yeah.
No sudden move, Chuck.
I won't try nothing.
What you do, Jason?
Ran into the kitchen here and pulled the lid off the cook stove and jammed her hand into the hot coals.
Here's the butter, Ray. Here's the butter.
Thanks.
Oh, Ruby.
I can fix that burn a little with this, Ruby. Doc can fix it for you better later on at the jail.
Chuck Allenby and Ruby Hammer were found guilty of the murder of storekeeper Barnes. Allenby, who turned state's witness, was sentenced to a 30-year term at Huntsville. Ruby Hammer pulled 50 years in the women's prison at Goree.
And now, here again is the star of our show, Joel McCrea.
Folks, tonight marks the concluding performance, for a while at least, of Tales of the Texas Rangers. We've really enjoyed bringing these stories to you and hope that someday we'll be back with you again. To NBC and its affiliated stations, to Colonel Homer Garrison, Jr., Chief of the Texas Rangers, to Captain M.T. Lone Wolf Gonzalez, our technical advisor, and to all the Texas Rangers and members of the Department of Public Safety, our grateful thanks. And we're particularly grateful to those of you who've taken the time to send us your cards and letters. After all, they are the only sure way of telling that you liked our show. Thanks, folks. Thanks a lot. Good night.
You have just heard Joel McCrea in another authentic reenactment of a case from the files of the Texas Rangers. Joel McCrea will soon be seen starring in the Universal International Technicolor production Cattle Drive. Tonight's case included Tony Barrett, Sam Edwards, Peggy Weber, John Frank, Barney Phillips, and Bill Johnstone. This story was transcribed and adapted by Joel Murcott, and the program was produced and directed by Stacy Keach. This is Hal Gibney speaking.
Enjoy the very best in radio. Be sure that you're dialing right. Seems like the very best in radio. Morning, noon, and night is from this station. Morning, noon, and night, NBC.
Paul Douglas and Theater Guild, next on NBC.
Thank you for visiting Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Please support our veterans by visiting veteransradioministry.com. Together we can honor their great sacrifice. Thank you.
Sound off for Chesterfield. Chesterfield, the only cigarette in America to give you premium quality in both regular and king size, brings you Dragnet.
Ladies and gentlemen, the story you are about to hear is true. The names have been changed to protect the innocent. You're a detective sergeant. You're assigned to homicide detail. You receive a call that a fatal accident has occurred at a Hollywood motion picture studio. Your job? Investigate. Here's what a leading tobacco publication and the nation's press have had to say about king-size Chesterfields.
U.S. Tobacco Journal, Atlanta, Georgia. Chesterfield King Size is going strong. One jobber reordered twice this week, in addition to his regular order.
And the Herald Tribune reported, king size is a sellout. Extra supplies of Chesterfields rush to dealers here.
The reason for king-size Chesterfield's amazing success is this. All king-size cigarettes give you quantity, but only Chesterfield king-size gives you quantity plus quality, premium quality.
That means Chesterfield king size contains tobaccos of better quality and higher price than any other king-size cigarette. The same fine tobacco as in regular Chesterfield. Enough more of this tobacco to give you more than a 1/5 longer smoke.
So remember, Chesterfield is the only cigarette to give you premium quality in both regular and king size.
Buy 'em either way you like 'em. Chesterfield gives you the best possible smoke. Much milder.
Dragnet, the documented drama of an actual crime. For the next 30 minutes, in cooperation with the Los Angeles Police Department, you will travel step by step on the side of the law through an actual case transcribed from official police files. From beginning to end, from crime to punishment, Dragnet is the story of your police force in action.
It was Friday, August 5th. It was warm in Los Angeles. We were working the day watch out of homicide detail. My partner's Frank Smith. The boss is Captain Lorman. My name's Friday. It was 2:25 p.m. when we got to the Winton Picture Studios. Stage 2.
Better check the guard over there.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Can I help you?
Police officers, about the accident, where do we find Mr. Adams?
Oh, yeah, I said look for you. Let's see, I saw him around here a minute ago. Oh, there he is, over there by that office set. See him, the one in the blue suit? One with the gray hair? Yeah, that's him.
Thank you very much.
I know. You can check with the office. If they can come up with an idea, I'll go for it. All I know is that we got to have this turkey finished. Yeah, something you want?
Yes, you Gerald Adams?
That's right.
Police officers. My ID card.
Oh, yeah. You're Friday, huh?
Yes, sir. It's my partner, Frank Smith.
Yeah, how you do?
Hi.
How much you know about this?
Well, doctor down at Georgia Street told us that Henry Wilson had an accident. Is that right?
Yeah, he was the director. At least he thought he was.
I wonder if we could see where the accident happened.
Yeah, sure. Over in stage 1, just across the way. Hold on a minute, will you? I'd like to talk to Sam for a minute, try to get things organized here, get things moving. You know.
Yeah, go right ahead.
Just wait here. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Quite a place, huh, Joe?
Yeah, a lot of room. It's a big stage, isn't it?
Yeah. You know, all this, the average person doesn't stop to think about it.
What's that?
You know, a fella lays out 85 cents to see a movie. Never thinks about all the people, all the equipment that goes into making it possible.
Yeah.
I'm sorry to keep you waiting. Terrible thing. We're 12 days behind schedule now. This will probably knock a couple more days off. The exec's going to scream like an eagle when he sees what this opus is costing. Here, right through the story.
Right.
One's right over there.
Yes, sir. Wonder if you'd mind filling us in on this thing.
Yeah, sure. What can I do to help?
Well, if you can tell us how the body was found, who found it, how the accident occurred.
Well, as near as I can figure, it must have happened about 12:10, 12:15. Crew had broken for lunch. Most of them were over at the commissary. I came down from the office and wanted to talk to Henry about tomorrow's schedule. Wanted to try to change some of the shots, make it more simple. He wasn't in the lunchroom, so I went ahead and had lunch.
Uh-huh.
About, let's see, I think it was about 12:40, Al Evans, the greenery man, came in and told me he'd found Henry's body. A lamp had fallen on him. Darn fool yelled it so loud that everybody in the place heard him.
I see.
Well, I came right over. First, it looked like Henry was dead. He'd lost a lot of blood. Felt his pulse. Found out he was still alive. That's when I had the ambulance called. Here we are. Go right in.
Thank you.
Over here by the house set.
Yeah.
At the time, those big doors were open. The green men were putting in the shrubbery here. After I found out about the accident, I had the doors closed so people wouldn't be roaming in and out.
Are the doors usually left open?
Usually are. When there's no shooting on the stage, when we're using it, they're closed.
Mm-hmm.
Now, right here's where he was found. You can see the lamp, but the sun arc must have hit him right about here. Poor guy.
Yes, sir. Is that where the lamp fell from, up there?
Yeah. Yeah, there you can see on the scaffolding where it was. Between the babies, there's space there.
Who puts the lamps up there?
Well, it's in the gaffer's department. He's in charge of them.
Wonder if we could talk to him.
Yeah, sure. He's over on 2. I'll call him.
Thank you. Big lamp, huh?
Yeah. Sure smashed up, isn't it?
Gee, that thing must weigh a couple hundred pounds.
Yeah, look up there. It's quite a drop. Figure it's about 40 feet up there. What do you think?
Oh, yeah, that anyway.
He's on his way over.
What's your position here, Mr. Adams?
I'm production supervisor, unit manager. A lot of names for it. I try to take care of the running of the company as far as this one picture is concerned, make out the budgets, work on the schedule, the director, things like that.
Mm-hmm.
Really hard to say just what my job is, so I do a little of everything.
Yes, sir.
You fellas from homicide?
Yes, sir, that's right.
You think that there's something wrong here? Maybe Henry's accident wasn't an accident or something?
Well, it's just that in any death where there isn't a doctor in attendance at the time of death, we have to look into it. It's just routine.
I thought for a minute you might think there was something fishy about this. That's all we need. Have murder on the set. Might as well fold up. Oh, hi, Jerry. You want to see me? Yeah, Dick, these officers like to ask you a couple of questions.
Sure.
This is Mr. Friday, Mr. Smith, Dick Patterson, our gaffer.
How are you?
Hi, Mr. Patterson.
What do you want to know? Well, Mr. Adams here tells us that you were in charge of installing those lamps. Is that right?
Yeah, that's right. Are you trying to say I had anything to do with causing Henry's death?
Oh, no, sir. We didn't say that.
Well, then what are you saying?
Well, we're just trying to get the facts straight.
No need to get upset.
Well, what are you talking about? These cops come in here and try to make out I didn't put those lamps in right?
That's not what they said.
Well, don't you think I feel bad enough? Henry was a good friend of mine. We've been together a long time. I don't know how the lamp got loose.
Wonder if we could look at its mounting.
Sure. I've been wanting to get up there anyway, look at it myself. But Jerry here said not to touch anything till you guys got here.
Okay, how do we get up there?
There's a ladder back here at the rear of the stage.
All right.
I can't understand it, Mr. Friday. I've been hanging lamps for a long time. It's going on 20 years. First time anything like this ever happened. Oh, here it is, just going up.
Okay.
Hey, watch your step. Yeah, you go ahead.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. We can get there down this way.
They use these walks to hang the lights on, do they?
Yeah. You got to be awfully careful, though. Watch your step. It's a long way down.
Yeah.
Once in a while, if you want a real high shot of the scene, we lift the camera up here. Mostly, though, it's used just for lights. Here it is. Now, you can see there where the light was.
Yes, sir. Oh, appreciate it if you didn't touch anything. If you just stand back there.
Sure.
Now, base of the lamp went through this hole there, huh?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, look at the one over there, same way.
Yeah. You have anything else securing the lights once they're tied down?
No, sir. Once they're in place, the weight of the thing itself will hold it.
Mm-hmm. In other words, you drill this hole and you place the lamp in the hole, and it could. It doesn't look like the wood is chipped, does it?
No, these scaffolds are pretty new. This stage hasn't been up more than a year.
Mm-hmm.
Well, from what you can see, Mr. Patterson, can you figure out how the lamp might have fallen? How it could have broken loose?
Oh, I'll tell you, officer. Bob, that's my best boy. Bob and I were over here last night checking the lights on the set. Now, I didn't actually get up here myself, but Bob did. Now, he's a good boy. He's been around a long time, doesn't make mistakes like this.
Mm-hmm.
He secured this lamp himself. Now, I know it was right.
Well, then, have you got any idea how it might have fallen?
None at all. Matter of fact, I don't think it did.
Sir?
I don't think it did fall. I think it was dropped.
3:15 p.m. Frank and I went back to stage 2. We talked to Bob Murphy, the best boy, and got the same story from him. He said that he'd secured the lamp in position himself and that as far as he was concerned, it could not have fallen. He agreed with Dick Patterson that the lamp must have been removed from its place and either dropped or was thrown at Wilson. At this point, there was the possibility that the death was not an accident. We asked the unit manager to assign one of the studio police to guard the scene of the accident, and then we called the crime lab. Dean Bergman lifted several clean prints from the broken lens of the lamp. Bob Murphy's fingerprints were taken, and they matched those found on the lamp. There were no other prints on the glass. The men from the crime lab found a small piece of blue cloth on the mounting of the lamp. Lee Jones put it in an envelope and gave it to me. At 4:20 p.m., we talked to Gerald Adams in one of the portable dressing rooms.
I just can't believe it. There were a lot of people in town that didn't like Henry, but I don't think there was anyone that'd kill him.
Was there anyone in the company that he had any disagreements with, would you know?
Well, what do you mean?
Well, anyone he had quarrels with, arguments, would you know?
Well, I guess Sam would be the most likely. They argued all the time.
Sam?
Yeah, Sam Phillips. He's the first assistant director. Real talented guy. Been at it a long time. He and Henry worked together for a long time. They were always arguing. I guess if you didn't know them, you might think they were serious, but here in the company, we all knew. We understood.
Understood what?
Well, Sam's been in Hollywood almost since it was. He began as a prop man, worked his way up to be a cutter. Then I guess about 15 years ago, he went into directing.
Mm-hmm.
He's going to get a picture of his own pretty soon. He'll do well, too. Real talent.
Well, about these arguments, Mr. Adams, between Wilson and Phillips.
Well, to understand him, you'd have to know Henry. He was one of the first directors in pictures. Came out here from New York even before Sam did. Really old school. He drove special cars, most of them pure white. Had all his clothes designed and made. He wore a cape while he was on the set, you know. Referred to himself as Wilson. You know, Wilson thinks this, Wilson thinks that. If you didn't know him, you'd take him seriously. Once you did that, you were in trouble.
Mm-hmm. Were you ever present when one of these arguments took place?
Yeah, matter of fact, they had one yesterday.
That's so?
Yeah, over in the commissary. I thought for a minute it was going to be pretty serious, and then I realized it was all a gag. Everyone else did, too.
What was it about?
Well, like I told you, the picture's 12 days over now. A lot of tension on the stage. Everyone's pretty edgy.
Yeah.
Well, Sam's a great practical joker, you know, always trying to cook up something.
Mm-hmm.
Most of the time, the jokes do the job. They give everybody a laugh. They all feel a little better. Well, day before yesterday, Sam got one of the set dressers and took a cement deer. You know, the kind people used to have on their front lawns?
Yeah, I think I know the kind you mean.
Well, the two of them carted this deer down the parking lot and put it in the back seat of Henry's car. He planted it so the deer was looking right at Henry when he got in the driver's seat. The thing weighed about 250 pounds. Once they got it in, Henry couldn't get it out. He tried that night. He couldn't make it.
He didn't think it was very funny, did he?
No, he had to leave it in the car all night. Drove home with it. Next morning, when he checked in the lot, he tried to get it out again. While he was trying, the horns on the thing tore up the upholstery in his car, really ripped it up to pieces.
I'll be darned.
Well, finally, Henry got a hammer and broke the thing up. Smashed it in little pieces and threw them all out of the car. Left them right in front of the scene dock.
Yeah. Was that when he and Phillips had the argument?
No. Yesterday morning when Wilson got on the set, he wasn't saying anything to anybody. All the crew knew about the deer, and they were all waiting for him to say something about it, but he didn't. He just drove the crew through the morning setups. The argument took place at lunchtime.
Yeah.
Henry waited until the whole crew was having lunch, and then he stormed into the cafe. He walked over to Sam, really read him off, called him a child. He said that if he'd spend a little more time doing his work and less time playing around, the picture wouldn't be so far over scheduled. Really made him look like a fool. Argument went on for about 15 minutes.
Well, what was Sam doing all this time?
Well, he just sat there, and then finally he got up and grabbed Henry, kind of shook him, said he'd never been talked to like that before, and it wasn't going to happen again. Said he'd kill Henry next time he did it.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Henry looked pretty scared. Sam's a big man, you know. I think if he made up his mind to do it, he could have broken Henry in two.
Mm-hmm.
Sam looked at Henry for a minute, and then he laughed. Then Henry started to laugh, too, and then the whole place, I guess it's like laughing in a horror picture. Anything to break the tension. Looked real tight. Even I wasn't sure it was a joke, you know.
You said that Sam lifted this deer into the car by himself?
Well, I don't know if he did it by himself, but I know he could lift it without help.
How much did you say that deer weighed?
More about 250 pounds. Why?
Well, I was just thinking. That's about what that big lamp weighed, isn't it? 3:45 p.m. Frank called the office and had R&I run the names Sam Phillips and Henry Wilson. Sam Phillips had been arrested once for disturbing the peace. He'd gotten drunk in a nightclub out on Sunset Boulevard and gotten into a fight. The report said that it had taken both of the arresting officers to subdue him and take him into custody. There was no record on Henry Wilson. We continued to talk to the crew. Each one of them told us about the arguments between Phillips and Wilson, but most of the people we talked to didn't share Adams' idea that the arguments were just a joke. The script girl told us that on at least 3 occasions, members of the crew had to keep the men apart, and that Sam Phillips had said he'd kill Wilson. We asked each of them if they'd seen anyone enter or leave the stage at approximately the time of the accident. None of them had. They explained that Wilson had been trying to pick up time, and that as soon as they'd finished one shot, he was yelling at them to get ready for the next one. 4:22 p.m. We talked to Sam Phillips.
Sure, we had some beefs. None of them were serious, though.
Well, how about this fight you had in the commissary yesterday?
You mean the thing about the deer?
Yeah.
Well, that didn't mean anything. Oh, I admit I was pretty sore for a minute, but right away I knew Henry wasn't serious. Even if he was, I guess I can understand it. Must have made him pretty sore to see his car ripped up.
Did you lift that deer into Wilson's car by yourself?
Yeah, I had one of the set dressers with me. He kind of steered the thing in. Sure looked kind of funny.
Mm-hmm. You sure you weren't over on stage 1 today?
Positive.
You got any idea of how that light got loose and fell?
No, I've been in the business a long time. That's the first time I've ever known a lamp to fall. They've been tipped over when on a floor stand, and I've seen them broken when a set is moved. I've never seen one drop like that.
Do you have any idea how this could have happened then?
Not the slightest.
You're a first assistant, is that right?
Yeah.
How long you been in this job?
Oh, I guess about 15 years now. I was a cutter for a while. Took a big cut in salary to go into directing. Figured it'd be a way to get a picture of my own. A lot of directors come from the cutting department.
That's so?
Yeah, they do. I didn't care much for it, though. I like to be on the set. See things happen. I like the activity.
Mm-hmm. Did Wilson know that you wanted to be a director?
Yeah, he said that if I stayed with him, he'd try to get the producers to give me a picture. Matter of fact, I kind of thought I might get this one.
Is that right?
Yeah. When I was in the pre-planning stages, they hadn't assigned a man to it yet, and Jerry and I both wanted it.
Terry? You mean Adams?
Yeah, he wants to be a director, too. It's funny, I guess everyone wants to be a director. Jerry's been trying for a long time. I don't think he'll ever make it, though.
Is that right?
Yeah, he's too valuable as a unit manager.
Yeah. Was Adams very upset when he didn't get this picture?
No, I was pretty sore. I told Jerry about it. He just sat back and said that's the way things are and that it doesn't pay to fight the front office.
Mm-hmm. Did you say anything to Wilson about how you felt?
Yeah, I told him. Said I thought it was real unfair. Said I thought he could have done something about it.
What did he say?
He told me to be patient. My time would come.
Do you know if there was anybody on the lot who might have wanted to kill Wilson?
No. Oh, there might have been some people who didn't like him very much, but you run into that in almost every picture. You know, little jealousies.
That right?
Yeah. You really think he was killed, huh?
Well, it could have been, yeah.
Sure hard to believe. We've been making pictures about this for a long time. You know, murders. Now that it's right here, really on the set, it makes you feel you can just check ahead in the script and find out who the killer is. Read about the ending. Kind of seems just like another picture.
Yeah, I suppose so. Yeah, come in.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know you had somebody here with you, officer.
That's all right, Mr. Patterson. What is it?
I wonder if I could talk to you?
Sure.
Well, it's kind of private.
Well, if you're through with me, I'll get back to work.
No, you just wait. I'll be right back. Here, we can step out here.
Okay.
Now, what is it, Miss Patterson?
Well, I feel like a real idiot. I should have remembered it when you talked to me before.
What's that, sir?
Well, I remember just before the company broke for lunch, Sam gave me a note. Said I should give it to Wilson.
Mm-hmm. Did you see what it was?
No, it was folded up. Had Wilson's name on it. I didn't pay much attention to it.
What, did you give it to him?
Yeah, he read it, and then he said he had to leave the set for a few minutes. Said he'd be right back.
He left the stage then?
Yeah.
Where was Sam at this time?
Well, I don't know. You see, he gave me the note just outside the door to the stage. I was bringing in some more lights, and right after he handed it to me, he left.
Uh-huh.
Headed for stage one.
You are listening to Dragnet, the authentic story of your police force in action.
Chesterfield was first to name its ingredients. Ingredients that give you the best possible smoke. Now, Chesterfield is first to give you scientific facts in support of smoking.
Nose, throat, and accessory organs not adversely affected by smoking Chesterfields. First such report published about any cigarette.
A responsible consulting organization reports a study by a competent medical specialist and staff on the effects of smoking Chesterfields. For 6 months, a group of men and women smoked only Chesterfield. 10 to 40 a day, their normal amount. 45% of the group have smoked Chesterfields from 1 to 30 years, for an average of 10 years each. At the beginning and end of the 6 months, each smoker was given a thorough examination, including x-rays, and covering the sinuses, nose, ears, and throat. After these examinations, the medical specialist stated,
"It is my opinion that the ears, nose, throat, and accessory organs of all participating subjects examined by me were not adversely affected in the 6 months period by smoking the cigarettes provided."
Remember this report, and buy Chesterfields either way you like them, regular or king size. Premium quality Chesterfields, and much milder.
We talked to Gerald Adams and had 2 of the studio police start a search for the note. Frank called Georgia Street Receiving Hospital and asked if the note had been found on the body of Henry Wilson. The doctor told us that he didn't know and that the dead man's personal effects had been turned over to the coroner. We called them and they told us that there was nothing of that description found. While the search for the missing note went on, we continued to talk to Sam Phillips.
The whole idea is crazy. I told you I wasn't near stage 1 at all this morning.
How about the note?
I don't remember any note.
Well, the gaffer says you gave it to him. Told him to give it to Wilson.
He's crazy. If I had a note for Wilson, I'd have given it to him myself. I'm with him all day. I've got no reason to have someone else deliver messages for me.
Well, then you deny giving him the note, is that right?
Well, certainly.
All right, mister, we'll let you know just how you stand. We got a witness who says you were seen going to stage 1. A couple of minutes later, a man is killed on the same stage. You admit that you've had arguments with Wilson. Seems like you might have had a motive for killing him.
I told you I didn't go near the place. Hey, wait a minute.
Yeah?
I know what's happened.
What's that?
Well, when Dick told you he saw me heading for stage 1, he probably saw me heading for the office. I have to pass near the stage to get there. Matter of fact, I even cut through it once in a while.
Did you happen to cut through it today?
No, at least I don't think so.
Now, it's pretty important that you remember.
Well, I'm trying. Let's see. I know what you guys think. I don't know how to show you that you're wrong.
Well, can you come up with an explanation for the note?
Well, I'm trying to tell you I don't know. Yeah, that's what he's talking about.
What?
I did give Dick a note.
Yeah.
Told him to give it to Henry.
What was in it?
Well, I don't know. I didn't even read it.
Well, then you didn't write it?
No, I found it in my desk when I was up in the office this morning. I figured that someone had put it there thinking I'd see Henry and give it to him.
What time did you find it?
Let's see, I guess it was about 9 or so. Guess I put it in my pocket and then forgot all about it. And just before I went up to the office to tell him that we were breaking for lunch, I remembered it. I gave it to Dick and told him to hand it to Henry. That's what the note's all about. Right after that, I went upstairs.
Mm-hmm. Do you always tell the office that you're broken for lunch?
Yeah, most of the time I phone, but today I went up myself. I've been kind of expecting a letter from my family back east, and I thought it might be in, so I wanted to check the morning mail.
Got any idea who might have put the note on your desk?
No, I just found it, tucked away in the corner of the blotter. I really didn't look at it. I was in a hurry. Wanted to finish lunch so I could get back on the set. We have a lot of work to do this afternoon.
Did you see Wilson after you left the stage?
No, I looked for him at the commissary, but he didn't show up. And the greenery man came in and said that he had the accident.
Uh-huh. You recognize the handwriting on that note?
No, all I saw was the name, that it was for Henry. Come to think of it, though, I do kind of remember that it was familiar handwriting, thinking I'd seen it someplace before.
You remember where?
No, I wish I could. Have you found it yet?
No. Wilson must have dropped it someplace here, though. It wasn't on his body. I wonder if you'd take a look at this.
What's that?
Well, the crime lab crew found this on the stage, caught on the lamp that killed Wilson.
Looks like the material they make suits out of.
Yeah, from inside the cuff. See? See the little zigzag mark where it's been cut?
Mm-hmm.
You ever see this type of material before, Sam?
Let me see. Looks like it came from a blue suit, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Good material. Sure an odd color. Yeah, I think I've seen a suit like this. I think I saw it this morning.
Yeah?
Oh, yeah, sure. Jerry Adams was wearing it.
6:30 p.m. We called Gerald Adams into the dressing room.
Were you on stage one at all before the body was found?
No, sir. Why do you think I had something to do with it?
Well, we're just trying to get the facts here.
Well, I want to help, but it seems to me that you'd spend your time a little better if you talked to Sam, the note and all. Still deny giving it to Henry?
No, he says that he gave it to him.
Well, then there you are. I guess that argument was a lot more serious than we thought, huh?
That's a nice-looking suit you got on, Mr. Adams. New?
Yeah, this is the first day I've worn it. Present from my wife. Pretty blue. I don't usually care for blue, like brown, gray mostly. Wife's been trying to get me to wear blue, so she got this suit for me.
Yeah, looks like it's made pretty well there.
Yeah, it is. She had my tailors put it together. I didn't even go down for a fitting. Needs a few things done to it, like the shoulders pulled in a little. I don't much care for padding in the shoulders,
Mm-hmm. You mind if I look at the cuffs? I've always had trouble with the cuffs on my suits. You can see here how they've worn. Must be in the way they're made.
No, I don't think so. That looks like it came from your shoes rubbing against it.
You mind if I look?
No, here.
Yeah, it sure is beautiful material.
Yeah, she sure got good taste. Of course, it should be. She paid $180 for it.
Wow. You got a little tear here on the cuff. Inside, have you noticed that?
No. Let's see.
Right there.
Oh, yeah. How about that? I got to get that fixed. A little piece torn right out.
Uh-huh. What did you do when you found Wilson's body?
No, what do you mean?
What were your movements?
Well, it'll be kind of hard to explain. If you want to walk over there, I can show you.
All right. Let's go.
Company's broken. I told him to wait up in the office. Figured you might want to talk to him some more.
Fine.
Here, I'll get the door. Sure a beautiful night, huh?
Yeah, it is.
Best time of the day in the valley. After the sun starts to go down, everybody's always kidding about the cool breeze that comes up, Really does out here. I know the wife and I practically live out of doors during the summer months.
Is that right?
Yeah, we both love the valley. Right, here we are. Just the work lights on. You want me to get the others?
No, there's enough light.
Okay.
Now, if you'd show us just what happened when you found the body.
Well, I came in that door, the big one there. It was open.
Was there anybody on the stage then?
No, not right away. The greenery man came in right after me, and then Jack the guard from the other stage.
Uh-huh.
And like I said, the body was lying about here. And the lamp was there. You saw that when you were here.
Yes, sir, we did. Did you go near the lamp, touch it in any way?
No, I didn't. The only concern was Henry. That's all I thought about. I knelt down to feel Henry's pulse, and then I told Jack to go and phone the ambulance.
Yeah?
Then I had the doors closed. I waited until a locked policeman got here, and then I went back to the other stage.
Mm-hmm. Our crime lab found a piece of cloth caught on that lamp. Matches the tear in the cuff of your suit.
Can't understand how it could have gotten there.
What if we could look through your pockets?
Why? What's that going to prove?
We just want to take a look. It won't hurt anything.
Well, maybe it won't, but I don't see why you're asking me all these questions. Seems to me that Sam's your killer. Why don't you talk to him? Make him tell you why he did it.
All right, come on. Let's see what you got in your pockets. Take everything out, put it on the table.
All right. Here's my wallet.
You better take the money out of it.
Okay.
Now, let me see the wallet.
All right, here.
Just a second, Mr. Adams. What'd you drop over there? Right there. Looks like the note we've been looking for, Joe.
What's it say?
Wilson, I have to see you. Something's come up. Meet me on 1 when you break for lunch. It's private. Signed, Jerry.
How about this, Adams?
I don't know anything about it.
Well, maybe we better talk downtown.
What's going on place with you?
Watch him, Joe. He's going up that ladder. All right, give it up, Adams. There's no place to go up there.
Stay away from me.
Come on, Adams, give it up.
He's not coming down.
Well, he can't stay up there long.
Why don't you shoot me? I'm not going to do what you say. Go ahead and shoot me.
What for? You're not going anyplace. How about it, Adams? Why'd you do it?
He had it coming. All his life stepping on people. This picture was mine. They told me it was. And he took it away from me just because he wanted to be a big man. This was my picture. He took it.
All right, come on down.
I'm going to stay up here.
You suit yourself. We got lots of time, Adams.
Can't you just go away and leave me alone?
You know better than that. You killed a man. Now, come on. You either come down or we'll come up.
What do you think, Joe?
Yeah, give him a minute. He wants to be a director.
Yeah.
Let him figure out the ending.
The story you have just heard was true. The names were changed to protect the innocent.
On February 17th, trial was held in Department 89, Superior Court of the State of California, in and for the County of Los Angeles. In a moment, the results of that trial.
Now, here is our star, Jack Webb.
Friends, in a sense, every smoker is his own judge and jury when it comes to selecting a cigarette. Now, you've heard the facts in our case for Chesterfield, and I'd like to sum them up for you. Chesterfield, the first and only cigarette to give you premium quality in both regular and king size. Chesterfield, the first and only cigarette to name all its ingredients. And now, Chesterfield gives you scientific facts in support of smoking. You heard the report read earlier. Nose, throat, and accessory organs not adversely affected by smoking Chesterfields. First such report ever published about any cigarette. Consider these facts carefully. I'm sure you'll want to change to Chesterfields. Regular or king size, Chesterfield gives you the best possible smoke, and much milder.
Gerald S. Adams was tried and convicted of murder in the first degree. He was sentenced to life imprisonment in the state penitentiary, San Quentin, California. You have just heard Dragnet, a series of authentic cases from official files. Technical advice comes from the Office of Chief of Police W.H. Parker, Los Angeles Police Department. Technical advisors, Captain Jack Donahoe, Sergeant Marty Wynn, Sergeant Vance Brasher. Heard tonight were Ben Alexander, Whit Connor, Jack Crucian. Script by John Robinson. Music by Walter Schumann. Hal Gibney speaking.
Sound off for Chesterfields. Either way you like them, regular or king size, Chesterfield gives you the best possible smoke. Much milder Chesterfield.
Chesterfield has brought you Dragnet, transcribed from Los Angeles.
This is NBC, the nation's headquarters for election news.
Lost in Brazil invites you on an unforgettable journey, where every moment is an adventure waiting to be discovered. Join us as we uncover the soul of Brazil, one incredible experience at a time. Click on the link in the description and embark on the ultimate Brazilian odyssey.
Calling all cars. The copyrighted program created by the Rio Grande Oil Company.
San Francisco police calling all cars. Attention all cars. Investigate a bombing at the Saints Peter and Paul Church on Filbert Street. Get over there right away. That's all.
Daring, fearless, Up-and-coming men who do things invariably prefer Rio Grande cracked gasoline. Police officers, like those portrayed in the following drama, are of this type: courageous, quick to make decisions, quick to act. When they get a call from headquarters, they have to jam down the throttle and go. More police officers use Rio Grande cracked gasoline wherever it is sold than any other brand. Los Angeles, Oakland, Maricopa County, Arizona, and many, many other cities and counties throughout California, Nevada, and Arizona choose Rio Grande cracked gasoline. And they chose Rio Grande cracked gasoline after official competitive tests, and now use it month after month in all police cars, fire engines, ambulances, and other emergency equipment. Doesn't that mean something to you? Rio Grande cracked gasoline starts quicker, accelerates faster, and delivers far more power and speed because it is refined by the famous Sinclair cracking process. It is the only gasoline you can buy that is refined by this patented process. So, if you are the vigorous, hard-hitting type who likes to do things, fill up your tank with Rio Grande cracked gasoline and enjoy the satisfaction of police car performance. After this thrilling crime drama to be enacted immediately, you will hear another announcement that presents a worthwhile opportunity. Wait for it. Meanwhile, remember, for police car performance, use Rio Grande cracked gasoline. We take you now to our San Francisco studios, where you will hear Sheriff Hollenberry, San Francisco County. Sheriff Hollenberry.
Good evening. It has almost been 10 years since the bombing of the St. Peter's and Paul Church in the section of San Francisco known as Little Italy. Yet San Francisco has not forgotten the work of Chief Dan O'Brien and his men in bringing to an end the reign of terror that gripped the citizens of that district. 5 different times the phantom bomber left his deadly package of dynamite on the steps of the church. 4 times his attack was successful. What happened on his 5th visit will be told in a moment in the true dramatization you are about to hear. Before we return you to Los Angeles, however, I should like to say that we of San Francisco are proud of the crime prevention record we have, and especially in the case of the St. Peter's and Paul bombing. The solution of that case was a fine piece of police work.
It is a cold, rain-driven Saturday night in San Francisco. In Little Italy, there are no sounds of gaiety, no late parties. For tomorrow is the feast day of St. Francis de Sales. From somewhere deep in the interior of the church of Saints Peter and Paul on Filbert Street, the deep tones of a clock strike 11. Victor Grafero, the sexton, stands surveying the result of his efforts toward decorating the altar. There is no sound other than the clock to disturb the peace and quiet of the moment. Then, suddenly, an earth-shaking explosion shatters the silence. Its deep-throated roar echoing and re-echoing through the nave of the church. Priceless stained glass windows crash to the floor. Plaster rains from the walls and ceiling. In one split second, the interior of the church becomes a shambles. And in houses all through the district, lights suddenly flash on. Half-clad Italians rush out into the street, fear lurking in their eyes, memories of the great quake of 1906, striking sudden terror to their hearts. Then, as suddenly as it began, a deep silence. Grafero, dazed and shaken by the explosion, slowly rises from the floor, stumbles to the back door, out onto the wet cobblestones of the alley. To him, it is altogether too clear what has happened. Someone has bombed his church. And as he stands there, the rain splattering down on his bare head, he breathes a quiet prayer of thanks for his escape. And in police headquarters, the scene is one of complete confusion. Hundreds of calls from terrified residents of the neighborhood pour in through the switchboard. Sleepy-eyed policemen snap into sudden action. Siren screaming police cars roar to the scene of the explosion. But upon their arrival, detectives learn nothing that might lead to the bomber. There is no single clue that can be followed. All agree that it's the work of some madman, perhaps some religious fanatic, but nowhere is there a lead as to his identity. And after weeks of inquiry, questioning of hundreds of suspicious characters found in the neighborhood, the investigation slowly cools off. The world forgets the bombing of the Saints Peter and Paul Church. Peace and quiet is restored to Little Italy. 4 months later, 3:22 Sunday morning. With no warning, the mad bomber strikes again. And again, as on that wet evening 4 months before, terror strikes the heart of Little Italy. The police are again requested to find the fiend responsible. And as before, there is no trace of him, nothing to work on. 5 months later, another explosion rocks the district. And 3 months after that, another, and this time more powerful one, tears great ragged holes in the sidewalk, smashes the great door to splinters. The following morning, Chief of Police O'Brien summons 10 of his most trusted detectives to his office.
Men, I'm going to place you on a secret detail. You must tell absolutely no one what it is. Upon that one thing depends the success of the whole plan. Are you willing to be sworn into this trust?
I am.
Good. Now, you're all familiar with the fact that the St. Peter's and Paul Church has been bombed 4 times in the last year. You also know that so far, in spite of all our inquiries, we have no suspects. In fact, we know just about as much as we did when it happened the first time. Now, the job I'm going to give you men is just this. Stop those bombings. We can't risk another one.
How do we do it, Chief?
I've explained the details to Captain Lane. He can pass them on to you and work out the assignments.
Well, now, the plan depends, as Chief O'Brien said, primarily on the fact that no one knows about it. By that, I mean no one, and that doesn't exempt your wives.
My wife would like to.
Boys, that's going to be the hardest part of your job. Well, now to be serious, here's the idea. You 10 men are going to be stationed at 4 different points in and near the church. You're going to take your posts, and you're going to stay there every night until you nab the fellow who's doing this.
And if he doesn't show up?
He will. There's no reason to suppose he'll stop until he's completed his mission, and that won't be until the church is in complete ruins. I don't think you'll have to wait very long for him, though. The time between each visit has been shorter. He's getting impatient.
A good thing, incidentally. It's liable to make him careless.
I hope he doesn't get careless as one of those bombs. I understand they carry quite a wallop.
Well, the idea is to get him before he gets you, which makes this job dangerous. So dangerous that I'm going to give every one of you a chance to pull out now with no hard feelings. How about it? Well, that settles it then. Now, we have established 4 watching points. One in the apartment across from the church, commanding a view of the entire street. Another one in the upstairs window of the church. And one just inside the front door of the church. And the last, which will be the headquarters, is in the parish house next door. There will be telephone communication between each of these 4 points with buzzer. Each station will have a buzzer number, and when you hear your number, you answer your phone. If you hear a buzzer that isn't your number, listen in anyway and hear what's going on. Now, tonight, you men will go to your posts. And from that time on until you catch the bomber, it's up to you. Are there any questions? Good. McInerney?
Yes, sir?
You can pass for a priest, so you let the boys in. Now, here's the key to the parish house. And tonight at midnight, you go through the front door of the church and let the boys in the back way. And then proceed directly to your various stations and keep your eyes open. I think that covers everything.
Well...
one thing I forgot. Joe Wickstrom.
Yes, sir?
I've got a special job for you, and one that's right up your alley. Now, Chief O'Brien and I figured if the bomber didn't see any guard at the church, he'd get suspicious and beat it. So you're going to be it. You're going to dress up in full uniform and parade up and down in front.
Then why the rest of the boys?
Well, I'm getting to that. You won't be a very efficient guard. In fact, you'll be the sort of a guard that the chief here would break if he saw you.
Uh-huh. I think I began to understand.
Sure. Your main function will be to parade up and down for a couple of hours each night and then get tired or something and apparently sneak away for a nap. You think up some good gag to get out of the way. You've got a reputation on the force for being a clown. Now, here's your chance to make some use of it. So don't let me down.
at exactly 12 midnight the same evening, Detective McInerney slips silently into the church, makes his way to the extreme back, finds his companions waiting in the alleyway.
Come on, let us see what's the matter with
All right, boys. Come on in. Hey, keep quiet.
You got any kind of a light so we can see where we're going?
Can't risk it, do we? We'll just have to be plenty careful and pick our way along the aisle here. I think I can lead the way.
Well, I hope so. I can't see an inch in front of me.
You and me both, Joe.
The main thing's to watch the pews along the aisle here. If you can sort of feel your way along without stumbling on them, you'll be all right.
Everyone's in, Larry. Shall I shut the door?
Yeah. And watch it doesn't squeak on you.
It did.
Oh, that's all right. No one can hear that. Come on, now, follow me. When we get to the front, we'll split and go to our stations.
I'll lead on.
Okay.
We're with you.
Right. Careful there. Careful there, boys. Come on, quiet, boys. Take your time.
Here, come over this way. Look out. Oh.
All right. Hold it. This is where we separate. You all know your stations?
Yeah, sure we do.
Good. Well, then you go through this door here and up the stairs. Window's right at the top of it.
Right.
DeMetti, you and Tom, that door over there leads to the parish house. The priest will show you the window.
Good enough. Let's go, Tom.
Ed, you and Greminger here. There's the phone and the buzzer right for the door. Dewey and I'll go up this way. As soon as we get to our station, we'll buzz and check the phone system.
Okay, Larry. Keep those eyes peeled.
Don't worry. I haven't any more desire to get blown out of here than you have.
So long. See you in the morning, if everything goes well.
Right. Come on, Dewey.
Yeah.
Easy now. Just keep close to me. That's it.
So, this is to be our happy little home, huh? Nice roomy spot.
Yeah, it's cramped, all right.
Well, at least it'll keep us from getting sleepy at the wrong time. That's something.
Yeah.
You gonna buzz the phone?
Yeah, right now. I hope it works.
Reminger. Station 1.
Hello, Joe. McInerney speaking. Just making a check on the phones. Hang up and see if you can hear the others as I ring them.
Okay, Larry. Ring ahead. DeMetti speaking, Station 2.
Hello, DeMetti. McInerney speaking. Testing the phone. Can you hear me all right?
Yeah, fine. Clear as a bell.
Good. Hang on and listen while I check the other stations. See if you can hear us.
Right.
What's up?
Just checking phones, that's all.
Great idea. These phones makes everything hunky-dory.
Yeah, as long as they work.
Seems Harry.
Wait a minute, let me listen.
Station 3. McInerney, testing phones.
Sounds fine here.
Good. Keep the phone open.
Okay, Larry.
I can hear the others talking on the line.
Anything doing?
No, just testing.
Lennon, Station 4. Okay, Lennon. McInerney, testing the phones.
Yeah, there's Lennon over at 4.
Everything's fine here, Larry. Okay. Gonna ring off now. Keep your eyes open. Don't worry. If the rest of you stations can hear me, check back as soon as I hang up. Start with 1 and follow in numerical order. That's all.
Keep your eyes on the street, Tom. I got to check back with Larry as soon as Station 1 is finished.
Okay.
There's Greminger up at 1 ringing.
McInerney, Station 5.
Reminger at 1, checking back.
Okay, Joe, that's all.
Right. I'm going to buzz Larry.
One after another, the 5 stations check and recheck the elaborate phone communicative system. Find all in perfect working order. Settle down to the long vigil ahead of them. And in the street outside the church, Detective Joe Wickstrom paces slowly up and down, to all observers an obviously tired guard, not too enthusiastic over his job.
What a job, walking around by myself like a night watchman. 1 o'clock and all's well along the Filbert Street front. What a life.
Good evening, officer. Cold enough for you?
Yeah, plenty cold.
You've certainly had a lonely job here. I don't envy you at all.
All a part of the night's work, ma'am. But I got to admit I've known better jobs.
You watching the church?
Yes, ma'am, that's the main idea. But just between you and me and the lamppost, I don't see much sense to it.
It seems to me there's a lot of sense to it, officer. What with all the bombings and all that's been going on, about time the police did something about it.
That's what the chief says. Maybe he's right. I still don't see the idea.
Well, come along, my dear. We can't stand here all night talking to an officer.
Good night.
Good night, ma'am.
Night. Not a very conscientious officer, if you were to ask me.
He didn't seem overly enthusiastic about his work, did he?
That's the trouble with this police force. The men are lax inefficient. Now, when I was in the army, it was...
Look back at that officer. Is that a flask he's holding in his hand?
What? By heavens, I believe it is.
He's drinking from it. An officer on duty, openly drinking. Why, I never heard of anything so disgraceful in all my life.
I have a good mind to report him.
I think you'd be in the right, too, George. After all, we do pay taxes and things that go for their salary.
We do indeed. Matter of fact, I not only have a mind to report him, I think I will. Come along, my dear. I shall telephone from the first available place.
Thus, so well does actor Detective Joe Wickstrom, with his coffee-filled flask, carry out his role of slipshod guard the very first night a complaint is phoned into headquarters. And so it goes, night after night of nerve-wracking watching, days spent at home sleeping. In the minds of each of the 10 men, one single thought: get the bomber and end the vigil. But the nights drag on, and no attempt is made to bomb the church. 6, 7, 8, 9 nights. Still no alarm to break the monotony of the 10 weary men's vigil. It is the 10th evening of constant surveillance. In the apartment across from the church, Detective Sidney Du Bois and James Simseri sit, staring into the empty street, lighting cigarettes one after the other, striving to keep alert.
10 nights. 10 nights of just sitting and staring out that window. It's enough to drive a guy screwy.
Oh, take it easy, Sid. We may be here for 10 more, or even 10 more after that.
I hope not. It's getting so I imagine I see things out there in the street. My eyes are beginning to play tricks on me.
You better see if you can grab a snooze. I'll keep watching.
No. I'll be all right. Just the nerves jumping around in me. You got another cigarette?
Sure. Help yourself.
Thanks. I'll get a light off this butt.
I know how you feel, Sid. I'm getting jumpy myself lately. You know, I could have sworn I saw somebody over by the church door a few minutes back. And when I got ready to ask you to look, I couldn't see anything anymore. Gives you a funny feeling in your insides, doesn't it?
You said it. Makes you want to get up and yell all of a sudden.
Only that wouldn't be such a good...
What's the matter?
Shh, wait a minute.
See someone?
I think so. Look down the street there. Is that someone coming this way? Or...
Yeah.
Keep your eyes on him. I'm going to buzz McInerney. What's he doing?
Still coming this way. Looks like he's carrying something under his coat.
McInerney.
Suspicious character approaching church. Be on your guard.
Right. Keep me posted.
He's heading across the street for the church.
Watch it, Larry. He's heading for the front door.
We're ready. Can't see him from here yet. Repinger speaking. Station 1. We're ready here.
Good. He's at the steps.
Okay, Simsari. I can see him now. I've got a gun on him. Shall we bust out and nab him? No. When will we see what he does?
He's going up the steps. You'd better nab him before something happens. You'd better nab him.
Easy, Sid. Larry has a gun on him.
But if he has a bomb there, he'll blow the boys to bits. He's liable to let it go any second.
Easy.
Look, he's kneeling down. Looks like he's praying or something.
Relax, boys. It's a false alarm.
Larry says it's a false alarm.
Yeah. The guy's just kneeling there praying.
Let me look. Whew. Yeah, there he is, getting up.
He's leaving. Man, what a start that gave me.
Yeah, you and me both, Sid. I think my heart stopped for good.
So the first activity in 10 nights turns out to be no more than a devout Catholic stopping to offer his prayers. Nerves stretched to the breaking point suddenly ease off. Faces lose their mask-like expressions. Silence settles on the 5 stations once again. Days become weeks, weeks become months, and still the 10 detectives stay at their posts. And as the weeks drag by in each man's heart, the conviction becomes stronger. The phantom bomber has disappeared.
If you ask me, the guy decided he'd done enough damage and left town.
Maybe the Phantom Bomber's wise to the trap we've set.
This business is getting on my nerves. Why doesn't he bring his bomb and get it over with?
My eyes are playing tricks.
I thought I saw something. It can't go on much longer. My wife's going to leave me if something doesn't happen soon.
Thoughts running crazily through tired minds. Bodies aching from cramped positions. And still the endless watch continues. Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, the Sabbath. In the apartment window across from the church, Sinceri and Du Bois listen to the ticking of a clock. Count the ticks as the minutes turn into hours.
You awake, Sid?
Yeah.
I couldn't tell. You haven't moved for an hour.
I was listening to the clock. I got it all figured out how many ticks there are to an hour. I'm trying to figure out how many there are in a 12-hour day, Nick.
Yeah, that is if you don't go bats first.
Right. How much is 12 times 7,200?
I wouldn't know, Sid. I never was much at arithmetic.
Well, that's how many ticks there are to a day if I can multiply that far.
Hey, why don't you give the clock up in favor of the spots on the wallpaper? I've counted them 5 times now, and I get a different answer every time.
Why don't we give this whole thing up and start living normal lives again?
That's simple. Because we stay here until we get our bomber friend. Any more questions?
Seriously, though, Jimmy. How long do you think this thing is going to last?
I can't answer that one. In fact, I've tried not to think about it. Doesn't do any good.
If only something would happen. I think I'd even welcome a bomb at this point.
Oh, no, thanks. Not for this one. I've seen what bombs do to people who get in their way. You know, they don't leave much to take home to Mother.
Yeah, I've seen the results of bombs, too. Not very pleasant when you come to think about it. I remember once when I was over on...
That's us. Station 3. Sinceri speaking.
Keep your eye on the street, Jimmy. There's 2 men coming this way from Powell Street. You'll be able to spot them in a minute.
Okay. A couple of birds coming this way, Sid. Stand by.
Right.
You on the line, Larry?
Sure thing. Keep me posted.
I can't see them yet. Wait a minute. Yeah, now I can.
One of them's carrying something.
Yeah, I can see it. Hey, Larry.
Yes?
They're right below me now, and they've stopped. Looks like they're talking together.
One of them's starting across the street for the church.
Stand by, Larry. One of them's heading for the steps. He's got something under his arm.
Watch him, Jimmy. If he starts running, let him have it.
Right. He's starting up the steps now.
Okay. I see him now. Stand by, Greminger. All stations ready to attack.
Slowly, the man in the street starts up the 13 concrete steps. Unaware of the 3 pairs of eyes glued on him from the church windows, of the 2 pairs from across the street. Slowly, cautiously, the dark figure edges on deep into the shadows of the church portals. Then, suddenly, he stops, casts a quick look around, then stoops and places a bundle on the concrete. With amazing speed, he strikes a match, applies it to a fuse sticking out of the mysterious bundle, and simultaneously, Bacanary throws open the window above, barks a sudden command.
Stand where you are! That got him. Come on, get out of here, Kaufman.
Come on. We gotta get that bomb before it goes off. The fuse is almost gone. I'll get that.
There goes the other one. Hold fire! You get the bomb, Joe?
Yeah, just in time, too. Look.
Good Lord. An inch more and we'd been blasted off the earth.
Yeah, and then some.
Let's go over and see that fellow DeMatty just winged. He's lying in the gutter across the street.
Okay.
Nice work, boys.
You made short work of that other bird. He's dead if they make him. This one's still kicking, though. Well, what was the idea of bombing the church, buddy?
I had nothing to do with it. Nothing to do with it at all.
And what were you doing with that other bird who had the bomb?
I was not with him. God sent me here to the church. I had nothing to do with it.
He's just crazy alone. I'll get an ambulance out here to pick him up.
Right. Well, it looks like we've put an end to our bombing bend.
Yeah, I don't mind telling you, I'm not sorry about it.
I guess every one of us feels the same way. But there's one thing about it. In spite of the long wait, it was worth it. Worth every second of it. To get rid of the bomber and put an end to this reign of terror. I, for one, say thank the Lord it's over.
And I, for one, will now go home and introduce myself to my wife.
And now we take you once more to our northern studios, where you will hear District Attorney Matthew Brady of San Francisco County. Mr. Brady.
Thus, the apprehension, trial, and sentencing of the Phantom Bomber were dispensed with in a few seconds by San Francisco police without further cost to the county. The bullet-riddled corpse was identified as that of G. Rickey, a religious fanatic. His accomplice, the man across the street, died from his wounds a few weeks later, and the police records were closed. The 10 detectives whose daring solved the bombings were each given 2 weeks' vacation by the police commission and a gold badge for distinctive service by Mayor Rolfe. Once again, the faithful congregation of the Church of Saints Peter and Paul began to climb the 13 steps to worship without fear.
Thank you, Mr. Brady. Perhaps these police dramas affect you as they affect this listener who recently wrote in.
So many calling all cars programs that now every time I hear a siren, either on the air or on the street, I say to myself, there goes some police car performance. I said it jokingly at first. Then I tried Rio Grande cracked gasoline myself. Now I'm serious when I say it is absolutely everything you claim it is. No wonder the police cars use it.
Every time you hear a siren, a fire engine, or an ambulance, let it remind you, too, that there goes some police car performance. And that you can have the very same performance in your car by driving into the Rio Grande Independent Service Station just down the street. There you can get the same Rio Grande cracked gasoline that powers more police cars and other emergency equipment wherever it is sold than any other brand. Your Rio Grande dealer will also give you free a toy police money with your change, which you can trade for junior police badges, handcuffs, fingerprinting sets, bracelets, G-Man pistols, and other valuable gifts to make some boy or girl happy, and a full-fledged member of Rio Grande's Junior Police Department. Ask for a copy of Calling All Cars News and learn all about it. This is the opportunity to make some youngster happy without it costing you a cent. As you get acquainted with your Rio Grande dealer, you will discover that he also sells a motor oil as fine as you can buy anywhere on earth. Sinclair, Pennsylvania. It is thoroughly de-waxed and de-jellied in the world's largest refinery, located in the heart of the Bradford Allegheny field, recognized as the source of the best, the most expensive lubricating crude in Pennsylvania. Yet it costs you no more than motor oil refined from cheaper Pennsylvania crude.
San Francisco police calling all cars, attention all cars, a cancellation broadcast 152 regarding the bombings of the St. Peter and Paul Church on Filbert Street. Suspect in this case killed while trying to escape. That's all.
This is your narrator, Frederick Lindsley, bidding you good night for the Rio Grande Oil Company.
Thank you for visiting Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Please support our veterans by visiting veteransradioministry.com. Together we can honor their great sacrifice. Thank you.
This is your FBI. This is your FBI, an official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, presented as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. To your FBI, you look for national security, and to the Equitable Society for financial security. These two great institutions are dedicated to the protection of you, your home, and your country. Tonight, the story of a crime against society, the confidence game.
There are many ways for a thief to steal. There are many forms of larceny. They range from the simplest stick-up to the involved manipulations of a big-time swindle. This present war period has created a fertile field for the swindler. Increased salaries, increased employment set up a ready market for his get-rich-quick activities. On May 22nd, 1934, Congress, by passing the National Stolen Property Act, put into the hands of the FBI an effective weapon against confidence men. In spite of this, however, swindlers still pursue their losing game. Their drama is an old one, and it's worked with little variation. Its first act might begin as this one does, in the office of a respectable businessman. He is greeting a visitor.
Sit down, Mr. Perry.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Well, warm enough for you?
I should say so. Phew. You know, I thought they called this the Windy City. I haven't even felt a breeze since I've been here.
Well, why don't you take off your coat?
Well, sir, now, I don't mind if I do. There. Oh, I feel better already.
How long are you planning to be here in Chicago, Mr. Perry?
Just long enough to complete my business with you.
You mean you came here just for that?
Exactly.
Well...
As I told you in my letter, Mr. Mitchell, this is a really big proposition.
Yes, it must be. You're coming on here from New York.
Suppose I give you some of the details.
Yes, I wish you would.
Well, as you know, I'm the American representative of British Farm Equipment Limited.
Yes?
Our headquarters, of course, are in London.
Oh, I know the firm.
My principals asked me to contact you and find out just how much interest you might have in working along with us on a very ambitious post-war program.
Here in the States?
Yes. Confidentially, we plan to open a factory here as soon as possible.
I see.
And we'd like you to take charge of the plant.
Me? Me take charge?
That's right, sir.
But why should you be interested in me?
Well, we made a complete survey of all men in the farm equipment field. It should flatter you to know, Mr. Mitchell, that your name came out at the very top of the list.
You don't say.
So that's why I'm here.
Well, I certainly am flattered.
Now, I'm not authorized to close any deal with you. I merely came to sound you out and turn in a report.
Of course.
What can I tell the Home Office, Mr. Mitchell? Are you interested?
Yes, very interested.
Good. Sir Richard Barton, our financial director, is arriving in this country in the next few weeks.
Yes?
He'll undoubtedly want to get together with you. Can I cable and say that you're willing to talk to him?
Of course.
Thank you, sir. Well, this has been a very satisfying visit.
The first act in any swindle must sound completely authentic, must convince the victim, must stand up under any investigation he might make. The facts the confidence man gave regarding the farm equipment company were true, with only one exception. He did not represent the company. His victim naturally did not know this. So, several weeks later, in answer to a summons from the swindler, Mr. Mitchell traveled east to meet one Sir Richard Barton at a hotel in Newport, Rhode Island.
Some more bread, Sir Richard?
No, thank you.
And how about you, Mr. Mitchell?
I have some, thanks.
What was I just talking about?
The patent rights on that tractor, Sir Richard.
Oh, yes, of course. We have exclusive rights, you know. The tractors can be produced at an extremely low cost.
We can undercut the whole market.
You mean here in this country?
All over the world, Mr. Mitchell.
Where?
I can tell you confidentially that the British government is interested in our company to quite a large degree.
That we don't talk about, though.
Of course.
Frankly, that's the main reason for my visit to America.
Oh?
I have to contact your State Department on some corporation matters. I'm doing it through our own embassy.
I see.
I may have to ask you to come to Washington with me, Mr. Mitchell.
Why?
Because of your extensive knowledge of this type of manufacture. You might be called on for some off-the-record testimony.
Well, I'd like to help any way I can.
Bully for you. I had an idea that we
Say.
might... yes? What is it?
What's this?
What?
A wallet. I felt it with my foot. It was under the table. Is it yours, Sir Richard?
No, it's not mine.
Mr. Mitchell?
No, it doesn't belong to me.
Well, what do you think I should do?
Look inside, Perry. See if there's any identification.
Oh, well, I hate to.
Well, then, here, let me have it.
Yes, sir.
Probably dropped by whoever was dining here. Oh, I say. Look here.
What?
$1,000 bills.
Hey.
5 of them.
Golly.
Here's an identification card. Lee Jackson, Surf Hotel.
He's a guest here.
Evidently.
Pretty careless fellow.
I should say. It's fortunate for him that we were the ones who found it, eh?
Yes.
Perry, contact Mr. Jackson. After dinner, have him come to my suite, will you? Oh, answer that, will you, Perry?
Yes, sir.
Another drink, Mr. Mitchell? Not right now, thanks. Then I think I'll have one.
Yes?
My name is Jackson. Lee Jackson.
Oh.
You told me at the desk somebody up here found my wallet.
That's right. That's right. Come in.
Thanks.
This is the man who lost the wallet.
Oh, how are you, sir?
Okay.
You're Mr. Jackson?
That's right.
Well, I have your wallet here. I think for obvious reasons you should identify its contents.
Sure.
Will you check the items, Mr. Mitchell?
Oh, yes. Yes, of course.
5 $1,000 bills.
Mm-hmm.
Some money order receipts. 3, I think.
That's right.
An Elks card, an address book, 2 letters, and a racetrack badge in my name. I think that's all.
Does that tally, Mr. Mitchell?
Yes, it does.
Very well. Let him have the wallet.
Thanks.
Well, you're a very fortunate man, Mr. Jackson.
Don't I know it? I'd like to do something for all of you.
Oh, that isn't necessary.
Look, take this grand and cut it up between you.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Jackson, but we're really not interested.
Definitely not. Right, Mr. Mitchell?
Of course.
Well, I got another idea.
Yes?
This you can't beef about.
Look,
I'm around racetracks, what you call a betting commissioner.
Yes?
I'll take this grand and put it on a horse for you. The right kind of a horse.
Please, Mr. Jackson.
If he wins, we cut up the profits. Now, what's wrong with that?
Well,
how about it?
What do you think, Sir Richard?
Oh, I suppose we have to make some compromise with Mr. Jackson.
And you, Mr. Mitchell?
Well, I have no objection.
Okay, gentlemen. It's a deal. Act 2 of the swindle is always the build-up. The victim is let in on the ground floor, is given something for nothing, usually in great abundance. Mr. Jackson, the latest addition to the rapidly growing confidence ring, returned to the hotel suite the following evening. Returned with a $3,000 profit. His confederates suggested that the money be bet again. He agreed to this, and the second horse won, and the profit was $14,000. Another horse was played, and another, until at the end of 3 days, the trio had a profit of $120,000. There's the figures, gentlemen.
It's amazing. Amazing.
Well, where do we go from here?
Well, I don't know. What do you think, Perry?
You've got me.
Mr. Mitchell?
120,000 is a lot of money.
Yes, indeed.
That's 30,000 apiece.
I know, Mr. Mitchell.
Can I put in my 2 cents worth?
Oh, by all means, Jackson. Please do.
These horses I've been playing weren't exactly stiffs. Naturally, I had to have information.
Of course.
And I can just about guarantee you that the information is going to continue.
Really?
I'm expecting a bookmaker up here. He'll have the payoff money with him. Meantime, do a little thinking for a minute and see whether you want to take one more stab.
Very well.
Look, I don't have to do any thinking. My mind is made up.
In which direction, Perry?
I'm for playing one more horse.
Well, that's very sporting. And by Jove, I think I'll string along.
Well, I still say 120,000 is a lot of money.
Oh, come now, Mr. Mitchell. After all, we're gambling with their money.
That's true.
Well, then, why hesitate?
Well, all right. I agree.
Capital, capital.
That's probably the book.
Come in. Mr. Jackson.
Come in, Frankie.
Okay.
This is Mr. Perry, Mr. Mitchell, and Mr. Barton, Frankie Stevens.
How do you do, Mr. Stevens?
We've been holding a stockholders meeting, Frankie.
Uh-huh.
We just about made up our minds to play 120 grand back with you.
Oh, just like that, huh?
Now, what's the matter?
Well, I come here to have a little talk with you about that 120.
Does this mean he's reneging?
Now, look, mister, I don't operate that way. I've got your dough right here in this little bag. But first, I got to find out something.
Well?
You guys have been getting a free ride.
How?
Suppose you had lost 120,000. Would I have collected? Well, would I?
Well, that's hardly the
point.
point.
It's very much the point, mister. In fact, that's the only way you're going to get your money.
What do you mean?
Show me 120,000, and I mean cash. Then I'll make my payoff.
Now, look, Frankie...
That's my deal, boys. Now get it up.
After the fourth member of the confidence ring, the bookmaker, had departed from the hotel suite, a conference was held. A conference which resulted in the victim, Mr. Mitchell, returning to Chicago accompanied by Perry to negotiate a loan to pay his share of the bookmaker's demands. Now the second act of the swindle has been completed. The victim is primed for the kill. Obtaining $30,000, $30,000 in cash, Mitchell and Perry returned to Newport, returned to the Surf Hotel, returned for the final act.
Now, let me see. You've given me your 30,000, Perry.
That's right.
I have a draft here for 60,000, which was sent to me from New York. I'm putting up Mr. Jackson's share, you know.
Yes.
And you have your money, Mr. Mitchell?
Yes, right here.
Splendid. Let me have it, please.
What for?
Perry has agreed to go to the bookmaker's establishment. He'll show him our capital and collect our profits.
Oh, very well.
What about the bet?
How's that?
I thought we agreed that we're going to take a stab at one more horse.
Oh, of course, Mr. Jackson. Of course, it completely slipped my mind.
Perry will still have to bring the dough to the book.
Well, how much are we betting?
Our winnings?
We don't touch any of this money that we're putting up. This credit money?
Of course not, Mr. Mitchell.
What's the horse, Jackson?
Oh, yeah, here. I wrote it out in a slip. You play him to place.
Is that for second?
Yes.
What's the name of the horse?
Why?
Well, shouldn't we know who we're betting on?
Do you know who we were betting on before? Do you know what horses put us 120 G's ahead?
No.
Jackson's right, Mr. Mitchell. He has more than established his honesty to date.
Let me have the money.
Very well. Here you are, Perry.
I'd better be getting over there.
We'll wait for you here. Good luck, old boy, and good hunting. Did they announce any results yet, Mr. Jackson?
No.
Are you sure you're tuned to the right station?
Yeah, we get it any minute now.
You know, this is most exciting. Do you agree, Mr. Mitchell?
Yes, a bit nerve-wracking, too.
Well, I always say a sporting chance is well...
For a race at Jamaica, off at 3:21.5. The winner, post 3, Sun Boy.
Is that our horse?
At second, post 11, Victory Ride.
That's us. That's our bet.
For show.
Well, we won?
Yes, sir. We picked him in the right slot, too. We played him to place.
Congratulations, Mr. Jackson. Congratulations.
This is wonderful.
Should pay better than 3 to 1.
Heavens. We've made a fortune. Come in. Perry, you're just in time.
We won, Mr. Perry. We won our bet.
On the level?
Yes.
The horse won?
No, ran second, but that's good enough for us.
Second?
Yep.
You mean it didn't win?
What's the difference? We still collect.
Oh, that's awful.
What's wrong?
Oh, I did a terrible thing, gentlemen.
How do you mean?
I bet on him to win.
You did what?
But I told you, Perry.
I know, but he was 10 to 1. I figured you've been lucky right along.
Perry, that's disgraceful.
Oh, yes, you haven't heard the whole story.
What do you mean by that?
I bet our credit money, too.
What?
Why, you... Wait, now, keep away.
Jackson, don't. Stop. Perry has a very bad heart. Jackson. Good heavens. Perry, are you all right?
He's unconscious.
Yes. Mr. Mitchell, get a doctor, please. There's one on the second floor.
Second floor?
Yes, hurry.
Very well.
All right, boys. Let's blow.
we momentarily close the Federal Bureau of Investigation file on the confidence ring. We'll return to this case in just a moment. We Americans must think very highly of life insurance because we buy more of it than all the rest of the world put together. 70% of the life insurance now in force on this globe is owned by citizens of the United States. All of which goes to prove that we Americans believe in self-help and self-reliance, believe in watching out for our futures, believe in educating our own children and in taking care of our families. Of the large number of Americans who feel that way, 3,200,000 have joined forces as members of the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. Please take particular note of that word society in the Equitable's name. It means that the Equitable is not a profit-making enterprise, has no stockholders, is entirely owned by its members, that is to say, by its policyholders. Dollars entrusted to the Equitable Society to build security for its members are put to work in ways that benefit the whole country, are invested in homes, farming, and in scores of the key industries on which our national security and prosperity depend. By serving its members, the Equitable Society serves America. And now, back to the file on the confidence ring.
The confidence game has an ancient and dishonorable history. Its existence can be traced back to the very beginning of time. Through the years, through the centuries, the pattern has varied, but one element has always remained: the gullible victim. Mr. Mitchell returned to the hotel suite in Newport, Rhode Island, to find that his erstwhile companions had left, had disappeared along with his $30,000. Stunned and bewildered, he returned to his home in Chicago. After a lapse of several days, after carefully thinking out his entire adventure, he decided to tell the whole story to agents of the FBI.
When I finally located the doctor, I brought him right to the suite. To my amazement, I discovered that everyone was gone.
Including the men who'd been assaulted.
Yes, sir.
What did you do then, Mr. Mitchell?
Well, to tell you the truth, I was too mixed up to do much of anything.
Did you inquire for them at the hotel desk, see if they'd checked out?
Eventually, yes. They hadn't paid their bill. They'd just left the suite and never returned.
I see.
I wound up paying for it myself.
This money you gave them, the $30,000, what were the denominations of the bills?
20s, 50s, and 100s.
Did you by any chance keep a record of the serial numbers?
No, I regret to say I didn't. You see, at the time I just didn't suspect.
I understand.
How did this man who called himself Perry first contact you?
He wrote to me from New York.
Did you keep the letter by any chance?
Yes, I have it on file in my office.
We'd like to see it.
Surely.
How accurately do you think you could describe these men?
Oh, quite well. I'm sure of that.
Then suppose you give us the descriptions. We'll send them to Washington, have them checked in the general appearance file.
The general appearance file is an excellent example of FBI thoroughness. This file consists of photographs and descriptions of approximately 15,000 outstanding criminals. Special agents for the Identification Division checked this file for information on the confidence ring. They removed punch cards of all persons falling into the general classification of the descriptions furnished. They placed these cards in a sorting machine. A machine adjusted to sort and finally select by mechanical means cards bearing descriptions similar to those of the suspects. Within a short time, the machine had done its job. Photographs which bore the same numbers as the cards that had been mechanically selected were sent by airmail special delivery to the Chicago field office.
Can I see you for a minute, Russ?
Yes, come in, Lou.
Right.
I've just been with Mr. Mitchell. Had him check over the photographs.
Any results?
Yes, he positively identified all 4 men.
Good.
He really was up against a pretty strong team. Here, take a look at them.
Very well.
The old boy there, the one who calls himself Sir Richard, is one George Willis, an English confidence man.
I see.
The rest of the gang all have quite impressive records, too.
I received a report from the Providence office this morning. The agents did a check at the Newport Hotel.
They uncover anything?
No, there was no indication as to where the gang had gone.
Well, how about Scotland Yard?
We heard from them late yesterday afternoon. British Farm Equipment Limited is a legitimate company.
How about Sir Richard Barton?
Oh, he was financial director of the company, but he died in 1940.
This gang stayed reasonably close to the facts.
Yes.
Oh, by the way, Mr. Mitchell gave me that letter he received from the man who called himself Perry.
May I see it?
Oh, surely. Here you are.
Thanks.
Take a look at the letterhead.
British Farm Equipment Limited.
I doubt that it's genuine.
New York address.
Probably a vacant lot.
Yes, but the letter was mailed from New York.
I know.
If this stationery is faked, it might have been printed there, too.
Oh, you're right.
Let's send it on to the New York office and find out.
A slender lead, a letterhead. A letterhead that might have been set up in any print shop in the country. But the letter had been mailed from New York, so agents in that city were given the assignment of checking with every print and stationery shop in the 5 boroughs. It was a slow job, a tedious job, a seemingly endless job, but a job that finally brought results.
Lou,
Yes, Ross.
a teletype just came in from New York.
Oh, on the Mitchell case?
Yes.
What's the story?
That letterhead really paid off.
How do you mean?
Well, first of all, they checked the address. You were right on that. It was a vacant lot.
Well, that figured.
But checking on the print shops really uncovered something.
They picked the men up?
No, it wasn't that strong. But they did find the printer who'd done the job. He said it was for a man named Phil Renville. He lived in a midtown hotel.
I see.
The agents went to the hotel, contacted the manager, and found that Renville had checked out just this morning.
What a break.
Judging by his description, Renville is really Mr. Perry. The hotel manager also revealed that 3 other men had shared a suite with him.
Then they're all still together?
It would appear that way, yes.
Any idea where they went?
I believe we have.
Good.
The hotel manager recalled that Renville had done some business with the transportation desk. So the agent checked there and found that Renville had bought 4 railroad tickets.
Well, we'd better have that train covered.
We don't have to.
Why not?
We're going to cover it ourselves.
What?
Sir Richard and company are aboard the 20th Century. They're due in Chicago here tomorrow morning.
It feels good to stretch the legs again, eh, boys?
Yeah.
Frankie, you look as if you're still asleep.
I am. This early morning deal's murder.
How long a wait do we have between trains?
Couple hours.
Shall we take a stroll about town?
We'd better get over to the other station first.
Other station?
That's where the chief leaves from.
Oh.
We ought to get our bags over there.
Very well.
Mr. Perry?
Huh?
Mr. Perry?
It's the Umpche.
Good heavens.
Hello there, Mr. Perry.
Sir Richard. Greetings, old boy. Mr. Mitchell. Well, this is a 10 strike. You've no idea how worried we've been about you.
About me?
Yes. What in the world ever happened to you?
Whatever happened to my $30,000?
Oh, you already know that.
I mean, what really happened to it?
Look, Sir Richard.
Yes?
We're wasting time.
Of course.
We have to make that train.
I think you should answer Mr. Mitchell's question, gentlemen.
Who are you, sir?
We're special agents of the FBI.
Just stay together, all of you.
May I ask a question?
Yes? What is it?
Where can we dispose of 4 tickets on the chief?
The Swindler's drama is an old one, and it's worked with little variation. It's 3 acts of the meeting, the build-up, and the payoff. But since 1934, since the passage of the National Stolen Property Act, the FBI has been able to add a convincing finish. A finish that was not in the Swindler's script. This finish is apprehension and arrest. Confidence men, as well as all criminals, are a blot on the American way of life. Special agents of the FBI will continue to ferret out these individuals, and with cooperation of the public and law enforcement agencies, bring them to justice.
hear the disposition of tonight's case in just a moment. Will you join the Equitable Society in a salute? A salute to a man so familiar to you that you tend to forget how important his wartime services are. A salute to the hard-working merchant who runs your corner store. Yes, your butcher, grocer, druggist, and the other small but important businessmen on America's main streets deserve an overwhelming vote of thanks. In spite of shortages, point rationing, and manpower difficulties, they're still doing business at the same old stand, still proving that in a land of opportunity, the right kind of men can always get ahead. The Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States is proud of its many associations with these typically American institutions. And we firmly believe that the millions of dollars of Equitable Society funds that help finance business may truly be called investments in victory, just as are the other equitable millions that have gone into war bonds and war industries. In wartime, Equitable Society dollars are fighting dollars, and at all times, they are security dollars for you, your home, and your country.
In tonight's case, a federal grand jury convening in Boston indicted Barton, Perry, Jackson, and Stevens. They were tried, found guilty, and sentenced to 8 years in a federal penitentiary.
The incidents used in tonight's broadcast are taken from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of persons living or dead is accidental. Tonight, the music was under the direction of Van Cleve. Your narrator was Frank Lovejoy. This is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. And now this is Carl Frank speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and inviting you to tune in again next week at this same time for This is Your FBI. This is Infantry Day. A day dedicated to the doughboy, the foot slogger, the indispensable soldier who storms enemy beaches, knocks out pillboxes, meets the foe face to face and hand to hand. No war was ever won without infantry, and no infantry ever surpassed the heroic American troops we honor now. But remember, they can't reload their weapons with words of praise. So be practical about Infantry Day. Cheer G.I. Joe and his leaders by giving them ample material aid for the tremendous task ahead. On Infantry Day and every day, buy war bonds in the 7th War Loan Drive.
This is the American Broadcasting Company.
Good evening. This is Crime Classics. I am Thomas Hyland with another true story of crime. Listen. The sound you hear is that of a swimmer in the Adriatic Sea. Her name is Agrippina, and the stroke she's using, 'tis one of the day. According to research, a kind of combination overhand side and flutter kick. Agrippina is quite good at it, too, she being the mother of the Emperor of Rome, and having the best instructors in all things. For instance, her swimming instructor told her to roll over on her back and float when she got tired, which she just did. And she was tired, all right. She'd been swimming toward shore for the last 2 hours. Not for laurels, not for prizes, but to save her life. It seems her son had tried to drown her by rigging up a boat whose bottom would fall out, and which did when Agrippina was on it. Sonny's name? Nero. So tonight, my report to you about a mother and son in Rome in the 1st century A.D., listed in my files as Your Loving Son, Nero.
Crime Classics, a new series of true crime stories taken from the records and newspapers of every land from every time. Your host each week, Mr. Thomas Hyland, connoisseur of crime, student of violence, and teller of murders. Now, once again, Mr. Thomas Hyland.
Rome, in the year 62 A.D. Nero had been on the throne for 8 years and had put on 60 pounds. And no wonder. At 25, he had tasted every sweet from Ethiopia to Britannia and had scouts out for whatever he had missed. I'd better tell you some nice things about Nero before we really get into this. First of all, he had a genuine love for Rome and its people. Oftentimes, Nero would release 1,000 birds of every kind, some with Roman money attached to them. He also threw to the people pork and mutton saddles, as well as tickets for grain and togas, and choice seats to concerts, at which he sang. This was the Nero that history forgot. Now, let's have a look at the Nero who is remembered. Scene: dressing room in the Roman Colosseum. Principals: Nero and Seneca, his mentor.
Hold high the shield for me, Seneca, so that I may look into it.
You look like...
What? Out with it. Out with it, Seneca.
Like a beast of the Nubian plains.
Which was my design when I put on the skin of a black leopard.
I meant sleek.
And you meant handsome?
And dangerous.
Do I frighten you?
Yes.
Well, then cower.
Oh, Nero.
Ah!
The Emperor will have great sport today. The crowd will love this novelty.
I am beloved, is that not so?
The poets sing of it. But listen now, great Nero. I have a thing to speak of.
Hand me that broadsword.
Here.
This sword will be my claws in the arena this day.
Beloved Nero.
Seneca?
This thing I have to speak of.
Yes.
They say...
Who?
Those about you of importance. They say you grow overly fond of your mother.
As I am her son, why not?
That she saps you of your wisdom. That she does undue influence upon you.
Agrippina's a loving mother.
Just so. Too much so. Her mother love saps you of your vigor.
What you say is an impiety, Seneca.
Lord Nero, be careful of your sword.
What more of my mother and me?
I repeat only what they say.
Come, Seneca, lift me into the cage.
Yes.
Bend down your back so that I can step on it.
Yes.
Be brave now, Seneca. I am in a cage. What else is at your brain as concerns my mother?
Kill her.
For your sake? Because I love her more than you?
For the sake of Rome.
Which is me?
Of course.
Have the slaves wheel me into the arena, Seneca.
Yes.
What happened when Nero was rolled into the arena in a cage dressed in a black leopard skin is a fine clue as to the lad's personality. Also in the arena and tied securely to stakes were slaves. Then the cage was sprung open, Nero leaped out with his broadsword and performed whatever ritual came to mind. Later, when the sands of the arena were swept clean and in some places resanded, Nero performed again. This time with stringed lyre, in curlets and silken toga.
When Nero sweetly strikes his lyre,
Apollo strings his bow, and Nero's song is the tongue of fire, while the goddess moon swings low. Oh, Nero is the prince beloved, and Nero is adored on high.
And so on into the night. He didn't sing well, but he sang loud and long. And he had a special arrangement with the Coliseum guards. Collect the heads of all those who tried to leave while he was singing. It was usually after midnight when Nero finally gave the signal for his audience to go home. Nero was fatigued and he wanted his mother. History tells us Agrippina had a restorative influence on her son because of the soothing quality of her voice, perhaps of her understanding of the light in her motherly eyes, or just perhaps because of a way she had with rose oil and myrrh.
Mother.
Hush, son. How tired you must be from the day. Let me this soothing of you.
Mother.
Turn your other shoulder to me, son.
So help me Jupiter, Mother, if you don't let me ask you what...
Yes, what is it?
What I did today in the arena with the wearing of the leopard skin. What of it, Mother?
Terrifying.
Huh? What else?
Exciting.
Yeah. And what else?
Papia sat beside me. She bit the soft of her hand till blood came in such ecstasy.
Oh, Mother, Papia's always biting the soft of her hand when she sees me.
She's fond of you. Why do you laugh?
Last night, Papia painted her face in ochre and went to the oracle. She's afraid Acte, the slave girl from Germania, has taken her place in my affection.
Has she?
Acte opened her veins this noon because I demanded it, and Papia doesn't know it yet. Anoint my hair, Mother. Oh, not that much.
Papia is waiting for you, isn't she?
Oh, of course she is.
What does she say of me?
We hardly talk, Mother. I sing to her, and then we stare at each other. Ah, thank Jupiter for Eros.
But Seneca talks to you, doesn't he?
Hand me that garland, Mother.
Doesn't he?
No, much. Constantly, pratingly, ceaselessly, without end.
Of me?
Much. Constantly, pratingly, ceaselessly, without end.
What does he say?
He wants me to kill you.
I see.
He says you love me too much and have undue influence upon me, therefore you should be dead.
Nero, my son.
Yes, Mother.
Remember that Claudius died suddenly, and for that reason you are emperor. Remember that Claudius died because I wished it. Somehow there was poison, and somehow Claudius died. And remember, too, that rightfully your stepbrother Britannicus should sit on the emperor's throne. And remember...
Jupiter, look at the hourglass. The sand's run out. I'm late. Let me kiss you. Ave Mater. The poppy blossom of slender shaft, of scarlet petal her gaze enthralled. Give thanks to Olympus, give thanks to the gods that season Nero has to her called.
Emperor?
Wait. I lay on the loggia today after the pool, and I gazed up at the heavens, and the thoughts went through me in a rush. Millions of thoughts, and...
Bad boy.
After tonight, there's tomorrow, and the being emperor again, and the whisperings and the intrigues. Oh, Papia, my head swims in thoughts. My poor head.
Rested upon me. Emperor.
Yes.
Your mother anointed well. Your curlets smell of the dew.
She hates you, Papia.
I know.
She hates Seneca.
Because he is wise.
Papia.
Does not your garland bind your brow? Here, let me take it off.
Oh. Ah, gentle Popea.
Seneca is wise, Nero.
Do you want my mother dead, too?
Only for your sake.
How?
It is said that Agrippina is anointing her stepson Britannicus lately. And in private calls him Emperor.
All night a Rubicus dwells a witch. Pluto's daughter, ill-got is she. Her name is Locusta, 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 horrible witch. From the river of the dead, her poisons be.
Oh, sing no more, Nero. I love thee too well, Emperor.
Popea wasn't the only one who bade him lay down his lyre and still his song. A man named Petronius did the same thing. He wrote Nero a note and told the emperor that he was the worst singer of all time. Then Petronius, to save a lot of time all the way around, opened his veins. But Popea, being currently Nero's type of love, she got away with it. Also, in Nero's ear, she went on and on about the new Delphic oracle, who knew the mystery, she said, like no other oracle in Rome or in the provinces. A younger man, she told Nero, one with younger ideas, one who could conjure voices, speak to the gods, and recognize ancestors in various animals, and very good with the advice. So, Nero kissed her for her concern. Retrieved his garland, left her. On the way to the Delphic oracle, he made a decision.
And I'll do it now, as long as I've got my mind made up.
And he made a detour. Stopped in to see Locusta on the Iter Rubicus, then paid a call on his stepbrother, Britannicus.
This vase of wine I bring you, brother, from Gaul it is, where the Rhone flows gently and the grapes grow fat. O great stepbrother, whose love is dear to me and who desires nothing but good for me, for these reasons I give you this wine that you should drink. Drink it. Like that, boy. Throw back your throat and let the coolness of it, the death of it touch you and chill you. Come on! Come on! Britannicus has drunk poison and is dead. He hated life and wanted no more of it.
Then Nero called upon the Delphic oracle. No sooner had the oracle lighted his pot of fire and said the words, than Nero asked a question.
My brother Britannicus is dead. What should be of my mother?
Jupiter and those on Olympus are jealous of you, O Caesar Nero. They would smile more brightly upon you if Agrippina were dead and belonged to them.
Nero went home to the palace, and the oracle went into his back room.
It is done, Seneca, I have told him.
And he will kill his mother?
This I believe.
How shrewd is Popea to have sent him to you?
This I believe.
On the table is 1,000 sesterces oracle.
I will say words for you into the fire, Seneca.
Hail.
Hail.
Nero went to sleep that night with a new mission in life. He was going to kill his mother.
You are listening to Crime Classics and your host, Thomas Hyland.
A word about Rome in the year 62 A.D. Rome was in her glory. Her subject people stretched from Asia Minor to Britain, and they paid their taxes on time. A city of slaves and temples and chariot races and visitors from Greece and freedmen from the provinces and spices and oils and unguents. And here and there on the streets, an old Etruscan. The Colosseum was the center of attraction. Here, man fought man, beast fought beast. And on holidays, they switched. Nero was emperor, and you already know how Nero loved to set an example. Agrippina was his mother, and some background on her. Out of a maternal concern for her son, she poisoned a lot of people, most prominent of whom, her third husband, the Emperor Claudius. Pliny the Elder, in his letters, mentions her as the vilest of women, and I just quoted. But Pliny was called in the journals of Tacitus as a sour man, and I just quoted again. Anyhow, her son Nero woke up one morning determined to murder her. So he sent for Locusta of the Iterubicus.
Get off the floor, witch, and come close. You brought poisons. Vile stuff. What's this one for?
Nephews.
And this?
Daughters.
And this?
Mothers.
Mothers? Oh, tell me of it.
'Tis powdered stuff of a thing I know, plucked from a swamp I know, when one night the moon of fertility rode. In the 8th month of Octavian, when there was harvest, it kills mothers quickly, instantly.
Without pain. I would not like my mother to suffer.
Like that.
How is it used?
Yes, a drop in a sweet meat, or whatever.
I'll have it. Seneca! Pay her, Seneca. 1,000 sesterces. Seneca, have the wall splashed with sweet-smelling oil to take this reek out. Go. And so, Mother, as a small gift of the day in honor of Persephone, sweetmeats from Thebes. Plump dates rolled in cinnamon, stiffened honey from Alexandria, wild berries from the south slope of Lebanon drowned in sweet essences.
Which is your favorite, son?
This one.
Put it to my lips.
First.
Yes?
I would kiss you, Mother.
Persephone's day is a favorite of mine. You make it happier.
Bend to me. Now here is your walnut sweet.
It's very good.
Excellent.
May I have another?
Of course. Here's a choice one. It's bigger.
Ambrosia. The gods should know of it. And may I have some of that? What is it?
Oh, morsel from the Hebrews. A cluster of almonds chopped with apples and dipped in wine.
Delicious.
Mother.
What?
How do you feel?
Blessed by Jupiter, who's given me such a fond son. Son.
Yes, Mother.
Eat of your gift. Here, I will place a sweetmeat to your lips.
No, stop. Stop it.
Do you ail?
Stop it. Stop it.
You ail. Let me hold you, son. Sweet son. Emperor's son.
I have here a translation from a Latin historian named Suetonius. In essence, here's what the gentleman has to say. Thrice Nero tried to poison his mother with sweetmeats and other devices, but each time, warned of his plan, she suffered herself to swallow antidotes beforehand. Nero then planned another method for his mother's destruction. He tampered with the ceiling of her bedroom, contriving a mechanical device for loosening its panels and dropping them upon her while she slept. But this leaked out through some of those connected with the plot, so that Agrippina was warned and slept elsewhere. Imagine Nero's chagrin and fury and petulance. So his mentor, Seneca, came up with a thought.
Now, the first thing you've got to do is control yourself. Throw that last Grecian urn and get it out of your system. I'm glad you did. It was a hideous bit of pottery anyway. Now the thought. Write your mother a letter.
To say what?
Well, you wrote Petronius a letter telling him it would be best for himself and the state to open his veins, did you not?
Yes.
And he did it. As did Fluvius when you wrote him a letter. And Caspar.
And Marius and his 3 sons and that senator.
Lucius.
Loud from his mouth of taxes and excesses.
And others. Write her.
And you will tell me what to say?
As before, with the others.
Let us do it.
And since, Mother, it appears you are trying to have me slain, for the good of all of us and of the state, I, Nero, Emperor, and faithful...
You're going too fast.
Where are you?
Nero.
Emperor and faithful son, do request your death. This gift I enclose, small knife of gold, for slitting, and sign it your loving son, Nero. Now put your seal to it, and I'll have a slave take it over right away.
The slave has just now brought me your letter, which needs prompt reply. I will not kill myself, Ave.
Mother? Mother? Oh, Mother.
What is it?
Did you enjoy the banquet?
You sang beautifully.
That is not what I mean, Mother.
What then?
No one fell dead at the banquet, Mother. Neither your taster nor mine.
I don't want to think about it.
I know that. That's why I've arranged this voyage for you. And when you return from Thessaly, you will bring back forgiveness in your heart for me.
Son.
Yes.
Do you still want your mother dead?
No.
Swear it.
By the gods of Olympus.
Then my voyage will be joyful.
With a new and fleet ship to take you to golden sands and return refreshed.
I love you well, Nero.
You are my love, Mother. Ave. Ave. Sail home to me soon.
If this tender scene of Aves and loving kindnesses perplexes you, well, it really shouldn't. Nero was still up to no good. In spite of the sumptuous banquet he had arranged for his mother out of the clear blue sky, and in spite of the trip he had arranged for her to golden sands and return by way of a peace offering, Nero still had murder on his mind. This ship he had built for his mother, you know who built it? Anicetus. And who is Anicetus? Any of your better histories on triremes and other Roman naval craft will devote at least a few paragraphs to Anicetus. He was forever trying things against the laws of navigation. For instance, this ship that would take Agrippina to Thessaly, he designed it so its bottom would fall out 5 miles at sea. And did it? Well, let's pick up the ship just before it was 5 miles out on the Adriatic. Quiet ocean. Azure skies, as fine a 2 decks of slaves chained to the oars as you'll ever find. And Agrippina having grapes at the captain's table.
You men of the sea, Captain. All my life, the great wonder I've had about them. What's that? Help me!
Well, everybody drowned except Agrippina. Not that she was the greatest swimmer in the world, as she only knew 1 stroke, but she had sense enough to roll over on her back and float when she got tired. So she got to shore. She made known who she was, which got her a fresh toga and transportation back to the palace. Nero was waiting for her.
Mother.
Mother! Mother! Oh, Mother! Slaves! Strangle her!
And they did, with a silken scarf. It is interesting to note that the word mater in Latin means mother. From mater, we get the word matricide.
Your Loving Son Nero, tonight's crime classic, was adapted from the original court reports and newspaper accounts by Morton Fine and David Friedkin. The music was composed and conducted by Bernard Herrmann, and the program is produced and directed by Elliott Lewis. Thomas Hyland is portrayed on radio by Lou Merrill. In tonight's story, William Conrad was heard as Nero and Betty Lou Gerson as Agrippina. Featured in the cast were Sammy Hill, Edgar Barrier, Hy Averback, and Martha Wentworth.
This is the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
Lost in Brazil invites you on an unforgettable journey, where every moment is an adventure waiting to be discovered. Join us as we uncover the soul of Brazil, one incredible experience at a time. Click on the link in the description and embark on the ultimate Brazilian odyssey.
And now, in cooperation with police and federal law enforcement departments throughout the United States,
Waterman's Pens and Waterman's Ink present Gangbusters. Out of the foxholes of Europe, from the steaming jungle swamps of the Pacific, our men are now coming home to a new America. A wave of crime has followed every war, and we must not allow lawbreakers to tear down here at home the very ideals that our men have fought to preserve.
Tonight, Gangbusters presents the authentic inside facts about a gun moll who wanted a red dress more than anything else in the world.
And so, Louis J. Valentine, former commissioner of the largest police department in the world, takes over to interview by proxy Sheriff E.W. Biscayloos of Los Angeles County, California. Commissioner Valentine.
Sheriff Biscayloos, I know you want to start tonight's case from inside San Quentin Prison.
Yes, Commissioner Valentine. San Quentin is one of our largest and oldest penitentiaries. with steel and concrete walls 18 feet high and 3 feet thick at the bottom. They're impossible to undermine, and guards constantly patrol the top of the walls.
How many killers and criminals are there in San Quentin, Sheriff?
Some 3,500, Commissioner Valentine, or there were on the first Saturday afternoon of last October 1944, when a prisoner knocked on the door of the warden's office. Come in. Oh, yes, Connors?
There's a girl in the waiting room, Warden. Is she a beauty? She's sweet and young and fresh.
Oh, that must be Miss Nelson from the Red Cross to pick up my donation. Tell her to come right in, Connors.
Okay. Miss, would you come in and see the warden, please?
Won't you come over and sit down? I didn't expect you so soon. I'll have the Red Cross check made out in just a moment.
Red Cross check?
Why, yes.
I don't understand.
Aren't you Miss Nelson from the Red Cross?
No.
Oh, I see. Who are you?
Juanita Hanson.
Oh, I'm sorry, Miss Hanson. I was mistaken.
I was waiting for William Crane to be released.
William Crane?
Yes.
Why? You, related to Crane?
I'm his girlfriend.
Just a moment, please. Warden speaking.
William Crane is in the outer office, sir, ready to be released.
All right, Connors, send him in. Are you really William Crane's girlfriend?
Why not?
Well, William Crane is one of the toughest, most dangerous criminals in San Quentin.
But he's being released.
Yes, he served his time for the crime he was convicted of, but...
I've been waiting 5 years for him.
Miss Hanson, you've only one life. You're young, beautiful. Your whole life is before you. I'd think it over if I were you.
Hello, Warden.
Oh, come in, Crane.
Hi, kid.
Hello, Crane.
Well, Warden, looks like this is where you and me part company.
Crane, I hope I don't see you here again. Remember this. Hard work never hurt anybody.
That's what the warden at Joliet told me before they turned me loose.
I see. Well, good luck then.
No, I ain't shaking hands with you, Warden.
You've got a good girl there, Crane. Think it over.
The sermon through?
Yes, it's through.
Come on, kid. Let's blow.
Crane, can you imagine that warden calling me a good girl?
What do you got fixed, Juanita?
If this cab driver doesn't fall asleep, we should be there in half an hour. It's a place at Cobblestone Cabins, just north of Bakersfield. Shaky O'Leary's out of the jug. He's up there waiting.
Okay. Things are going to start popping and popping fast.
Your dame's done okay, Crane. We're going to be healed right with this artillery she got for us.
Let's see that 38, Shaky.
You can have the 38. Give me the sawed-off shotgun every time. There's a swell hideout, huh, Crane?
Yeah, Juanita did all right. Imagine her putting up white lace curtains. Well, good looking herself.
You got us some good rods here, Juanita. Well, what's eating you?
There's going to be a new deal in this gang, boys.
What new deal?
What do you mean, Juanita?
This time, you're doing as I say.
What?
I'm laying the plan.
Oh, no, there ain't no woman telling me what to do. I've been in this game too long.
And you ended up in San Quentin, Shaky. And Crane...
Now, wait a minute.
I've been waiting 5 years, Crane. I'm young. I've got a right to live and be happy. Have money, attention, good clothes. I haven't gone places. I've been waiting for you to get out of the penitentiary. Well, now you're out. I want the things I've been dreaming of. You both tried your ways, and the cops got you, put you behind bars. But not this time. I've got everything planned. We'll have everything, but no more penitentiaries.
I don't know, but maybe she's got something, Shaky.
Well, maybe.
It's a new deal, boys. A new deal from now on.
To all cruising police cars, Farmington Hotel, 3974 Wilshire Boulevard, just robbed by 2 gunmen and beautiful girl.
Man just held up by 2 gunmen at 1516 Sunset Boulevard. 3rd holdup by these gunmen today.
Emergency. Grocer on Breed Avenue just held up at gunpoint. Large sum of money taken. Girl driving black sedan. Warning. These gunmen are heavily armed.
What are you pulling up here for, Juanita?
I've got another job lined up across the street.
Hey, not bad. The bank over there. Got it all cased, huh?
Well, no, not exactly.
You can't knock over a bank, kid, unless you've cased it, know how everything is.
But it's not the bank.
Not the bank?
Huh?
But there's no other place over there, just that little cleaning store.
I know. That's the place I've got picked out for us.
What? You nuts?
You're not figuring for us to take over that little joint, Juanita.
Crane, you don't understand good planning. You see, you all need different clothes. The cops are giving out descriptions of what you're wearing. Now, you can't go out and buy clothes you'd be recognized.
Yeah, but a cleaning store.
This time, Juanita, no.
But you've got to.
What is this, anyhow?
For my sake, you've got to, please.
What's back of all this? Why have we got to crack that cleaning store? Come on, why have we?
I told you, Crane. I've been wanting clothes all these years I've been waiting for you. Now, I can't get out and buy any. I'd be recognized. In the window of the cleaning shop, there's a red evening dress. It's the most beautiful evening dress I ever saw. I've never had an evening dress. I've always wanted one. Red, just like that one. Oh, please, I've waited so long. I want that red dress.
Can you beat that?
All right, kid. We'll crack the cleaning store. We'll get us some different clothes and maybe the red dress. Come on, Shaky. Over to the cleaning store. We'll let Juanita have her.
There, we sure brought back a mess of clothes from that cleaning store.
Oh, there's the red evening dress at the bottom of the pile.
Hold on, will you? We're getting to it. Take a look at Shaky and that soup and fish.
Oh, please, I want to see the dress.
Okay, I'll pull it out.
Oh, Crane, look at this. Oh, it's the most beautiful gown I ever saw in my life.
All right, now shut up, will you?
Oh, I love you all. It's beautiful. It's what I always dreamt of.
Don't let them skin your life.
Oh, Crane.
Oh, lay off, will you?
I'm going into the other room and get all dressed up. Then you've got to... You can take... Oh, look. Look.
Will you stop?
Look, all the way down the back. It's torn. I can't wear it. It's not...
Oh, shut up. You're getting me down.
No, I've got it, but it's no good. I just want what other people have, but nothing ever turns out right for me.
Listen, Crane, I've been wanting to talk to you about Juanita.
Yeah?
She has too much to say around here.
I know what I'm doing, Shaky. When I want your advice, I'll ask for it.
A slug between her eyes is what she needs.
I said I know what I'm doing. Juanita's tired. She's on edge. I'll handle her all right.
Okay. Just don't wait too long.
I got my plan, Shaky. Don't worry. As long as Juanita's helping us, she stays around.
I'm telling you, Crane, a roadside stand like this, it's nothing but peanuts.
Juanita's put her finger on a bankroll here.
He's that tall man at the far table. A big-time gambler from Denver. He's got a roll of 3,000 or 4,000.
Says who?
I sent her out alone last night. She lamped him.
I'll go out and have the car running.
Yeah,
Hey, look at your dame, Crane. She's got the jitters worse than ever. Never mind that. Okay, this is it.
All right, folks, this is a stick-up. Reach.
Hold on. Hey, wait a minute. Hold on.
Pipe down, over here.
What do you mean?
I said pipe down.
What is the idea?
Get out of the way, you.
No.
I said get out of the way.
No.
Maybe you didn't see this rod.
Yeah, I see it. You can't bluff me.
Duck, boss. I took up all he's thrown it. Why, you little... You're in safe.
Oh.
Make for the car, pal. Get going, Juanita. I just bumped a guy.
You killed him? No, don't say you killed him.
Get going, will you? When I got a gun, no guy is going to stand up to me. Remember that.
Crane made his getaway, Sheriff Biscayloos?
Yes, Commissioner Valentine. He literally was riding at the crest. But something which Crane hadn't counted on soon took place.
And now, Commissioner Valentine, I'd like to ask you a question. Isn't it true that one of the hardest things a police officer has to learn is to spot the difference between the guilty and the innocent, between the false and the genuine?
That's right, Mr. Gardner. But modern scientific research and equipment have made it a lot easier to tell the difference.
Yes, friends, and modern research methods have also made it easy to prove the difference between one ink and another, to prove a difference that is truly amazing. For example, recent tests of nationally known inks show that Waterman's Blue Black gives you up to 6,500 extra words every time you fill your pen. Think of it. Up to 6,500 more words per filling than any other nationally known ink. That means you save all the muss and bother of frequent refilling. You save time, money, and that annoying loss of thought continuity.
That's fine, Mr. Gardner. But what makes such a big difference?
Well, simple enough, Commissioner. It's because Waterman's Blue Black ink is all ink. No solvents, no dilution, no added chemicals. Every drop is packed with true ink quality, the kind that writes on and on and on. And because it's all ink, Waterman's Blue Black is second to none in resistance to air, light, time, and moisture. Suitable for all types of pens, for all kinds of paper, leaves no blurry lines, has no unpleasant odors. So switch to Waterman's Blue Black and get just what you ask for, ink. Remember, too, that Waterman's ink comes in 7 other pleasing and distinctive colors, all in the amazingly convenient tip-fill bottle, only 10 cents. And now back to tonight's case of William Harlan Crane and Commissioner Louis J. Valentine.
Sheriff Biscayloos, with William Harlan Crane shooting a man and apparently riding high and wide. What was the next development in this case?
Well, it was the day after the shooting, Commissioner Valentine. A woman was sitting in a chair. The spotlight was on her face. Her whole body trembled, and she nervously clasped and unclasped her hands. Finally, she turned to the man who was quietly watching her.
Tell me, Doctor. What is it?
Young lady, you're in bad shape. Your whole nervous system. You're burned out.
What'll I do?
You must have lived a pretty, unusual life.
Yes, I have.
Whom do you live with?
Why, just some people.
That bruise on your face.
Oh, it's nothing. It's nothing.
You have a boyfriend?
Yes.
Young lady, I know more about you than you think I do.
What do you mean?
I thought so. Well, I'm going to give you some tablets for your nerves.
I've got to have something.
One of these tablets should put you to sleep, fast asleep. Take only one at a time. I'm giving you 5 extra ones, but don't use them unless you have to.
Thank you, Doctor.
When you get home, take one and hide the others so no one can get to them accidentally. Improperly taken, the tablets can be dangerous.
Yes, sir. And thank you, Doctor. Thank you. And you won't tell anyone I was here, will you?
No. Now, young lady, you've got to learn to relax. Take things easier. A lot easier. Have some fun.
I've never even been on the pier here at Long Beach before, Crane.
Keep walking, Juanita. Right out to the end of the pier.
Everybody seems so happy, laughing and everything.
I'm not hearing any laughing matter. Keep walking.
I guess those two over there are in love, aren't they?
Mm-hmm.
I wonder what makes them so happy.
I'm nuts, I guess.
We've passed everything now. There's nothing way out at the end of the pier, Crane.
Keep walking.
Oh, what are we coming out here for?
I'll tell you when we get there. Come on over here by the rail. Now lean over the rail. Put your arm around me.
Crane, you mean it?
Sure, I mean it.
Oh. Look. Look at the moon.
I see it.
And the water.
Come closer.
Yes. I've got a confession to make, Crane.
Hmm? What's that?
I was afraid as I was walking out here with you, you might hate me and want me out of the way.
You're nuts. Come closer.
Yes.
Now lean over.
Yes. What was that?
That's why I wanted you close, like we were making love. I didn't tell you we had a little trouble in that liquor store job tonight.
Oh. What did you drop in the water?
The gun I killed the guy with.
Oh.
It's 35 feet deep out here off the pier.
So that was why you wanted me to be close to you. To make love to you. So people couldn't see you drop the murder gun.
You're getting bright, aren't you? Come on, we're leaving. Come on.
Just a few minutes.
I said we're leaving. The cops are closing up California tighter than a drum. State police, federal guys, hundreds of them. We're going back to the hideout and figure a way of getting out.
I'm going nuts, I tell you, Crane, nuts. This hideout's bad as a cell.
Stop blowing your top, Shaky. You gotta listen to the short wave and hear what the cops are doing.
Police control cars, attention. This is Lloyd Smith, night dispatcher. You're to act upon the orders of Captain C.W. Ellison. Have your guns ready and patrol all highways. The men we are after are killers.
They don't know where to look.
Deputy Sheriffs Thompson, Rayner, Murphy. Proceed to cobblestone cabins with riot guns and tear gas bombs.
You're onto our cabin hideout. We can't beat it for there.
Crane, I can't take it. We're like rats in a trap. Who's that? I'll kill you.
Shut up.
I'll kill...
It's only Juanita.
What's the latest police report?
You got us trapped in, all right.
It's your fault, Juanita. We're in this jam.
Shut up, will you, Shaky? Juanita, I saw that box you had the sleeping pills in the doctor gave you. It was on a washbowl.
Yes.
It was empty.
Yes, the doctor said they'd be good for my nerves.
All of them at one time?
Yes, that's the way I was supposed to take them.
Huh.
They were all different kinds, and I had to take them all together for them to do any good.
KQBV, KQBV.
Hey, that's a secret code. They're gonna raid.
KQBV. Answer your call letters, please. KQBV.
Those are just the call letters of the police radio.
It's like we were rats being trapped.
I think I know how to help you, boys.
You keep your nose out of
That's
it.
enough for you, Juanita.
I think I can call the cops off you.
What do you mean?
You and Shaky get in the car, start driving toward San Fernando. 15 minutes after you've left, I'll call the cops and tell them there's been a killing on the other side of town. I'll describe you two, and all the cops will go racing in the wrong direction.
Yeah? Yeah?
What are you willing to do that for? If you stay here, you'll get caught.
I can slip through alone and meet you next week.
Yeah. I know, maybe that's a good idea.
Yeah, it's the best idea we got, sure. Wait a minute. How come you're willing to take this chance, Juanita?
Crane is my boyfriend. Aren't you, Crane?
Sure, baby, sure. You know I love you.
Then why shouldn't I take a chance?
Come on, Shaky. We gotta get going.
Yeah.
I'll sit down here by the telephone, and in 15 minutes I'll call the cops.
Hey, you ain't getting sleepy, are you, kid?
No, I'm not getting sleepy, Crane.
Okay. Well, we're leaving. Good luck.
You want to give me a kiss before you go, Crane?
None of that stuff now, kid. The time's too short.
Yes, the time's too short.
Come on, Shaky, get going. We'll be seeing you, Juanita.
Yes. I'll be seeing you.
Will you pass that car in front of us, Crane? We've been trailing at 20 miles.
It's doing 40, Shaky. I don't want to take a chance of being picked up for speeding.
No cop's gonna take me. I'll blow my brains out first.
Cars 47 and 2.
That's state police.
Be ready for instructions.
You suppose the cops will get Juanita back there?
Yeah, they will. She can't tell nothing.
Yeah, should have pumped her full of lead weeks ago.
Attention, all police.
Is there anybody living but police?
The body of a girl has just been found in a house on the outskirts of Long Beach.
Juanita, she's dead.
This girl was sitting by the telephone. Death was due to the overdose of sleeping tablets.
Juanita's dead, and she's here, in the air.
Examination of the house leaves no doubt, but it was occupied by the gunman. Cartridges were found, and fingerprints of Shaky O'Leary.
Yeah, that's me.
And the prints of William Harlan Crane. That is all.
Crane, she's dead.
Stop shaking, will you?
She knows how we wanted to kill her. She's laughing at us. Sure, that's what she's doing. She's laughing at us.
42, calling headquarters.
That sounds awful loud.
I'm getting you, 42.
I'm proceeding 40 miles an hour along Highway 19.
That's where we are, Crane.
We're directly back of Killer's car. Car 29 directly in front of them. We have them hemmed in.
Crane, there is another car right in back of us.
Break out that back window and use your shotgun. Shoot to kill him. Go on, shoot some more.
I couldn't hold the shotgun. It dropped out the back window.
You stupid fool. Start shooting with your rod, then. There's a roadblock up ahead. Now we are caught. All right, you men. Come out of that car with your hands up.
Yeah. We're coming. We're coming.
Don't shoot, copper. Don't shoot. Here's my rod.
So you're Crane, huh? And the fellow doing the shakes must be O'Leary.
I said don't shoot, copper. I'm all in.
Fight's all out of you, eh, Crane?
Yeah.
Come on, get going. There's a couple of cells reserved for the both of you. Back in San Quentin.
It's Hopalong Cassidy. With action and suspense, out of the Old West comes the most famous hero of them all, Hopalong Cassidy, starring William Boyd. The Ring of the Silver Spurs heralds the most amazing man ever to ride the prairies of the early West, Hopalong Cassidy. This famous hero thrills his 60 million fans with action and dangerous adventure. In the role of Hopalong Cassidy is the popular star of the motion picture series, William Boyd. And appearing as that laughable old character, California, is Andy Clyde. Now to our story, The Failure. No question about it, Branch Patterson was a spellbinder. A quiet, crafty man for 3 years out of every 4. When an election year came around, he blossomed out, slapped folks on the back, became the good friend of every citizen of Shotwell. So right now, in this good year of 1886, Branch is in his glory as usual, on the speaker's platform among the red, white, and blue bunting, letting the people know as only Branch can.
I've told you a lot about Ike Iverson. I like to call him Honest Ike Iverson. Oh, but I'm not through. No, sir, not by a long sight. I have here a letter from old Evan Harden, our beloved sheriff, who's retiring from office after so many years of good service to this community. Now, as you all know, old Evan's taking it easy back in the big city, New York. He says here, Dear Branch, I want you to know I'm getting along fine here in New York. The weather's been fine these past 2 weeks, and I'm having myself a good rest. The reason I'm writing is to congratulate you and the rest of the folks in Shotwell on your choice of Ike Iverson as my successor. There ain't a man in Shotwell can fill my boots better than Ike. And I wish him all the luck in the world. Signed, Evan K. Harden. Now, I can't add much to that, but I think you all know by now that a vote for Honest Ike Iverson is a vote for law and order in Shotwell County. I think that steer's about done to a turn, and there's plenty of roasted corn and free drinks for all. Let's eat.
He puts on a nice show.
He sure does, Hoppy. Once every 4 years.
I wonder now if it was worth the ride. I'm an awful long ways from the bar 20.
Yeah. By the way, where's California?
Oh, I left him behind to run things for me. This election's kind of a personal thing with me anyway, and
Sure. But what can we do?
That's a good question.
Don't
mean to butt in. I just saw you sitting here, and I figured there must be 3 of us around to see through that 4-flusher.
Yeah, and we won't count much in an election. Oh, I'm Hopalong Cassidy, and this is Janie Malloy.
How do you do?
Janie runs the newspaper here in Shotwell.
My name's Ted. I have a ranch over Dakota way on the Little Missouri. Or I had one.
What do you mean?
I just sold it. I guess I'm a failure at ranching, too.
Oh, now, wait a minute.
Don't get me wrong. I'm not giving up. 28, you know. Got a few good years left in me.
Well, I should think so.
I thought I'd drop by here before I take the train back east. Get a look at Western politics in action. I'm a little disappointed.
You mean it's different back there?
No, it's the same. Give people a good time, a free barbecue, promise them the moon, and get yourself elected. Say, who's running against Honest Ike?
Well...
It just might be a very fine, upstanding young man named Bill Dixon, who also happens to be Janie's fiancé.
He's luckier in love than he is in politics.
Thank you, sir.
Well, what are you going to do? Sit around and let this barbecuer run off with the election?
Branch Patterson owns this town from one end of Main Street to the other.
Then it should be a delightful battle. Delightful.
Huh?
I've already decided to let my trip east wait for a while. Mr. Patterson comes first. We must defeat him.
Good. You just tell us how, Ted. And,
now, you tell me this. How did Patterson get along with Mr. Harden, the former sheriff?
Not at all. Harden was the only man in town he couldn't control.
What about the letter, Ted? Sound right to you?
No. There's a chink in Mr. Patterson's armor, I'm afraid. According to the letter, Mr. Harden is comfortably retired in New York, delighted with the weather there. Well, according to a friend who just wrote to me, it's been raining cats and dogs there for a solid month.
Uh-huh.
Which means, of course, that Mr. Harden isn't in New York or any place near it. And if he isn't there, where is he?
A man who calls himself a failure has sparked Hoppy's curiosity about the coming election for sheriff of Shotwell County and the letter from Evan Harden, the outgoing sheriff, supposedly written from New York. It's late at night after the barbecue that Hoppy walks through the Star Saloon to Branch Patterson's office.
Hi, Mr. Cassidy. Hello, Hoppy.
Hello, how are you?
Howdy, Hoppy.
Hello.
Yeah, come in.
Hello, Branch.
Well, hop along, Cassidy. Why, you old varmint, I haven't seen you for years.
Yeah, sit down.
Thanks.
Yeah, have a cigar?
No, thanks, French.
Yeah, what brought you to Shotwell, Hoppy?
Maybe I come to get a free dinner. And maybe it's just that I'm curious about you and old Evan Harden.
What about me and Evan Harden?
Last I heard, you two were at each other's throats. Seems the sheriff office was the only thing in town you couldn't control.
Oh, me and Evan had an understanding finally. He, mellowed as he got older.
Must have mellowed awful fast. He was at the bar 20 a few months ago and told me he was going to get your hide.
Yeah, like I said, he changed a lot.
Maybe so. By the way, where's Bert?
Bert?
Bert Holliday. Used to be your #1 assistant.
Oh, Bert's going to Colorado. Yeah, going to open up a new place for me there.
I see.
Well, Cassidy, I don't want to rush you off, but I've got a lot of work to clear up here, and I...
Sure. Oh, just one other thing. Mind if I take a look at that letter from Evan?
Oh, any particular reason?
Yeah, I owe the old boy some money. I want to send it to him in New York.
I see. Well, I don't want to open the safe now, but he's living at the Hudson View Hotel there on 65th Street.
Thanks, French. That ought to do it.
Oh, and Cassidy.
Yeah?
When you write to him, send him my love, will you?
Sure.
Hello, Cassidy.
Hello.
Hello, Hoppy.
I do.
Cassidy.
Oh, there you are.
Well, any luck?
I don't know. Patterson says he's living at the Hudson View Hotel.
I know the place on 65th. Come on, let's get down to the telegraph office.
This message going to New York?
Yeah. Here, I'll read it to you. Mr. Joseph Alderwood, 684 Park Avenue, New York City. Urgent you wire description of man residing Hudson View Hotel under name of Evan K. Harden. Hire Pinkerton operative if necessary. Oh, here's my name. I'm staying here at the Golden.
Oh, I know it, Hoppy, but you can't win an election on suspicion.
What about that, Ted?
That's all they had against Boss Tweed to begin with.
You don't know this town. Branch Patterson owns it. The voters are behind him to a man.
We had our Branch Pattersons in New York State. We got rid of them. And I don't think voters out here are any different.
Well, what do you want me to do? Get up and tell them Branch Patterson is a crook, but I think the letter from Harden's a forgery?
Bill, by the time we're through, you'll be able to tell them more than that.
Like what?
We don't think Evan Harden's alive.
Huh? What are you talking about?
We got an idea Branch killed him and faked that trip to New York.
Hey, that's pretty strong stuff. Can you prove it?
We're going to try. Now, how do you feel about running now?
Sure, I'll run. If you give me the ammunition.
Okay, it might take some digging, but we'll get it.
Oh, Mr. Cassidy, I thought you'd gone up to bed.
Sorry, Miss Anderson. I didn't mean to startle you.
Well, I just ain't used to having rumors round again.
Sure, it's only been a month or so since Sheriff Harden went east.
Please, don't talk about Sheriff Harden. I miss him so much.
He was a roomer here for a long time.
20 years.
Yeah. Wonder why he suddenly decided he'd like it better in New York.
I ain't a mind reader, Mr. Cassidy, and I'm running a rooming house, not an information bureau.
Kind of jumpy, aren't you?
I ain't jumpy.
Okay, Miss Anderson. I don't want to upset you. It's just that I'm mighty fond of old Evan Harden, too.
He was a wonderful man.
Was?
Well, I mean, it's almost like he's gone forever. Way off in New York.
Sure, I know. Did you see him off?
What do you mean?
The night he left town. Did you help him pack or anything?
I didn't see him till around midnight when he was about to leave. His horse was saddled outside waiting.
Remember what he had on?
Now, see here, Mr. Cassidy, you can't...
I'm just testing your memory, Miss Anderson.
He had on a salt and pepper suit, a black Stetson, a red tie, and tan high-heeled boots. And that's all the talking I intend to do about Sheriff Harden.
Sorry, I guess I'm just naturally nosy. Mighty nice piano you got here. Looks new.
It is?
Must have cost a piece of money.
I just come into a legacy.
Yeah? That's what I thought.
Here? I'm sorry, Mr. Cassidy, I didn't get the question.
I just asked if you knew Evan Harden.
Sheriff Harden? Sure, I knew Evan. I still know him, I reckon. That is, if I ever see him again.
Were you on duty here at the station the night he took the train east?
Yeah, I took number 68. I remember old Evan rolling up in that buckboard of his, come up and shook my hand. And there was tears in his eyes. Hated to leave Shotwell after 20 years.
Yeah, I guess he did. Do you remember what he was wearing?
Sure. A salt and pepper suit, black Stetson, red tie, and tan high-heeled boots. His city-going clothes, I reckon.
Did it strike you as strange, Evan pulling out for the East after all these years?
Not strange. Sensible. Just what I'm going to do next week.
Oh?
Going to leave this burg and head east myself. Time I started taking life easy.
Well, you must have saved your money.
Yeah, that's right. I saved my money.
Well, Ike, what's the latest?
We've tailed Cassidy day and night for a week now. He's been asking questions all over town. Look, Branch, I'm getting uneasy about this.
Shut up. I told you I had it fixed, and it's going to stay fixed.
Someone's going to spill.
Forget it. They won't talk because they know what'll happen if they do.
I hope you were right.
Yeah. Have a cigar, Ike.
Yeah.
Light? That's better. Now, you're my boy, Ike. You're going to win this election, and you're going to stay right in my pocket where you belong. We'll do big things together here in Shotwell County. Now, you leave Cassidy to me. Run out and slap a few more backs. After all, Ike, you're the town hero, aren't you? The people's choice.
Well, Hoppy, it's you.
Hello, Bill. Janie, Dad.
Hi, Hoppy. Hop along, Cassidy, private investigator. Well, how'd you come up?
I'm a horse from asking questions, and I've got sore feet. But I got a lot of answers, too.
Well, what are they?
Hardin left the rooming house at 11:30. Took the creek road to the station. Got there after midnight. Or so the stories go.
Witnesses?
That's the funny part. There are two. Hester Anderson at the rooming house and the ticket agent at the station.
No one else?
No one.
Well, nothing wrong with that. It was late at night.
Only he must have passed the Peters place on the way. Mark was Hardin's best friend around here. And he was up all that night with a phone there. Why didn't Hardin stop in to say goodbye? And here's another thing.
Ted.
Yeah?
I guess you better tell him.
What's the matter? What's eating all of you?
Afraid we made a slight error, Hoppy.
Huh?
Wire came today. Read it, Tim.
Yeah. Let's see here. It says, checked Evan K. Hardin. About 65, gray hair, 6 feet, 180 pounds, black-dyed mustache, brown eyes, scar on left cheek, smokes corn cob. Hope this is sufficient. Joseph Alderwood. Well, that satisfy you, Hoppy?
Yeah, it sure does.
It's Harding's description to a T.
It satisfies me that there's another guy in Patterson's bought-out gang I hadn't figured on.
Who's that?
The telegraph operator. That wire never left his office. He ran up to Patterson's office with it and let him figure out the answer.
You know, maybe he's right.
Sure I'm right. The landlady and the ticket agent were bought and paid for. I could see the money in their eyes. Both of them had the same description of Hardin on the night he left. Word for word. Can you remember what Janie wore 30 days ago, Bill? Can you?
Well, no, Hoppy, but you can't.
And another thing. According to their stories, Hardin left the boarding house at 11:30 on horseback and pulled up at the station 45 minutes later driving a buckboard.
By George, Hoppy bully for you.
Well, where do we go from here?
Ted, can you leave for New York tonight?
Well, I hate to rush off, but I suppose I can.
Good. You've got a job to do back there.
What do you mean?
Better get comfortable. I want to get things straight before Ted goes. Because if it comes off...
Yeah?
Patterson will go up for the murder of Evan Hardin, and you'll be sheriff of Shotwell County.
late at night, and eastbound number 68 is puffing up the grade a few miles out of Shotwell toward a pair of riders waiting in the shadows near the track.
Well, here she comes, Ted, right on time. Not as convenient taking her on the fly this way, but we couldn't risk having you seen leaving for the east.
Still think we're taking a chance?
Everything's a gamble in this country. A lot will depend on you, though.
I can take care of that. My George has done me a lot of good watching you fellas work. Don't feel like a failure anymore.
I don't believe you ever did.
Matter of fact, there are a couple of pieces of unfinished business in the East I think I'll tackle while I'm back. Give it the old Cassidy treatment, huh?
You forget about Cassidy. Grab that rail. Here you go now.
Got it. Hey, remember to ship my baggage.
Coming up by fast freight. So long, Mr.
So long, hubby.
Say, what was that fella's last name? Hello, Branch.
Well, Cassidy, up kind of late for a sarsaparilla drinker, aren't you?
Had an errand to run.
Huh?
Yeah. Offhand, I can't think of anything I like to do less than eat crow, Branch, but sometimes it has to be done.
Well, I'm a willing listener.
I made some cracks I'm sorry for, and I want to apologize.
Really?
Yeah, I may as well lay it on the line, Branch. I thought Evan Harden was dead. I thought that letter you read at the barbecue was a phony. Guess I'm just naturally not a trusting soul. So I sent a wire to New York and got my ears pinned back. Harden's living at the Hudson View, all right, fit as a fiddle.
Why are you telling me all this, Cassidy?
Because I might have done you some damage. Asking questions around town and all. I had a good reason, of course.
What reason?
Miss Anderson. You knew I was staying at her rooming house.
What about Miss Anderson?
First night I stayed there, she woke me up, walking down the hallway in her sleep, talking a mile a minute about Evan Harden being murdered.
Oh, is that so?
Yeah. Seems to me she mentioned your name a couple of times, but I couldn't quite make it out. Well, anyway, that's what started me off on the wrong foot.
Did she say anything else?
Well, she did it almost every night for a week. Did an awful lot of talking. Said she was afraid someone was going to kill her because she knew too much. Long about then, I realized she was crazy.
Mm-hmm. That all?
Well, toward the last, she got pretty wild. Said murder had been committed in her house, and she was an avenging angel. Well, that was last night, just before she took off.
Took off?
Yeah, haven't you heard?
What?
Miss Anderson ran off early this morning. Nobody knows where she went. Well, anyway, I wanted you to know the whole story, Branch. If you hear anybody spreading gossip around about you, just send them to me and I'll straighten them out.
Yeah. Sure, thanks.
Good night, Branch.
Night. Ike.
Yeah, what is it?
Old Lady Anderson's gone crazy. Run off somewhere.
Crazy? What do you...
I don't know, but she's talking. Now get the boys together. Tell them to get in the saddle and stay there until they find her. Confound it, Ike. Quit pacing the floor.
Shut up, Branch.
Oh, getting smart, huh? Getting too big for your britches.
I've had a belly full of you and your crazy schemes. Don't worry, Ike. They won't talk. They're afraid of me. Big, bad Branch Patterson. I got the Indian sign on it. That won't do you no good, Branch. Nah, nothing's going to do us any good now.
Shut up, you hear me?
Knock off Harden, bribe yourself a set of witnesses, and grab a sheriff's office. Just like that. Don't look so easy now, does it? With that dame running around the hills for a week now, off her nuts, screaming that we killed him.
Okay, Ike.
Put the gun down, Branch. You wouldn't plug me in the back room of your own saloon, would you? No, that wouldn't be smart. You'd have me shot out in the hills somewhere and bribe yourself a few witnesses. Give me that gun for me, Ike. Let go, Ike. Branch, Ike. Stop. Let go, Ike. Drop the gun. Okay. What is it, Willis?
Look, a wire just came in down at the telegraph office. Lucky I was on duty instead of the relief.
What is it? That's from New York.
Holiday.
Hester Anderson arrived here, went to authorities, told them where Hardin lives. Pinkerton should arrive Shotwell tomorrow. Holiday.
Where Hardin lives?
He couldn't say more on a wire. She told him where we put the body, in the mine shaft at Connor's Bluff.
What are we going to do, Branch?
We better get out of here.
No, that's no good. They can't get us if they can't find Hardin's body, prove he's dead.
You mean that...
Yeah. Come on. We're going out and get rid of it. This time for keeps. Hold the light up. That's it.
I think it's farther on.
You were too scared that night to remember. Here's the place. I remember that quartz vein on the wall.
Hurry, we haven't much time.
Come on, Ike.
How deep is it?
Never mind that. Just move rocks.
Hold that light up, Willis.
I'm doing the best I can.
Wait a minute. Listen. That noise. Somebody's over there. Get the light, Willie.
No, you don't. Stay right where you are.
Cassidy.
Hands up, Brent. You ought to know better than that, Branch.
Okay, Cassidy. How'd you get here?
We've been tailing you all week, waiting for you to get our telegram.
Your telegram?
Yeah, a friend of ours in New York sent it and signed Holiday's name. He's in custody, by the way.
But what about Miss Anderson?
She's resting comfortably out at Bill Dixon's ranch. By the way, Bill's outside with a posse. Wanted me to tell you how much he appreciated your leading us to Sheriff Hardin's body. Just in time for the election.
It's election night in Shotwell, and the citizens are gathered on the rodeo grounds for a torchlight celebration.
Look at Bill up there on the stand, Hoppy. I'm so proud I could split.
He's going to make a good sheriff, Janie. Wouldn't be surprised if there were some pretty drastic changes around here. What with you and your weekly editorials and Bill in charge of the law.
It was a long chance, a lot of guesswork, but we won.
Yeah, thanks to Ted. That wire from New York couldn't have come at a better time.
Quiet, everyone.
Uh-oh, here we go.
Quiet, everyone, quiet. I've got a lot to say to you tonight about what we're going to do together to make Shotwell a better place to live. You know, at another rally here not long ago, a young fellow walked up to us and told us Branch Patterson was a skunk, and it was high time someone got up enough nerve to lick him. Well, that fellow's in New York now, and I just got a telegram from him that I'd like to read to you. Bill Dixon, Sheriff, Shotwell County. Hope voters there have learned that good government is more important than a free barbecue every 4 years. Congratulations on your election. Hope I have as much luck this November when I run for mayor of New York City. Regards, Teddy Roosevelt.
We hope you'll be with us next time when Hopalong Cassidy will again ride out from the Bar 20 for another dangerous and exciting adventure of the Old West. Hopalong Cassidy, starring William Boyd, is transcribed and produced in the West by Walter White, Jr. The Failure was written by Harold Swampton. All stories are based upon the characters created by Clarence E. Mulford. This is a Commodore production.
the king of the cowboys, Roy Rogers. Brought to you by Quaker Puffed Wheat and Quaker Puffed Rice, the ready-to-serve breakfast cereals shot from guns.
Quaker Puffed Wheat and Rice, shot from guns. Nice and snappy Quaker Puffed Wheat and Rice makes your family breakfast happy.
Transcribed from out of the West and into your home, riding the range of mystery and adventure, blazing the trail of Western story and song. Foy Willing and the Riders of the Purple Sage, that teller of tall tales, Gabby Hayes, the Queen of the West, Dale Evans, and in person, the king of the cowboys himself, Roy Rogers.
Well, howdy, folks. This is Roy Rogers. Well, buckaroos, we had a mighty busy week. We've been trying to do things for that young boy who came to stay with us at the Double R Bar Ranch. But we also tangled with some really bad cattle rustlers. Gabby, I wish you'd tell our friends about those rustlers.
Just what I was going to do, Roy. Say, buckaroos, you know that young feller come to stay with us, Jack Williams. Only we call him Dusty now, 'cause he'd rather take a whipping than wash his face. Well, Dusty ain't near as ornery as he was. I've been sort of gentling him, you know, with a little help from Roy, of course. Well, we call this story The Mystery of the Disappearing Trail. T'other night, over by Johnny Sparrow's Double O Ranch, exciting things was in the wind.
Keep her moving, Carl. Keep those cattle moving. What do you think we're doing? Well, they have to be through the pass loaded on trucks before sunup. If Mr. Sparrow finds out his cattle have been rustled, and I'm not back to work by the regular time tomorrow morning, he'll be suspicious I had something to do with it.
I thought you said Sparrow wouldn't know about this rustling. Not for 2 or 3 days.
He won't.
I thought you said his busted arm would keep him around the Double O Ranch house.
It will. We can't take unnecessary chances, though. We've got to get the cattle through the pass before sunup. Then the other boys can take them the rest of the way.
Hey, Art!
Wait a minute. Here, Reed. Here I am.
Art, on the upper trail. Somebody's watching us.
Where?
Right there. I can see him, too.
I happened to look up a couple of minutes ago. He was just sitting on his horse watching, same as he is now.
Hey, it's old Leon Mills, Sparrow's sidekick. And if I know Leon, he'll head straight for the ranch house. He'll tell Sparrow what's happening.
No, he won't. Keep his cattle moving. I'll take care of Leon Mills before he can head anywhere.
John Sparrow, wake up! Get out of your bed! Rustlers are taking your cattle.
Who's there?
Watch me, John. Leon Mills. Rustlers are driving off your herd. They ain't fooling. They tried to kill me. My horse outran them.
I can't lose those cattle, Leon. I'll go broke.
I tell you what I'd do if I was you, John. I'd get Roy Rogers.
Roy Rogers? Yeah.
He's the only man in the country who's a match for any outlaws that ever lived. You stay here. I'll get him before the rustlers have too much of a start. Roy Rogers will be here in no time. He'll fix them.
Into the bunkhouse, quick, Art.
We're all right, Carl. If anybody on the ranch had heard about the cattle, there'd be some excitement.
There's a light in the ranch house, though. And Leon Mills got away when you were chasing him.
That light's probably only Sparrow with his arm hurting, and that's good. It means Sparrow hadn't slept much tonight. He'll sleep late in the morning. The boys can take it easy when they start moving the cattle by truck.
Art, somebody's riding up.
It's Leon Mills. And Roy Rogers is with him. Rogers and Dale Evans and Gabby Hayes.
We'll have to stop him, Art. If Rogers gets on our trail...
Yeah, we worked out trick. Rogers won't be able to follow the cattle.
You can't tell about Rogers. Wait a minute. I know how to stop him without getting into trouble. Duck back here. Wait till they go in the house, then we'll fix Rogers.
We'll set Mr. Sparrow's mind at ease, Leon. Then we'll get after those rustlers.
They can't have more than 3 or 4 hours start.
Shucks, Leon. You didn't need to bother Roy on a simple thing like catching rustlers. You could have come to me, private-like. I'm the champion rustler catcher of all times, you know. Doggone.
What's the matter there? Is the champion rustler catcher of all times tripping over his spurs?
Pigeons and hot coals. Who wouldn't trip? Brandon iron laying right on the ground.
Better take it into Mr. Sparrow.
Yeah, I get a broken leg. And look at the thing. It's made wrong. The blacksmith put a bar connecting the 2 O's. And Sparrow's ranch is just a double O.
Well, sure enough.
Happy, we've got some rustlers to catch. Remember? They won't sit and wait for us while we argue about an old branding iron.
Your branding iron, Carl.
Yeah. Must have dropped off my saddle. Come on. Let's take care of Rogers. The way I figure, he thinks more of Trigger than anything else in the world.
Now, you're not going to mess with Trigger, Carl. That horse will paw your head off. He won't let anybody get near him unless Roger says so.
We won't go near him. We're getting on our own horses, then tossing the rope around Trigger's neck and dragging him out of here. Here. Whoa, boy.
And then?
Then Rogers gets excited. He spends the next few hours looking for Trigger, and the boys have time to drive the double O cattle out of the territory. Come on.
Maybe I'd better throw my rope over Trigger's head, too.
Mine will be enough. This is good. You ride behind and club Trigger if he walks. Hold it now. There, I got him. Let's ride.
I'm afraid, Carl.
Somebody's after Trigger Boy, trying to steal him.
Hold him, Trigger! Hold him, Trigger Boy!
Drop the rope, Carl. We've got to get out of here.
Get on Rosebud, Pappy. Have a rope ready.
Yeah, and a 6-shoulder, too.
Whoa, pal.
We'll give those varmints a taste of their own medicine. All right, Trigger, let's take them. Rope the man on that pillow, Pappy. I'll take this one. Dale, you be ready in case either of us should miss.
Work fast, boy.
So I wish Dusty was here to see me in action.
I got him, Pappy. Hold the rope tight, Trigger Boy.
Look at that feller go down.
All right, let's take care of him.
He up pin-headed porcupine.
Hey, Art Larson. Say, Pappy, look who we've got here. Art Larson, Mr. Sparrow's foreman.
Yeah, and I met up with this gent. He's another Sparrow double O rider. Name is Carson Varner.
Rogers, this is all a joke. We were just playing a trick on you.
Horse stealing is never a joke, Art.
What do we do with them, Roy?
Want me to take him into the sheriff, Roy?
No, I think they've had their lesson. And we've got important things to do, Dale.
You ain't letting them go.
We will for now, but we may be back for them.
Can't we muss their hair up a little more?
Come on, we're hitting the trail. Leon said the rustlers had the cattle headed toward the pass. Hey, we're off the trail.
The last tracks I noticed were back between those big boulders. They were heading this way, straight toward the river.
Let's go back and pick up those cattle tracks again.
Cattails and thunder showers. If one thing don't delay us, another does. Dusty's sure going to be upset me running off this way and not coming back.
Right over here is where we saw them. Easy, fella.
If they turned off, I don't know why we didn't see it.
I'll find out.
Now, it would be logical for rustlers to drive cattle in the river and downstream, so we would lose the trail.
What's it look like, Roy?
The tracks end right here.
They end? They gotta lead somewhere.
Yeah. Well, I better get my X-ray eyes working. Whereabouts, Roy?
Right here. The tracks come this far, and then they quit. It's almost as though a line was drawn.
Say, that's real odd. Now, if it was a bird we was trailing, I'd say they walked this far and then flapped their wings and flew.
These are cattle, Pappy, not birds.
Sure. And I ain't seen any flying cattle in years.
Say, doesn't that sound like a truck?
The rustlers. They're hauling the cattle in trucks, Roy.
Ain't no tire tracks here where the cattle disappeared.
There it is. There's the truck. And look who's driving. Dusty, our Dusty.
It is Dusty, Roy. And that truck belongs to Mr. Sparrow.
Oh, Dusty can't be helping the rustlers.
Well, there aren't any cattle in the truck anyway.
Well, hold on here. Let's not jump at conclusions.
It's only 'cause Dusty don't know no better, Roy. He was living without outlaw before we got him, and...
Oh, hold it now. Nobody, not anybody at all, is even going to suggest our Dusty is in with the rustling gang until he has a chance to explain for himself. Come on, let's give him a chance.
I tell you, buckaroos, my heart was in my mouth when I seen Dusty in that truck. And Dale felt the same way I did. But when Roy's your friend, he's your friend. He won't believe nothing bad about you till there's real proof. No, sir. Well, we was facing more excitement than we knowed about. And I'll tell you all about it just as soon as we hold our conference on the breakfast you can put on the table real quick.
Quaker puffed wheat and rice, shot from guns, nice and snappy. Quaker puffed wheat and rice makes your family breakfast happy.
Say, what's happening? Look at the strange-looking fellow that's just dropped in. He must be 9 feet tall.
I am 9 feet 2 inches tall.
Well, who are you?
I am the man from Mars.
Gosh, what you doing here?
Oh, just thought I'd look around. Say, what's that you've got?
Oh, these are packages of the swellest ready-to-serve breakfast cereals you ever tasted. Quaker puffed wheat and Quaker puffed rice, to be specific.
Never heard of them on Mars.
That's too bad. You see, folks are wild about Quaker puffed wheat and Quaker puffed rice down here.
Oh.
They're so easy to serve, so refreshing. Make breakfast a real treat on a hot summer's day.
Sounds good.
You bet. Quaker puffed wheat and Quaker puffed rice are shot from guns, actually exploded up to 8 times normal size. That makes them light, crisp, and tender. They're shot through and through with swell nut-like flavor, too.
Sounds good. Real good.
Wheat or rice, shot from guns, is good for you as well. Furnishes extra food values of restored natural grain amounts of vitamin B1, niacin, and iron.
That's for me. Well, must be going now.
Where to?
Back to Mars. Thanks for the breakfast tip. Mind my taking along those 2 packages? Can't wait to try them.
Well, sir, folks, don't you wait to try ready-to-serve, refreshing Quaker puffed wheat or Quaker puffed rice. And remember, to get the original crisp, fresh wheat or rice shot from guns, always look for the big Quaker red and blue package. It's never sold in bags or bulk.
Buckaroos, them rustlers was giving us a bad time. It wasn't enough that the 00 foreman and writer tried to steal Trigger, or that I stumbled over a branding iron and almost broke a leg, but the rustlers' trail disappeared. Tracks just ended, and that's all there was to it. Then we seen a truck, and our boy Dusty was driving. We began to think maybe Dusty was in with the rustlers.
Come on, Trigger. We've got to catch that truck before it reaches the road.
Let me call to Dusty, son.
He can't hear you over the truck noise, Gabby.
Use those X-ray eyes of yours, Pappy. There's 2 men in the back of that truck.
Hey, I didn't see them. Laying behind them big rolls of canvas.
Dale, ride around to the front and signal Dusty to stop. Gabby and I will accommodate those 2 hombres. We'll go to the rear of the truck and find out why they've got their guns drawn. We better try to put their guns out of action before we climb aboard, Pappy. All right, up to the truck, Trigger. Climb in after me, Pappy.
Right with you, son.
We'll not go this truck so fast.
I don't reckon you will.
Boy, take a get my old guy, Buck. I'll need help with Rogers.
I ain't as old as your friend thinks, Buck.
You'll need plenty of help before you're finished.
Buck, come on. I can't handle Rogers alone.
You can't handle anybody. Here, Pappy, let me give you a help.
Stand back, boy. Stand back. Here's the pile driver that'll soften it.
Hey, good work, Pappy.
Oh, shucks. I've been dangling him since the first time I connected.
You get around there fast, Dusty. You've got a lot to explain. I wasn't doing anything wrong. Are you all right, Roy?
Fine. Dusty, when Leon came for us, you were still in bed.
You went out, and I thought maybe you'd ran into some excitement, and I got a horse and followed.
He just wanted to help us, didn't you?
Let him think up his own excuses, Gabby. What were you doing in this truck, Dusty?
Well, I was close to you when you were looking for cattle tracks.
I was afraid you'd see me, so I hopped in the truck.
Just decided to take a ride. Ain't that all, Dusty?
He'll do his own explaining, Gabby.
No, sir. A fellow I knew from a ranch back home, he owned the Spectacle Brand Ranch, came up and offered me $1 if I'd drive the truck to the Double O.
The Spectacle Brand Ranch, eh?
I never heard of it. Did you, Roy?
Yeah. It's up north quite a ways.
The Spectacle brand looks like eyeglasses. Something like it anyway. 2 O's with a bar connecting them at the top.
Hey, Roy, that branding iron I tripped over. Up by Mr. Sparrow's house, it was,
Branding iron and the canvas wagon covers in the truck sort of tell where to look for Mr. Sparrow's cattle.
Now, wait, nobody's...
Don't try to get up, you varmint, unless you want me to pin you to the ground.
Dusty, get your horse and ride for home.
All right, Roy.
Pappy, let's tie these 2 hombres and leave them here for a while.
I'll leave them till they starve.
And Dale, while we're doing that, will you see if you can get our horses in the truck?
Sure, Roy.
We 3 are heading for the Spectacle Ranch, with you driving. So Gabby and I will be free to shoot in case we meet cattle rustlers on the way.
Roy, look at those trucks up ahead.
Yeah.
3 trucks loaded with cattle.
But look, coming at us from this side. 4 riders. Yeah, and they're shooting.
2 of them are the ones we caught stealing Trigger. Mr. Sparrow's foreman, Art Larson, and that rider they call Carr.
What'll I do, Roy? Keep going?
Don't even slow down. Pappy, you and I better climb out and get in back of the truck.
Yeah, we're making awful good target up there.
Yeah, but Dale won't be so apt to get hurt.
Oh, don't worry about me, Roy.
We have to worry about you, Dale. If you get winged, there'll be a smash-up.
Gabby, I'll climb up first and give you a hand. If I'm not busy shooting.
Caught up with us, Roy.
They're trying to get us by shooting Dale.
Yeah, and them truckloads of rustled cattle are getting away.
I'm jumping down on him, Gabby.
Don't do that.
If I can land on Art Larson, I'll put him out of the way, then maybe I can get the second man.
All right, you get them 2. I'll try the same thing with the pair on this side.
You 2 won't bother anybody for a few minutes. Here, Pappy. Let me give you a hand.
I took care of one feller, but I can't figure what's holding this man up.
There. You don't have to wonder anymore, Pappy.
Hey, we sure took him, didn't we?
Roy, I stopped the truck. I didn't want to follow the stolen cattle alone. Hey, these men. Aren't 2 of them the men we left tied up?
They sure are. And the other 2 are Art Larson and Varner, who probably untied him.
Roy! Oh, Roy!
Leon Mills. Roy, Leon's coming. Dusty's with him.
But I told Dusty to ride for home.
We heard shooting out this way. We figured maybe you was in trouble.
I know you told me to go home, Roy, but Leon asked me to come with him.
I'll talk to you later, Dusty.
Well, he's telling the truth. I did ask him to come along.
Hey, what's he doing here?
That feller? Well, right now he's sort of catching his breath.
Why, that's the man I was telling you about. Art Larson, the owner of the Spectacle Brand Ranch.
The owner of the Spectacle Brand?
Shucks, no. That feller's Mr. Sparrow's foreman.
How about it, Art?
Well, the game's up, I guess. The kid's right.
You're both then, the owner of the Spectacle Brand and Mr. Sparrow's foreman.
And rustling Mr. Sparrow's cattle.
You took the Double O cattle and changed the Double O to Spectacle Brand, huh?
Say, Mr. Sparrow's Double O was mighty easy to change over, wasn't it? Just put a bar across the top of the 2 O's and you got the Spectacle Brand.
Well, Roy, what are you going to do with me?
You and your pals are heading back with Leon to the sheriff's office, while we go on ahead and round up the rest of the gang, those who have the cattle.
Roy, if I went with you, I might get the others to give up peaceable. Would that help me any?
It might. Why don't you come along, Art? We'll be ready to leave as soon as Leon starts back with your friends here. What are you pulling up for, Art?
Well, ahead there. That's where we have our headquarters.
All right.
Now, we better go single file, Roy. Me first, you second.
Who, Trigger fella?
What's the matter? Everything's all right, isn't it?
Sure, Art. Everything's fine. But you and I are going to change hats, shirts, and horses.
But that'll take a lot of time.
I don't care how much time it takes.
They'll get away, Roy.
Will you change outfits with me, Art, or won't you? Come on. I want an answer.
No.
You were leading us into an ambush. Your men are there ready to shoot me down as soon as they recognize me or Trigger.
Well, no.
You're lying. All right. We're going in anyhow. But we'll keep you in the hot spot. And if anybody gets shot, it'll be you.
Yes, sirree. Little wonder many a top-action Hollywood star goes for this breakfast. It's well-tasting, cool, refreshing Quaker puffed wheat or Quaker puffed rice with milk or cream and fruit. Ready to serve, easy to fix, these giant premium grains of wheat or rice pack a man-sized taste wallop. Quaker puffed wheat and Quaker puffed rice are shot from guns. Yes, actually exploded up to 8 times normal size to make 'em crisp and tender as nuts in November. Wheat or rice, shot from guns, are nourishing. They'll make an economical deluxe breakfast hit in your home these summer mornings. Quaker puffed wheat and Quaker puffed rice are never sold in bags or bulk. Always look for the big red and blue Quaker package. Get the premium quality grains of wheat or rice. Yes, get the original crisp, fresh, shot from gun cereal. That's Quaker puffed wheat and Quaker puffed rice. Buy both delicious kinds tomorrow.
Quaker puffed wheat and rice makes your family breakfast happy.
No, wait, Roy. Don't do that to me. I'll call him out.
Put a gun on him, Pappy.
Sure thing, son.
And use it if he tries any tricks. Dale, you take Dusty back out of the way.
Come on, Dusty.
Call to him, Art. We're waiting.
Frank. Frank, it's me. The game's up. Rogers has a gun on me. Come on out with your hands in the air.
And come out right now.
Okay, we give up. We're coming out.
It's working, Roy. Here they come.
These 4 and the 3 Leon's taken into town, is that the whole gang, Art?
That's all of them.
All right, stop where you are.
Want me to take your guns, Roy?
Yeah. Dale, will you come here and keep Art covered while I watch the others?
Stay there, Dusty. Are the cattle here, Roy?
Art can tell us where they are. You had a neat rustling stunt, Art. Spreading those wagon covers on the ground for the cattle to walk over. That made their trail disappear fine. What'd you do? Walk them into the river on canvas?
Yeah.
Then upstream a ways and out of the river on canvas, too? So nobody'd find their trail on the other side either?
Not unless you look quite a ways from the water's edge.
Too bad we saw that canvas in the truck you were sending back to the ranch. That sort of tipped your hand, Art.
All right, Roy. I drawed their teeth. They ain't got any guns now.
Pappy, I think we'll tie their horses together before we take them into town.
It'd be a good idea.
Roy, can I ride into town with you?
Yeah, Dusty, I wish you would. You and I ought to have a little talk.
I'll rope the horses together now, son.
What about, Roy?
Well, it's like this. I'm not saying you didn't help us today because you did. We asked you twice to stay home, though. Instead, you came right ahead and risked getting hurt.
Oh, I wasn't afraid.
No, I don't suppose you were, but before a fella takes chances, he ought to do some thinking about what will happen if he gets hurt. You see, son, there's folks who like you. And if you're hurt, well, they suffer almost as much as you do yourself. And I don't think you want to do that, do you?
Well, no.
The rest of my riders think about such things, Dusty. They don't take chances. And it isn't just because they're not afraid. But they know taking a chance is asking for trouble for everybody. Do you understand, Dusty?
Hey, buckaroos. Roy is sure learning Dusty what he needs to know. But, do you want to know who learned Roy to be such a good learner for Dusty? Me. Why, I say, I spent more time learning Roy to learn than, but, oh, shucks. Everybody's gathered around ready to sing. Roy, Dale, Foy Willing, and the Riders of Purple Sage. We better listen to them while they got a chance. I can talk to you most any time. Here's the song.
If I said a rose to you, forever. That's all for now, folks. This is Roy Rogers saying to all of you, from all of us, goodbye, good luck, and may the good Lord take a liking to you. See you next week.
Don't forget, smiles are made out of the sunshine and the frown from a rainy day.
The Quaker Oats Company presents the Roy Rogers Show, transcribed each week at this same hour, with the writers of The Purple Sage, Gabby Hayes, Dale Evans, and the king of the cowboys himself, Republic Pictures' great star in person, Roy Rogers. Buckaroos, take a tip about hot breakfasts if you want to be a star someday in sports and activities. A hot cereal that helps grow the stars of the future is Quaker Oats. Yes, there's more growth, more endurance in oatmeal than any other whole grain cereal. So, to be a star, make your hot cereal nourishing, bodybuilding Quaker Oats, the giant of the cereals. Remember, Quaker and Mother's Oats are the same. Republic's latest Roy Rogers picture is Susanna Pass, and Gabby Hayes may now be seen in the Paramount release El Paso. This is Art Ballinger speaking for the Quaker Oats Company. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Exciting news for adventure seekers. Join us on a thrilling journey through the vibrant landscapes and diverse culture of Brazil. Lost in Brazil brings you to captivating videos showcasing heart-pounding adventures, mouth-watering cuisine, and hidden gems of this incredible country. From bustling cities to tranquil beaches, our videos capture the essence of Brazil's beauty. Experience the warmth of its people, the rhythm of its music, and the thrill of exploration. Click on the link in the description to find out more.
I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to Old Time Radio Research Group for their remarkable efforts in preserving and archiving the captivating world of old-time radio programs. Their invaluable contribution allows us to step back in time and experience the magic of radio history firsthand. Their link is in the description below.
This is Golden Age Radio signing off. Thanks for watching. If you're listening to rumble.com/C/GAR, we will continue in just a moment after the national anthem.